item for all Salone people and then party them. Sierra Leone Media will be bringing you a variety of programs ranging from documentaries to discussions, interviews, news, views, sports, and entertainment. Our programs will contain matters on development, governance, the economy, and issues that are of importance to Sierra Leone. So, no left BNO because we get Beberebe program then like Salone discussion, meets the ministers, the president's hour and the Gladi program, Look Me, I Look You. All this they start soon na www.sierragemedia.org. Now who's tem these?
Hello, my name is Josephine Kamara. I'm the founder of You Can Do It Foundation. You Can Do It Foundation is a charitable organization based in Sierra Leone, West Africa. You Can Do It Foundation has been in existence for the past 2 years. We have been fighting gender-based violence against women and girls within the community. During the past 2 years, we have been offering psychosocial support, counseling, court fee, medical fee, including school items to the survivors of gender-based violence. However, during the lockdown of COVID-19, report received and confirmed that rape cases among a minor has increased tremendously within our community. Because of this, You Can Do It Foundation has secured the land to build an accommodation for the survivors of rape. However, this may almost become impossible without your generous support. We need your help to build this home for the survivors. Your help could be in cash or in kind. If you wish to join us to make a difference in a child's life, please go to our website, which is www.youcandoitcyf.org, or you can go to our GoFundMe page, which is Home of Hope for the survivors of gender-based, or you can contact us with the details at the end of this video. We thank you greatly for your generous support, and thank you once more for making a difference in a child's life.
Silverstone Beats.
People killing, people dying, children hurt and hear them crying. You can practice what you preach, or would you turn the other cheek? Father, 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 help us, send some guidance from above. People got me questioning, where is the love?
See this life going evil, we all have to give, oh yeah, yeah. Cause all I see is evil, and too much killing of my people, yeah, yeah. So let's bless one another, yeah, yeah. So let's help one another. I sing again, yeah.
Wait me, I don't see this kind of thing where they happen. This not for be education opportunity. Now in we need, let we learn for the share, not to all time for big greed.
You see this life, the live, oh. You see where we lose or we know. Stop killing one another. Let's stand together, yeah. Stop playing the hero, looking at each other like we're zero. On the block with the sea, money they can make every day pan free, yeah.
Alright, they took our boys, they take our joy, take our joy. This study time we stop now crime. Don't blind bodies like your future.
Stop the stabbing, stop the killing. Let's love one another. Peace.
Where is the
I see fighting every day, I see dying every day. Why don't we help each other and pave the way for a better life, a life that we all deserve? Instead of killing each other, why don't we preserve? So you wanna be a bad man, he's gonna be a badder man. You got a big knife, he's gonna get a bigger knife. Our people suffered for years in chains. Now we turn on each other, cut for gains. For the ones that send the youth to kill themselves, you pretend to be a father figure but only care for yourself. You are nothing but the flesh of the devil. You're evil, low life on another level. Think about the mothers and the pain they go through. You don't care for these kids, they mean nothing to you. But karma only knows the boomerang maneuver. One day, the Green Reaper will be your remover.
This head of the range ranting up some sanctimonious food is as poetic verses, ruminate a prophecy given to a sentient dude. So I say it's as it is for you to listen and deduce the wisdom that's gonna liberate and galvanize you. Under the sun, ain't nothing new. That for black on black crimes and breaking news. Under the sun, ain't nothing new.
You gotta stand up. Stand up for what you believe in. Gotta stand up. Stand up for what is right. 'Cause if you got me, then I've got you too. Regardless of what you've been through. Even when you're feeling new.
Where is the love?
Do this if we try. There's no time to waste, no time. Together forever, whatever the weather. Us as a unit working together.
See, I did not love done, but me heart still not tongue. God don't lift me up, but me heart still not grown. You will never go far if you don't know where you're from. So I don't do it for myself, I'ma do it for the young. Please to my brothers, let's do it for the youngers. Why spend a bag on a jumper? Back where you're from, people dying with hunger. With people then they suffer. You then I you the bluff, it's copper. You the game need for change, like we not get up. Where's the love? Where's the love, yo? Where's the love? I said,
Where is the love? Little youth, let's take time. Stop all the knife and the gun crime. Think of the future, paint that picture. Get a youth in the future. Peace gonna rain on me. Peace gonna rain on me. Yeah.
Let's stop the violence and come together. Get rid of knives and guns and bombs, let's be together. Pray peace and love, golden hope through storm and weather. See what is going on.
Where is the love?
Tell me, how do you feel when you see your brothers and sisters lying down the street helplessly? And what will you do if you die today and find yourself in hell?
I want to ask you this. Look inside your eyes and answer me with all the truth. Where you get, whose side the love they?
when I left. Boku man them get nef. If you live by the nef, you go suffer. You know get sense, you know sabi say nef not for butter. Stabbing guys, yeah that's uncool. When it comes to knives, yeah I'm anti. What happened to fighting guys with your hands, G? When you stab a man, it's not one man you stab. Just remember that you stab a whole family.
People killing, people dying, children hurt and hear them crying. You can practice what you preach, or you will turn the other cheek. Father, 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 help us, send some guidance from above. People got me questioning, where is the love? Where is the love? Where is the love? Where is the love? The love, the love. Where is the love? Where is the love? Where is the love? The love, the love.
When I was a kid growing up in Sierra Leone, my neighbor had a small TV. The television was beaming these images about famine, war, about diseases.
There was a silent majority suffering.
I am fed up with that kind of news. We can use culture and art to change mind and hearts and inspire
this is big, man. This has great magnitude. Sometimes I feel afraid. I feel terrified when I think of the project.
Tito! What's here this is so?
We are nowhere near waiting one for day.
I want this. I want it. I want it.
I want this thing for succeed, Koji.
This place fail and die.
Is this a curse or what?
People like you that make Sierra Leone the way it is.
You cannot give me blow, but you know this way you cannot give me blow.
Oh man, just did lie, blame. These are the things that have wrecked this country.
We need to move this nation forward. We're going to need to better control.
Akikola be second to last project. He died at the last. Guest assured my brother.
My country, baby. It's a long, it's a long. Now we're going this. Cloud Damo.
Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like onto the bone, cause if it went, Usa we go. Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like onto the bone, cause if it well, Usa we go. Everybody me say welcome, if we own this country so strong. Everybody me say stand up, if you like salon say yeah. Then say yeah. Then say yeah. So good in the morning, the land is just gloomy, the moon is going, the cloud is forming, the cocks are crowing, dew is falling, the bags are coming, everybody running. Inside Switzerland today, the land is yummy. See the mommy they cooking fufu, the party smoking cigarettes. Rajo they watch baby musu, we they find out the country rest. Right in West Africa, on the Atlantic Ocean. Inside this land, so much I can boast of. Look at the good plantation, from the beach I get meditation. Make me not wear this nation, I get LOVE for me alone. Yeah, for me alone. Love for me alone, sweet alone. What a beautiful love. We fall like onto the bone, cause if it went, Usa we go. Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like onto the bone, cause if it well, Usa we go. Everybody me say welcome, if we own this country so strong. Everybody me say stand up, if you like salon say yeah. Then say yeah. Then say yeah.
I know LOVE is Sierra Leone, cause I end no place where sweet like gold. We got diamond, boxer, silver and gold. So that we make count for the young and old. I mean for let we serve, help we serve. Also you come from the bars, you want for put chest. Peace, love and unity, now for put first. Cause the jealousy and watch, or that don't make sense. Togetherness is one, but wait for we success. So get up and go walk, I sit down for the top. I criticize the government just for mix up. But that on the pill, so we need for put stop. Life for hustle for you all, no matter how you struggle the bone. This life without pain, not easy, not in the zone. Just forget to live it, oh myself can go slow. We like to say I go, I never forget about this oh.
Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like onto the bone, cause if it well, Usa we go. Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like onto the bone, cause if it well, Usa we go. Everybody me say welcome, if we own this country so strong. Everybody me say stand up, if you like salon say yeah. Then say yeah. Then say yeah.
We
everyone go take care of his own. So we all remember say this country now we owe each and everyone for take care of so long. I will exalt the realm of the free. Great is the love where I get for so long. I got enough track of one for maintain this my land. No matter the situation, I get love for so long. I got enough every day, no day pamphlet, place in a picking go school, make it go land the boo. I don't owe me all like farmer, put the country pattern for any attack, me the way me boo. I got enough every day, no day pamphlet, place in a picking go school, make it go land the boo. I don't owe me all like farmer, put the country pattern for any attack, me the way me boo. Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone, cause if it well, whose side we go. Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like unto the bone, cause if it well, whose side we go. Everybody me say well done. If we own this country so strong, everybody me say stand up. If you like someone say yeah, 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 yeah. Then say yeah.
I love my country, but I usually say Sierra Leone is the country I hate to love. I do love my country, but my God, it's painful. So this, to me, the anger is not because my father and others have been killed and laid here. The anger is coming that we are not learning. We are making the same mistakes all the time. All the time we're making the same mistakes.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Sierra Leone Media Live on YouTube and Facebook. And I want to say welcome to the Wednesday edition winner How the Go Inside the Republic. Well, as you all know, every Wednesday we're here talking about issues that are affecting Sierra Leone and Sierra Leoneans all over the world. Today is another Wednesday, and I think we're going to be talking about so many things. But before we do that, I just want to say, today, all the Kokodende online, and then Kokode video online last week with Shinkawi. Today we're ready for Shinkade, we said. Because now, man look you. Man will to my watch. Look me, I look you. If you not look me fine, we should not go look you fine. But anyway, we apologize for last week because last week we didn't get some series of serious challenges then. We don't know whether or not the game don't start now, but I think we don't start we own game now. Even if we're not ready for first defeat yet, but I think say we don't begin prepare for make we go into the battle full blown. The online battle, the battle of the battlers. So basically, last week we struggled with some technical issues. There will not be really that much matter. But no one for begin to go on and off. Now make we decide, say, we're sorry. We have to apologize for today's transmission because I think, say, we no one for taking our time. We don't start, we don't go in the middle of the program, then everything just go off and start all over again. We don't deal with that problem there, and we'll get similar kind of problem. But you never know. Always be prepared because you don't know what thing you face. But as I say, the battle have started. And we don't ready for face the battle full blown. Now I make today all the rich man and they in the house. Full blown. Well, I can introduce now to Mion Koto. Because he pushed me for start this program because we don't sign say anytime we do online. I program this. Me na cash me, they can't cash no more. But don't become very comfortable now because I feel say for the past couple of weeks where they start the program for them. I don't sweet time. But at the last day, they actually come online and start program for you. So I'll pass it on to you. And they even say hello to viewers. Them. You they come, you start the program, then you introduce me back fresh. Over to you, Koto Juma. Not to Koto as in Bobo School. That school na Fangi School. Na Koto because you na Fulaman. Over to you.
Hello, Fambulem. Una adu. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, and good night, depending on whose partner the dunya we find yourself. Welcome to another edition of How They Go Inside the Republic on Sierra Media Live on Facebook and YouTube. We're happy to be here. I will join T-Boy for apologize extremely to Una for the transmission breaks, the technical issues, them they stop and start last week. But as T-Boy say, we are no retreats, no surrender. For us, it's forward ever. We believe in solutions rather than scratch wheel on the problem. We'll try what we're able to solve, we'll solve. What we can advocate for, we'll continue to advocate on this platform because two art for talk and I know more they bring peace. I'm glad you for joining T-Boy and Femi today. And una all na the chat groups them both on Facebook and YouTube and una way the peep on we other social media platforms, particularly on WhatsApp. You will know then we WhatsApp forum. Or get for ask una for possibly, when we will send a number or we share the link on here so una go join we.
Hello,
so
Juma.
Yeah.
Your video is not showing a minimum in the show.
Now Femi de Shinkami. See now this
this na called in-house Shinka.
Yes. Now Femi de Shinkami. But no worries. But until then, they hear me.
Of course, sure.
Right. But thank you so much, Tibo. You've been doing a fabulous job. So now make her feel comfortable for let you continue for moderate and anchor the program as we go along. And of course, I can enjoy the battle between you and Femi as well. So that's why Sierra Media is powerful. To a large extent, we're able to step into so many people in shoes, except one person. But we get for Sheba middle, so all to own half. So in case you want to make magament or then kidnap them, we will still able for carry on because the show must go on.
But then then kidnapper with the troubleshoot from the prison break.
Exactly. So we're all here. We're happy to be here. And today's program is a special program for us and for now all. We want to say, I don't know whether to say happy independence in advance to una, or let's just say it's time for reflection for Sierra Leone, because tomorrow, how many years, T-Boy, since independence?
62. But I don't promise say I need to celebrate independence again.
Right. So
I
we recognize with 62nd independence anniversary tomorrow, and we'll continue to ask Sierra Leoneans to reflect at 62. What we will achieve, Usai Salonde, Nade we want what can we do differently for make Sierra Leone better for a generation yet unborn? That means if they're not on sell saloon by parts before the generation yet unborn they come. But why I say Tiwa they come, we will come discuss the independence soon. But why I say today a special program for us today or tomorrow marks the 3rd anniversary since COVID. We broadcast live on a daily, weekly basis, multiple programs during the week, from COVID. And sometimes they do 2-3 back-to-back programs, plus other community events that we don't do, like burying, memorial services, helping families connect and engage with each other, doing entertainment behind the scenes. So we have done a lot. We've put in so many man hours, but that has always been possible because of your support, your participation, and our encouragement and our feedback that we give. So we want to say thank you to una all. We don't deal with we for these 3 years non-stop. And we hope we go do more of them programs here, as we go along, hopefully in the near future at a bigger scale. And we hope una go continue this journey with we. So T-Boy, now so I want to start the program. Over to you, then we will get Femi for come Insai and also Rob Mott on these 3 years, because we have done hundreds of shows over these years since COVID. When I say 3 years now live, so Sierra Gem Media has been in existence for what? Almost 2 decades, if not more. That's right. Yeah, and we've been doing pre-recorded programs mostly, or our live programs, but consistently. On this program, we've been doing Zooming in, we've been doing the big debate, we've been doing, the health show, we've been doing the culture show. Now we're doing what? How they go inside the Republic, and we're doing head-to-head at the same time. So it's like 7 programs. That's excluding our community event that we cover from time to time on an ad hoc basis. Over to you, Tibo.
Well, I think you don't say I'm done, clearly. And the only reason we make up is, nobody need to celebrate independence anymore because there is nothing to celebrate. But again, for the reason we start broadcasting live on Facebook and YouTube on COVID Day 3 years ago. And that's now one of the reasons we make something. I go continuously get for the celebrate this particular day, but not as independence. So I go say to viewers them, thank you guys for following us. Thank you guys for watching us. And thank you guys for being with us all these years of challenging times. Sleepless nights we don't put in a bar for the past 3 years. And a lot of barrage of information a lot of fighting who they get online with people that will like we, the one who not like we. And the fights with me, Juma and Femi can get, especially me and Femi, working not ready for compete, so that get bullet passing compete between me and Juma. So we've been doing this, and I think you guys have been extremely patient with us. You guys have been extremely what's not the word? Support your time to watch us whilst we sit here for hours and hours and hours. Last week somebody complained to me, "Oh, T-Boy, I know watching the program last week." And I say, "Watch them, very interesting." When I'm not going to watch them because I do 5 hours program. That's I know, but for do start no more. And guess what? How we start now? Say watch, you listen to all the 5 hours. So I asked, okay, how many hours you watch? He said, I watch all. I said, but you know, Baku, he said, no, interesting. So I'm able for left and don't know what happened to the other bits there we another year yet. So I sit down, watch all, and I listen to everything. That's a wow. So that's just how much impacts I feel to say we program and it creates into the minds of so many different people. Because we start off light-heartedly, we get tense, we bring some elements of joke, sense of humor, laughter, and crack jokes with the audiences, them back as well while they're still watching. I think we interaction with the whole concept of what is happening is not so much interesting like the conversation where it happened on the chat group there. It's a whole community being set up on YouTube where I don't follow for the past 2 years, and they have been constant. So whenever one of them is missing, then they ask, what happened with this guy? I don't disappear. Then they appear back. Oh, where you been there? Who's that you go? So all those sort of friendships that we've made online, it seems to be very interesting, but when we bump into each other now, it's totally different. So that kind of relationship we don't build is like an online family. So when we move, people come alongside and watch what we're doing and move with us. And when we don't move, they ask questions. What's happening with you guys? Where are you? So it becomes more of a personal relationship we don't build with one. And I believe, see, that has created a lot of impacts in we lives them and in our lives them, in many different ways. Because that extensive friendship, family relationship we don't create, it going to be useful in life one day. And we don't see how it don't happen. There are times when people bump into me, oh, I sabi, but you not sabi me. And I'm thinking, okay, where? And then, of course, you know now, Usai, it end up. Oh, the 3 Musketeers, the other day somebody meet up me in a imagine I wait for taxi nearly go. Just because we engage in, oh, I like that one I talk about, I like this, but how can I say my taxi is waiting for me? The conversation does they get tense every minute. And I say, look, bro, I have to go. He said, no, Tibo, we'll talk back, we'll talk. This talking, you done. So that's the kind of relationship, Juma. And we all don't see how it don't play itself in the public, behind the scenes, when we go into areas that we think people don't know us, it's quite different. And you get people that don't follow you, we just like the kind way how they do things. Sometimes some people say we are biased, but they're still coming in and engaging themselves and listening to the conversation. Even the one day we not the one day we something with the course we still, but they're still there. Because when you curse, you abuse, you make sure say you program what be from a Bible, but you still let it go. But and you still engage, and then after like 15 minutes to an hour of conversation, your mindsets begin to change. And then you can see exactly where we are going with our discussions, and then you can see the open mind view we'll get. So that has been a very interesting period for the past 3 years.
Right. Awesome. Thank you so much, Tibo, for sharing that connection there, particularly on the personal basis. The interesting one, away I can meet up with older viewers and fan base, where them will call you and say, "Hey, they do out the body." Then they're not they talk loud, they can't whisper na yes. Na you na so now na kindi na so say una thank you. You know, so that can be so interesting how then it transform from I'm not sure, yes, I don't sure now, to the joy behind what they do. Again, I want for viewers they know say even for those that come here and maybe try for antagonize we, one thing where we not ever get yet with those people now for deny we'll meet up privately say we are doing a bad job. So they've always been like say, hey, but not too much for our government, but not they criticize the government too much, did that they'll go engage in a whole different conversation. So okay, well you tell me what has your government done well that we haven't talked about, or we are hoping and would like you to come to our platform. But Padima left no more. Go easy on who no say two na they talk na two, but na two pass mark. Now so then they end up. So it becomes fun and all of those. So that's really good. We first program will do on this platform on the 27th of April. What counts 3 years back, T-Boy, from today. Is that 2020? So it was, we ask people, if we guest them, and shout out to we guest them. We've been coming at that platform. We've been get Nasu Fofana, we get Ali Iskandri, Uda again T-Boy, I want to lay name, Boy Jalo Jamboria, we always do with we, Uda, I think about 4 or 5 people we get, so I can remember those 3. But we ask a question, say, was Winston Ojukutu part of it?
Is it the independence?
The median program. Yeah. So we ask a question.
Who?
I said we may ask a question. Say, if you are given $1 million,
what would you do? Yes,
I you improve.
Yeah.
So that was the question. If they give you $1 million, for example, who's one specific sector where you will improve? So they all been given a viewpoint there, and it was a good banger and a good opener. So enough of that, and we want to say, let's reflect. 62 years on since Sierra Leone's independence, let's continue to reflect and see if now Usai we want Salon Day. See, but the late complaint. Matilda, we've been on this platform for 3 years. We don't invite them. It's still later we say, let's wait to go come the next program. It's 3 years on. 36 months past, Matilda. Now I'm giving you a shout out. So we're expecting you here in May. Fambulentuna do tell Matilda J. Cole if una sabia. Say May we expect them on Sierra Media Live. So if you can join with us. Yeah, over to you, Boy. Carry on with the program.
There are a few more other people we want to see in person online. Yeah. And say we get one we Bana Kono Creole boy. Actually, it don't change the name now to True Arts for Talk.
Yes.
We need you online on a live program, so you no need for escape, Mr. Tony. So they make it clear to you say you've also been one of the people who has been following us for quite some time now. And of course, on the YouTube, we have Peter Nadigbana. Well, I'm not going to say Nadigbana, but troublesome man. All 9 they challenge me. But I think the conversation would always forget with Peter is very interesting because it's challenging and at the same time, he's a reason into what are the issues that we face in Sierra Leone. And in your best call, now this. We were not even best of 2 evils. They are both evils. But sometimes,
that's why this is a public platform for everybody.
Of course. So Peter and few more others on the YouTube chat has been very consistent. And I feel say Mr. Walker, Sue, and few more others on the YouTube platform has been constantly online questioning what we do. Then they you see when you have professional way of criticizing what we do and challenging some of the statements they make, and at the same time then they reflect on most of the things they highlight because either they have gone through it themselves or they have experienced it because the age gaps are not that marginally big, so they kind of reflect some of the things that we say. And we can tell people and say between we 3 there is 150 years of experience. Sometimes they don't understand what we mean by that. You know what I mean? So all 50 years old. That's not what it is. But experience gain amongst 3 of us range from various different capacities in various different areas. That's why sometimes people think we are human encyclopedia, but we are not. Just the fact that some of these things that we're talking about, either we've experienced it. So it remains in your head if you have gone through some of the things that we talked about. Some of the things they talk about, again, we don't walk through them in we part of work, as in we've done series of documentaries in Sierra Leone, out of Sierra Leone. So we've seen how things have gone wrong and how things have happened. And again, in we working life as well, we don't get involved in so many different projects that we get for do it. In reality, how people they live, not just in Sierra Leone, but other parts of the world. I mean, we've been to so many different places, and we most important reason for going to those places is to find out about what people do differently from us as Sierra Leoneans. So that's why this platform is unique, because we bring in all sort of discussion. So like you say, Juma, over the past 2 years, there are people that we definitely need to bring on board and then just have an opportunity to see them either live online or just find a day to do a program with an interactive program. We send you the link. If you want to join me, you join with the link, and then we can even forget the discussion. But I think this something will be of great experience coming.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And for the one that we don't invite, thank you, Faith Melquish Foundation, for re-echoing our invite to Matilda J. Cole and Tony Bex and all the Anita from where it can't want to say again. I think in network with the hotel light and the game.
Anita don't come back. We don't come back London, so you're not the future again.
Yeah, so Anita, you need to be here. Anybody will not come. We they send that.
You know that back again what I need for look see back. Now the YouTube channel and Aisha, Sue, Peter, Mr. Walker.
Yeah.
These are the people I possibly need to see their faces. I don't know what they look like.
Yeah, well, this not family. So, but anyway, let's go to today's program and Fambulem. Wait till we get now the line up for now and for see if we're able for keep them short. But when I know say the day when two item or 3 item make a long pass with it, because today are big T-bars like T-boy, can we keep this program short? But the way it don't begin, I doubt it. So what we have is we continue for review President Bio in 5 years in office. And we want to know, because we see the marriage will happen. Is it a marriage? Is it an alliance? Or is it the return of the prodigal son? Is it a back to your roots kind of thing? So we want to know what's new with the SLPP NGC Alliance. So that's the second part we'll get for discuss. And of course, April 27th, Independence Day, is it a celebration or time for reflection? We want to see how things are done go, because like how Peter can say, and they still get two evils, right? Some people can say get one lesser evil. So one see then two political parties here. So who's one that we don't help for X Salon, who's one that we don't help for Push Salon go before, and Insai, and any other thing we concerning how they go inside the Republic. T-boy, before we go to the start of the program, I want to share with our viewers a rumor. It is a rumor, and I'm emphasizing, say, it is not confirmed, okay? And the reason why I make it emphasize, but I want to ask if truly anybody able to confirm that story, they let it tell me. Say, in the last few days, a certain, blogger or blogging platform, they post something, say mortuary na Connaught Hospital. Don't tell people, let them go take them, demand them, because lights not there. So let them go take them, demand them quick, so they'll go able to go bury them. But as far as we're concerned, it's a rumor, because we cannot ascertain and confirm that story. But we want to ask if anybody there so we get first-hand information, we're able to confirm if it is true. And people will ask, but if it's a rumor, why do you have to say it? That is why we are here. It's part of the investigation. If we cannot have the source, somebody else does, we would like that person to, that individual to share with us, the source or within they get if they can confirm the story. So for right now, it's a rumor, but then say let people then go take them, demand them, because lights not in a mortuary, and the body then don't they go bad. So then they advise people let them go take them and go bury them. So, but we don't know if that rumor is not true. But over to E.T. Boy on today's program, the lineup.
Interesting. We get a continuation of the 5 years of President Bio's power in office, and then I think we don't do too specific scorecard on that particular 5 years. The way one now on health and the second one on education. But we yet to see other publications that we don't come out as scorecard, because basically what we were waiting for is the scorecard. When the scorecard come out, boom, we hold them, we analyze them. And then the third one we don't do now the first lady in scorecard on Insai achievement over the past 5 years as first lady of the Republic of Sierra Leone. So I think that's very much interesting for me to continue and see how we're able to do maybe the other few mainline ministries that we will not talk about yet. We will fit to say need for be talked about, because again, if we not bring come some of the issues that also, and then we look at the scorecard of the president in all those major line ministries, then we need to do yourself any favor. So I believe, go on.
Yeah, so you saying that, Tibo, is very interesting, because again, let viewers the law clarify for viewers and say we not so we do the scorecard.
No.
Awaiting governments do as their achievement for the 5 years. Now we look at, we review, analyze, and critique them, and question some of the information we then put there. So now the own results we then print, now we analyze. Not so waiting we say, oh, just like we don't pay for your picking at school, you don't go to end of year or midterm, this one on the end of year, then get a result, you cannot also begin watch them. Maths, you get 60. English, you get 90. They begin ask, how come you go get 60 per math where I get 4 math lesson teacher them for you? You they ask me for extra lesson. I don't buy all the math textbooks them. You they left me say they go study with you paddy them, you know, but then you still not score up to what they expect. Why? So those are the questions we've been asking. It's a data result produced or report produced by the government's ministries, line ministries, or the government, particular institutions, them, or people connected to the government, which is the first lady, because she's not part of the government, you know, officially. But we see that she's taking front line in everything. So now that will be a review now. Yeah. So since we not get scorecard, possibly something I don't know more than get the one on health, education, and the first lady.
True, because again, there are major line ministries that we suppose forget reports on what has been their achievement.
Too specific.
Well, more than two, because
no,
when I say more than two on the specifics. Now, because the third one likely you might think is not much important, but when you look at the one then way, they don't create a lot of investment status quo around.
Correct.
Much money has been spent in those areas, and those are the red basket areas that are very much important to be talked about. Because otherwise, if we're able to talk about the success of their ministries, they are so, that means as a nation we haven't succeeded at all, because those are the bread basket of Sierra Leone. And two of the major ones, then we don't highlight, we are education and health. Yes, we don't see the scorecard for those two. And then the first lady union, but we haven't seen the scorecard for what, Juma?
Well, you tell me, or you announce me.
Well, we're looking at the Ministry of Finance. We're also looking at the Ministry of Mines.
I don't want to go to finance. I don't want to go finance. I don't want to go mines. Me personally.
Tourism?
No.
Agriculture?
Agriculture is one.
Mm-hmm.
Ministry of Youth Affairs.
Okay, true. Yes, youth affairs is crucial.
And Ministry of Labor, Employment and Industrial Relations. The reason I make a mention Ministry of Labor, because the government specifically, or when they're in opposition, the president then as a flag bearer been saying it creates 2 million new jobs.
Well, on the health and education, you don't create 1.5.
Okay, so 2 million new jobs it been say it will create. That was one. Two, Ministry of Youth, they be say they come for the youth man them, then go do all things. We see them begin make waska, then what you call them? We see people with green uniform there with them saying a forest guards. You know.
We as well, we still know you before. Yes.
Well, until the bakery down there on a big one, so would they go to that? Would they left out to Ministry of Trade and
What
Industry?
about the one day where they say then graduate from university, we then go do some training for 6 months?
Yeah, that youth corp or whatever, you know, so that one. And then obviously Ministry of Agriculture, because we see boku tractor them, right? Usa all tractor then go where the tomato rice, you understand? Where them be say they don't farm, then we go Vietnam on a tour, then say that they can bring new farming skills, all of those things. So that then 3 ministries and they are all spotlights today. Let people tell we if their ministries and they don't hear anything to them or they not get any scorecard for show. And if they don't have a scorecard to show, why we still get line ministries for those? So then 3 then they have one for look at. It's over to you. Obviously, if we can add tourism there, or maybe we'll talk about tourism next week, because tourism is very important now, since we've been saying the new terminal airport or airport terminal or new airport or Suma Group the airport or Lunge Airport or Freetown International Airport, whichever way you want for Tamam, let me say we need that one day for attract tourists. We will need for put the babu now with passport for attract tourists, you know. So we want to look at these things to see really if that one they don't help for bring tourism in Salo. So if we not would look at that today, maybe next week. Over to you, T-Boy.
You see, you don't can crash me, Coco, because when you don't highlight the few things that you don't highlight, so the way are really interested in the tourism one, because again, there is a lot of elements we don't play within tourism. They've tried to create a touristic market for Sierra Leoneans to be able to do internal tourism, isn't it? Local tourism, and that again haven't been beneficial to Sierra Leoneans, where we get increased in everything so far, from commodities to transport to livelihood and data. So basically, I don't know exactly how they mean for work, and when we look at the rate at which the airline ticket and don't shoot up right now, we don't know whether that is still going to be possible. And we see a new airport. We don't know whether that is still going to be possible for us to benefit from it. So you don't make her get some kind of mindset in tourism. We have 56. Sometimes maybe we might discuss it. But the other two, of course, they are major, because youth development is one of the key basis of campaign message for the president before he became the president. So basically, it was about creating jobs for the youth. We all see what happened within that short period of time they win the election. They galvanize, put together a lot of resources for how to develop the entertainment industry. We don't die. How to develop the film industry. We not even exist anymore. And how to develop youth within the local communities. Then, but we see them come up with so many other kind of concepts where for maybe help the situation of releasing the pressure on governments for job creation for youth. But that still didn't happen. So I don't know what's in the next criteria, because what you will see after all them fail or not achievable project, then the thing where we can see will become common when have been the success story now the use of drugs and alcohol. That was very much successful because we all see the impacts we make na the country. Whether it's for negative reason now, we don't know. But many people cash into those casualties of young Sierra Leoneans who got themselves involved in taking drugs and alcohol. We see the impact of voting and don't bring income. But again, we look at them back again and see who is responsible for that. What was the message from the youth minister? How did he deal with the situation of the drug consumption in the country? What sort of measures were put in place to curb it? So I don't even know that at the youth minister said. That's how bad it is. Because as far as I'm concerned, if that youth minister had been effective as possible as he think he was, I mean, if I don't hear Iboko statement, them coming from him directly, because that night in ministry, we fall casualty into this particular drug abuse in Sierra Leone. So I feel say that's another key ministry we have to so follow. But the agriculture, I know for sure that was a myth anyway, because I definitely believe the agriculture is not yet still ready. Because when we talk about agriculture to feed Sierra Leone, is not in that scale. We're looking at a larger scale type of agriculture. these are like micro scale agriculture where now one person they own how many acres. We talk about miles of farmlands, not acres, for make able for feed a country. But it was a joke. Or like we see the president, they even mock Sierra Leoneans. The man they're angry, but in the cham kokuma na ingadi. That's to me.
Boy, before we go deep into agriculture, you mentioned the youth minister, and his name is Mohammed Oman Bangura. Okay, I've seen him prominently 3 times.
For the entire 5 years?
5 years, where I say prominently.
Okay.
I know they say where they inside motocar or in Bobo and they BNM or they invite on a one event we already organized them put and they say can't talk, but 3 times. The first time was the Tumbo incident, wherein people were killed, mostly young people. Okay, so during the riots, we saw him there on behalf of government. You know, then say then go for coil the situation. I don't know what that means, but then go there. So that was one. The second time we'll see him, and I'm sure you have you saw him then, was during the CNN interview about August 10.
Okay, I remember.
Wait,
he was a minister of.
Well, that was the one that we go tell we the truth about the government.
Yes, yes.
You know, we speak truth to power then, okay, and ended up landing himself into trouble. So that was the second time. I think the third time where I see him, there was some event organized, Binchimani, where they saying a job fair or employment kind of thing, you know, and they introduced him. So now they treat him, then and they meet on Siam and Oyeri and talk. So I don't know if anybody of we viewers them get anything else for tell we about the Minister of Youth, and una share with we their achievement. We would like to know our young people, because T-Boy don't mention one of the negatives will not ever happen in our country until these 5 years, ever in the history of Sierra Leone. Even the tell will be they say Salon backward, you know, now the area where you there, you sabi all the people that when the pusherman them, the one they sell the drugs. You sabi the one the way they take the drugs. You sabi the one they middleman them. You sabi the one the way they keep for the one the way they sell. You sabi everybody in your area where and you sabi the area they also have the ports. Now they then call ports, not so you get designated area where you say yes on ports. Okay, now I doubt if you get ports again. You don't get specific ports there. You will get people inside, people host them. Now the attire based on outside and they see them or now openly at streets. And let's make sure they mention this say before, because before, in as much as you know, it was controlled to some extent. And even the one the way now the people the way they take drugs in the area or the pusherman them, then still they protect them community. If they see small pikin, then they beat you, like go to Imamayo, say go na use. And then they advise you say not smoke, or you say you see this here, not take camo. If anybody give you, not take camo. You know, they're not they encourage picking them. But we see recently young as maybe 10 or even less to the teenagers, to the youths them, man and the team up no more say awakate a freeze. So you see, Tibo don't mention that. We see her with the kush. You go laugh about them if it not affect you or affect somebody with it closer to you. Why is that? Because that nice sign for sure say the government is failing the young people. They refuse for call people their youths because the age definition. The young people then are salon. So if that one day prominent now with society, it means say the Ministry of Youth Affairs don't fail woefully within these 5 years. Over to you, Thibault.
I agree with you by saying that, because that 5 years they are not seeing that thing way youth ministry don't do for youth development in Sierra Leone. Then can say when you see a vibrant youth, is a youth that is engaged in doing something. It doesn't matter whether it's not productive at some point, but engage. They have to be engaged in doing something. Whether that thing now becomes productive is what now the ministry need to work on. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't know what's in at the project agenda for the youth ministry. Because why would a youth ministry exist where you don't get nothing where it bring on the table for reduce youth unemployment, or maybe engage youth into doing, even if it's voluntary work, because again, if you don't have money to pay them, you should find a way to engage them in doing something that keeps them away from crime, that keeps them away from doing things that they're not meant to be doing, or maybe engage them into something with a little bit of incentives. Because we know see them picking in African name, but in a youth in African, most of them just want that basic survival means, as in, you don't eat today, you don't go home some Southside till you go sleep. That's fine. So to me, there is a huge amount of work to be done in Sierra Leone with youth. There is a huge amount of activities that we can able for youth for engage in getting youths into some kind of engagement. But I don't know whether the youth minister, they not get plan, they not get agenda, they not get, I don't know what's the manifesto, what's in there at the manifesto for SLPP as a political party when it comes to youth development. I need to find out about that. So that's thing I will not say when I see maybe to drive me into something where possibly they happen. But with what's in the president's campaign on, now for creates 2 million jobs for youth, for engage youth them and make sure say he give them the best in what's in he can able for provide. That's why he brought in the agricultural project so that people should be involved in farming. But how many youths were involved in farming? We still have a huge amount of youths that are languishing in the streets of Freetown, where if they don't begin look at large-scale farming, they may be able to cultivate miles of lands, not acres, miles of lands. Then get them plenty in the provincial towns. And agriculture is not just necessarily about producing rice. You have cassava, you have groundnut, peanuts, you have corn. You have various different commodities that you can produce in agriculture, not just rice. Because now rice no more all man, you look at rice. It's just we might possibly have that potential to grow rice in Sierra Leone, but we don't have the potential to grow rice to feed Sierra Leoneans because we're not ready to.
See, boy, if all man be focus on rice, government support them for go plant rice. At least half of the population right now, not for they go to bed hungry. Half of the people, not for the buy rice, 650,000, they go 700,000 loans for bag. So let's say if now that one day no more, because let's say Salon people elect for copycats, right? If that was the only thing, remember we asked a question last 3 years ago, independence. If you are given $1 million, name one sector that you can improve. Let's say if now $1 million no more specifically, then takes okay, you know it's in. Young man, them all can go plant, lona go plant. Yes. Half of the population right now, no, they go to bed hungry. Let alone people go 4 or 5 days without food. And this is no exaggeration. Yes, sir, go ahead.
When we talk about agriculture, we talk about large-scale farming, rice, for example. I mean, if we're serious about farming,
well, I mean, what we underrate for large scale because until they discuss agriculture, specifically the youths them Insai force.
Okay, because the youth Insai go now into I bring come into the agricultural side of things, as in creating jobs or creating employment for them or get them engaged in doing something. Now, where I make mention, say, something like an incentive for somebody to be doing something.
Yeah.
Again, we dey look at, say, Piton dirty. Piton needs to be cleaned up. Sierra Leone needs to be tidy up. And you look at many other things that we know for, say, can work out well for young people. I'm not saying that is good, but at the same, but I will also not say don't use it, because it can be a stepping stone for a youth to be responsible. Because what it make us say, so Juma, in this part of the world, you can start up a cleaning company with 4 people, yeah? And then that cleaning company will grow to 10 because you have another office to look after, to 20 because you have another office to look after, to 30 because you have another office to look after, to 40 because you have now a building to look after, to 50 because you now have 3 buildings to look after. Why can't we adapt stuff like that in Sierra Leone? Because now we say car wash. How many people really can afford to wash their cars in Sierra Leone?
How much people get motor car first?
No, look who forget about the one who get motor car. Look who want say the one that we get now. The one that we get. Why would I give a car wash 50,000, for example, where I go give me nephew in a house 10,000 for wash me motor car in my own comfort zone? I think everything in that vehicle is safe, and I'll be able to look at the vehicle being washed whilst I'm there. And even if I'm not there, I will be lying down sleeping. Before I wake up, get ready to work, my nephew or somebody in the house have washed the car for maybe 10,000 leons, or maybe nothing because the person lives in my house. I feed that person and I give the person shelter. Why would I want to leave that and then go pay 50,000 a car wash? So I'm just giving an example. And how many car wash can you establish in Freetown? But also, car wash was meant to be distributed all over the country, not so. How you go put car wash in Akenema, Makeni, Pujong, Kailaon?
So
it's
again,
practically impossible.
See, boy, this government, I don't tell you, say the deception I'm Boku. Deception. We had car washes or people already was car. We're not a government creates.
Exactly. They were there already.
I was working. Waiting and try for do anything if we say, yeah, it don't exist. We will get numbers, we able for projects quick like we don't do. Then they go kapu and mess them up. Because now they go create unhealthy competition. You understand? You go get APC car wash, SLPP car wash. Then see them now. Then they battle. Hey, SLPP, una SLPP car wash motkana. I mean APC, and they go wash motkana. They go wash into their APC bobode. You know what I mean? So now the unnecessary competition and the anyway, not to me all for can't tell them how for upscale and they and make them, you know, a self-employment kind of thing where they develop like how you highlight to a small scale business and medium business, say it grow, right? Not to me all and then our government let them think about them. But
as when I was younger, when I say when I was younger, I'm talking about when I was maybe 8 years old. Since 8 years old, now I don't begin get the mindset of being an entrepreneur. Not just that, but I was also engaging younger people within the area whose side I've been they live. Yeah. By the time where I don't 16 years old, I don't already begin for a business name. Before I 16. And when I turn 16, I get possibly a whole street where I teach for do something. So within 15 to the time I turn 20, I go say me one whole community been they do arts and crafts where they survive by. And now they produce arts and crafts where they sell at Victoria Park, where they sell at government wharf, where they sell to tourists them, where they even been they export out of Sierra Leone.
Where they sell Atoke, African Atoke, all of that.
So when I realize say that markets they don't become congested because we have trained so many people that already now have the skills, I switch. And guess what I switched to? I switch now into doing birthday carvings for people that will get birthday celebration, for weddings, them. So basically, I create another market Instead of now the touristic markets, where sometimes you go buy somebody we told woman, we told yes, all the beats, village scenery. So all those were for like tourist attraction. And I realized that market they don't congested. So I brought in something. But again, I was engaging the youth within my community. Everybody was living. Everybody had something to do. When I left the country and came back 10, 15 years later, you might believe, say, some of them people, they don't build houses. Some of them people, they don't host them to factory. Some of them people, they don't become successful business people in the arts and craft trade.
We now not oversee no more than the oversee people there, people work for them and stuff like that.
But since that era of professionals them die out, we sometimes one panel die or two panel not begin old or not get the energy anymore. Now drop the industry also. Because the one way for pick up that skill they not utilize them properly. Or maybe not get the guide properly. Because we've been to get sponsorship from government. We've been to get sponsorship from international communities, NGOs, the German embassy, the French embassy. And they were creating exhibitions on a regular basis every year. And those exhibitions were meant for artists to come and display their artwork so they will be able to gain some money, foreign investment, because foreigners or people who are tourists will come to those exhibitions if the exhibition is put together by the German embassy, for example. And that is why many people start having scholarship to go to Germany and study.
Oh, yeah.
So there was a huge amount of youthful collaboration then. What happened? What didn't kill all that? Is it because the person when I've been a minister of youth been get an agenda for things, okay, we need to cultivate the youth population in Sierra Leone and make them engaging in so many different things? We all see what's in school, the streets league them bring kind of salon. That was all part of youth engagement in sports. We've been got various different leagues them all over the country, all over Africa. You get MBA League, you get Moaf League, you get Fire Force League, you get Ginger All League, you get Kanike League. So many leagues. And so basically, we've been utilize small body. We've been play football. Well, 90% of them represent Salon. And I go say 40% of them left Salon at the age of 16, 17. Based on those sort of youth development in sports. So there is nothing for youth to do anymore in Sierra Leone within the past 15, 20 years. I don't see anything we don't come on as a long way youthfully progressive. 1 out of 10, out of 20 in all those various disciplines then they. So what are the youth doing? The only thing that happened way good within the past 20 or 15 years, now the fact say, well, we kind of again, we influence back again. Not to say we are possibly the influencers of making things possible for youth in Sierra Leone, but we've always been part of that journey that will bring change in youth development. Media was nothing people take seriously. Photography, filming, they're not taken serious. They've thought, okay, well, you're not journalists, you're not serious, you're not getting nothing for do because you're going to publish a newspaper all day for make you forget one column. But we create another platform for people to understand, say, you can be a media practitioner and make money. You can be a photographer and be professional. So what will come? We create that scene, we create that environment for make we look good as photographers. But what's kind of Jesse cameraman in this? Then they get so now suit then they were for go take picture and market. Presentation. So we create a different atmosphere of how you will look to represent your professionalism in what you do. I was pissed off one day where some senior cameraman, we meet up now, how you call this snappy snap within a Shaker Stephen Street. Guess what? He was a senior cameraman. Senior cameraman. And they're going to photo studio for go print one picture for go drag. I'm like, are you serious? You don't even realize the level of professionalism that he was on. Because he was part of a high-profile camera crew. And then you go print picture in a studio for good gig? Come on.
They go for print me frame me can
Exactly.
the mami or the pad on count and
That's the level we try to change. We make things a little bit more professional. But people in level for understand, so, okay, after that, we see the rise of media houses. We see the rise of people thinking, okay, now, yes, I don't get small experience, I'll go to one blogger. Again, the bloggers haven't been utilized properly, because how many people are benefiting from blogging and what are they blogging? So the very few of them will get the knowledge, we possibly don't go and study the basic thing of what in media or blogging stands for, are the only ones making money. The other one, they all are bula bula, 10,000, 20,000, 50,000 a year. They don't even understand the essence of data. And how many of them get data in a salon where you can utilize that data proper one, you make money still out of them. But the mindset is just not there no more. I don't know what in the ministry they do for actually entice them, use their also for do things properly, because you can set up a whole industry just on blogging.
T-Boy, when, during the last regime, there was this project, right? The Way Out project, where they engage. This wasn't a government-funded thing, but I know say if you get some NGOs, they will specifically be work with people in a black street, for example. They had a whole training center, stadium hostels, where then they train young people how to use, the new media, for edit, for this, for that. And all of them crop of people able for benefit, able for attach themselves on side. So now this make I can say, and I was very disappointed and, feel bad for see the president mocking young people. We in the charm cucumber and it's in garden, it's in farm. You see, I don't can plant. Look, this cucumber, it charm joy. Well, this also the remand and the left for do, then just the sit down and then they all are angry. You see, so what you don't do for the stereotype that any young person, like a man, an idol, you're not fit for purpose, not just a burden to society. This is not the president, it's not me. The video is out there, it's not photoshopped or anything, or edited or collage, as they can like for use terms, then for call. This is not the president in voice, not in face, not in action. So when you see things like that, you ask yourself, is this government really serious about developing our young people? Because if you want to motivate them, they be so condescending. You forget, say, yourself, we cannot count what you've been doing before you became president. So you get the luxury for going to farm and make garden for yourself because you get the money, you get the tools, you get people there where they work for you. The young people, they even for struggle how for wake in the morning, let alone, because for they go team up in a farm, for say they go do something, you get forget something that you belly force. What's waiting the government don't do through the Ministry of Youth, through Ministry of Agriculture, like how T-Boy say, for engage the young people there where you they mock, say then just they sit down they all are angry. Waiting you don't do for say, okay, let we help them, let them go start their own farm as a small youth cooperative. What have you done? You haven't done anything. You said you started car washes. How many car washes we don't see? And almost people they go wash their motor car, as T-Boy say. Are they go wash motor car outside water no day? Because most of the motor car they go and dirty water and gutter and they go take and car wash people their motor car. We've been there. We didn't so no story they tell we used to go wash our vehicles now. How you call the place? Either you building or Lumley, right? Love Beach Road, Lumley. So when you go there, all yonder, all man they wash motor car. All man are motor car and they wash. Almost money then go make. First they even end up come on at the place because like how T-Boy say, where in industry be don't become congested, he branched to something else. But Waska, is that sustainable? During COVID, almost people they drive motor car, where for go Wasa. Nothing. Did you encourage them and push them for go to agriculture? Nope. So waiting actually this government get for sure for youth development within these 5 years. And let nobody can tell me, say, oh, the past government, that is not what we're talking about. We're talking about these 5 years of President Biya in government. Waiting they don't do. T-Boy highlighted the art and craft field. One of the people that wait and go lock in Pademba, we'll talk about her later, was one of the only or few ministers of youth affairs where me see do a program for help for transform and engage youth and young people in Sierra Leone. That was Dr. Dennis Bright. The places like the Firestone, the Texas, all the areas that we know for Sierra Leone are hangout area that we go think say the risk for violence and other things, them ills of society go happen. He makes sure say create programs where engage them people there, and they make sure say government fund them, other NGOs then come in, then fund them, and it transform them communities. Then build schools now them communities, then train people them. Other people even get certain skills, they upscale the skills, where they do, then turn them to community development centers. Community development centers. So, not so magic, but it can be done if the government is willing. And Dr. Dennis Bright in program is still not take away waiting them places that they've been formed for. Texas get and masqueraded and they pull at a certain time. So, not dismantle as well, not for pull on a double again. No. When the time reach for pull and double, then they pull and double. Dr. Dennis Bright, they go there. Where Firestone ready for come out, Firestone they come out. Where Bloody Mary ready for come out, Bloody Mary they come out. But it makes sure say it transform them from just an idle place, where for be the devil's workshop, to a place of, wherein you're able to achieve something within your community. So this is what we are talking about. He did that. Who continued? Nobody did. Anybody around come and want to do the other part. But when these governments come, then just messed up everything and live on lies as Jerry Brown saying I also, even the bakery we not see. Over to you, but let's try for jump to the other sector quick.
Well, I'll just wrap up the youth engagements where we participate, but also in the UK. Make not look like for say, oh, this now one hit wonder fluke. We would don't do our salon and then I didn't know my end.
Femi don't come as well.
I think so. Femi don't come. We will the rub grease na head.
Okay. Well, carry on, but after you then Femi, then we go wrap up this side and jump to the other one.
But if I were Femi they come in at this point, because what I want for say now the amount of work we myself and him and few more other Sierra Leoneans then we don't engage in about 15 years ago, 20 years ago in the UK, where we build a new industry. Again, when I say build a new industry of promoters, for example. Because when we came to London, promoters were here, but they were only promoting on a certain scale. Nobody was taking the venture to go big or to go high or to bring in the different wave of
promoters in the entertainment industry.
In the entertainment industry, yeah. So basically, them being there, but like I say, it was all on a small scale, low level. So when we come in, we beef the level of promotion. We take them up to another level. And we'll take them up to another level. We didn't just do it on our own. I go say we bring in possibly 40 or 50% of the promoters the way they exist right now in the UK as household name promoters them alongside what we were doing because they were slightly younger than us And some of them be engaged in bad boy business. Some of them in there into, I'm not going to say full-blown gangster thing, but they in there into then kind of confusion, young bobo business. We know they are the challenges that we youth in the face now. So we go there and come. Una can't join we. And una can't join we. Una they see what we do. Una they learn from we. And then we they utilize una to make una reach out to the community where sometimes we they forget una self in the first place. That's how we build these young guys. And we realize that most of them are successful in what they're doing. It gives them, because sometimes when you empower a youth, not so necessarily the thing where they empower them for do, it gets the advantage over. You build in self-confidence, say he's also a meaningful citizen within the community. You give him some amount of responsibility where they make you feel, say, I have to behave now in a certain way because I have been engaging with people who are older than me, people who are more respectful than me, people who have more status than me, but they encourage me to be along with them. And then they give me some responsibility. So that ownership responsibility they get for put on so many young people within that same day. They like today, they're able to stand up and say, I can do this now for myself. Some of them are household name presenters, household name promoters, household name DJs. So not to say an accident or a mistake they will be done to do, na salon will bring come back now. No. And in the media field, as we say earlier on, we create a huge amount of media professionals, then we end up for be presenters, hosts. Not so them all we train, but majority of them don't come through we at some point. So we get for begin look at people that will fit to say we need for engage in various different capacities in football, in sport. We don't work with so many young people and back again in the UK. And again, all of this engagement is not just about working with them in those disciplines, but you also they mentor them alongside. You give them some amount of confidence, say, this country is challenging. You're black, you're African, everything is against you. Focus. In whatever you're doing, just put the extra mile, just go the extra mile, just do one thing different. If we continue for doing that to salon picking again a salon, it will not be different from anybody else. I mean, there are creative guys in Sierra Leone, creative youth in Sierra Leone, where they create stuff, inventors. How much encouragement will they give them? How many facilities will they provide for them? Because when somebody don't create something in a suburb or in a rundown community, just get a small opportunity no more, make you see how much you're able to improve in that particular thing the way you do. Just encourage them no more small, give them some small incentives. We talked about Easter couple of weeks ago. Not to say we will talk about Easter, but the amount of income where Easter they create for young people who have been creative for build kites. That was another source of income for young people who have been creative then in the. But all that sort of creativity they don't die out. And the way how the world they go right now, I'm not gonna tell you say no go learn your book, not become lawyer or doctor. But when everything ends up to be an online stuff basis of what you do, if you're not creative, you won't survive. The creative industry is the biggest industry right now in the world. It doesn't matter how you look at things. Because all the way they make money, so they are all creators. Not all lawyers or doctors, they move. They are inventors. They look at things that they can change. Then they invent things, then they create things the way they're out of the world, where you know even imagine say they happen. So none of these guys are doctors. They are not lawyers. I'm not saying it's wrong to be a lawyer or a doctor. Yes, that's a career path that if you might choose to go, no problem. But the creative industry is the biggest industry right now all over the world. So let's be mindful of how they use we youth them and how they bring them come along with what we do. Because with the cinema youth development, youth this, youth that, nothing has happened for them in Sierra Leone other than kush and drugs and alcohol. Over to your family, we introduce you. And make yourself can't rub mud Spanish. A just don't rub grease now you eat. All man they can see how you eat the shine.
Let rub mud now, don't rub grease, let rub mud now.
Oh, T-boy Juma. I don't know anything for say fumble them. Una outdo una kushe. T-boy don't can upset me now with this in youth talk. But before I vex Panam, I want to tell una thank you for una to join me every week. And again, as the technical guy here, I would like to apologize to you guys for last week. Last week we didn't get some severe challenges with technology. We not really know what's happening. We know after the show, we did several tests and we could not replicate the issue. So we don't know who that in the factory, but me then tried it. We go beef up with security and ensure so they're not able to break through in the future. So anyway, on that they talk about I don't talk about but right now they talk about youth encouragement, the Ministry of Youth and Sports still, or they may not separate?
Well, we talk specifically about the President Bio government administration, their achievements in 5 years. We will not look at education, health, and the First Lady's office, but we'll not see scorecard for other ministries. So we spotlight 3 ministries or 3 areas: youth affairs, labor, and social security and agriculture. But right now we deal with the youth unemployment or youth development or lack thereof in the country.
Okay, so I and T-Boy just now they talk about some activities then we do about 15 years ago. Actually, don't pass 15 years, T-Boy, you know, so be count again. Now 20 years they cancel. We'll be panda okay. But guys, last week I got invited by a friend. We've been to do an event in central London. He needs some technical assistance, so he called me and we were there. And the event was, the people who they invite an event now been so which would they call youth man them. You know, all young people from the age of 16 possibly to 24, 25, so until like a dandy. And Juma, waiting surprised me. Waiting surprised me is after the event, you don't say the event as after Ultimum Pass, there's a social element of it. A few of
like
them
after party kind of thing.
A few of them can meet me because obviously, we're filming, we're doing with cameras, we're broadcasting it live, and they were kind of interested in what we do. Then begin ask local question. But this event, Juma, was about tech. It was about, building, the new AI stuff, and all their youth in the day. And I looked around the room, and Juma, honestly speaking, in a few years' time, sometimes some of them people who have been ask me about question are going to be billionaires.
Right.
They're going to be billionaires because really and truly the world belongs to the youth. God give you brain, and the table with brain they develop more now when we're young. The age they would have reached, so right now we're fully matured in the way we would do things them. But when we're young, our brains are like sponge. We quiz sponge. Then you put water upon them. It swell, it absorb all the water. That's what the youthful brain to do. So if we're able to encourage we youth in Sierra Leone, God knows what will come tomorrow. As I said, this event where I go, some of the questions them with them in the ask na the panel. MPK are so, man, even call MPK, they're young people there, so seemed so intelligent and so up to date on new technology where they come out today. So I can imagine after they not spend 2, 3, 4, 5 years on where they're going to be. They're going to be possibly the one that we could employ. A few years ago, Mr. Tesla, he wasn't Mr. Tesla. Now look at him now. The person he is now, we look at, Mr. Zuckerberg, these guys all started then companies, them all as young man, they not so. And right now, they literally run the world. So that's where we need to go. We time don't pass, na salon. We need to look at the generation and where they can after we. We picking them, we grand picking them. We need to encourage them and nurture them. In what we do, picking them or youth people them are always interested. I have been doing this thing for many years, a couple of decades, even more, and we, as T-Boys say, we always see people and they go to what do they do, they want to know, youth man, they want to know what they do, how would they do them. We went to Sierra Leone with the whole filming thing, music. Sierra Leone lost something. In the early 20s, music came to Sierra Leone. Different type of music came to Sierra Leone. The industry exploded. But what happened to Dandy? Because we haven't really help them youth also for grow, we industry don't stagnate now, they grow anymore. So again, the Minister of Youth get for look at say we get almost people already we kind of employed in that industry. The way we can do for able for support them and make them get to the next level, because that music industry could make a lot of money in Sierra Leone. It could make it could create a lot of jobs for youth people, because these young people that will always be attracted to dancing in the. I'm not saying farming is wrong. I'm not saying washing cars is wrong. All I'm saying is in this day and age where they so right now, if we begin encourage you beginning for take on innovation, apart from in Sierra Leone, they will find themselves able for do work them na this side of the world. We get waiting up one name we build our radio out of scrap. Where is he now?
No.
Where is he now? He's in America studying. That's what we need, many, many more of them here. So, and literally, not a government help and get there. He did it on his own. So it should be government's responsibility for help thousands and thousands and thousands of more youth people than for come. We have our Minister of Education. We're saying an innovation man. Una tell me which innovation you don't really bring Kana Salon.
Good question, Femi. And when you mention Kevin Doe, he's one person, but Kevin Doe in success and explosion motivates a lot of other young people where develop new technology, more, we're more powerful, and where we need Nasalon. We even get somebody where build your robots, Nasalon, right? Saunders or whatever his name is. We've seen things. We don't see people where build water-powered generator. What else do you need in Sierra Leone, a country that is struggling and starving for electricity? You have a young man that built a water-powered generator. Not a solar water that they use for power the generator. And you're not able to push on to the next level. You will just call it, you take picture with them. That's the end of it. You mentioned the entertainment industry. I see Momo Samba. They highlight Naya say, Nigerians are making good money in digital marketing, but my country, Sierra Leone, is zero. And interesting, T-Boy, that he mentioned this. 20 years ago, when Nollywood started, people were making fun of Nollywood, right? The Nigerian film industry. People made all sorts of comments, then they shoot. Now after 5 minutes, 90% they die. Yes, then later I see the blood. Then with the film, they see the boom mic, or they hear the people with the prompt. But over time, they got better at it. Now you have people who are struggling in Hollywood, now the film industry, then decide for go to Nigeria because they don't see that's a big market force. You see people where they struggle now, South Africa and the film industry because that's the biggest in Africa. They go Nigeria for go support both in the filming and music industry. You see how they not explode. And they're still able to maintain or grow at the level and also make big money. You have people who are millionaires in the Nollywood film industry, in the Afrobeat music industry. In Nigeria, they don't have to travel out. Then they travel out for go spend their money, but they make money in Nigeria. Let's say we are not blessed with that population. But there is so much we can do. I was shocked, well, maybe 10 years ago or 9 years ago, I go to the Caribbean, one of the Caribbean islands. I see them get a whole shop where now Nollywood film and they rent. Imagine at the Caribbean, so they don't care whether they understand or this or that. These are older people. Then they go rent them. For the whole weekend, as they come out church, where they can see them, now for watch Nigeria film from one place to another, then go again and go rent back, that kind of thing. That's what show you how I don't transform. Now you look at the major platforms where they publish, right? Or, publish films. You talk about Netflix, Amazon Prime, right? And whatever, everywhere you have Nollywood film representation in, and a whole genre as what, or category as African films. They just call it independent anymore, because before they call it independent films, but now they call them as African films. That's the category. And they put on the Nollywood. So every day then they grow. Why waiting happen with we? We first lady say she was a Nollywood actress, right? And then they claim fame would say they're not the entertainment industry, and then they say now so it take who we president. Now that profile they carry it. But when come, what thing they don't do? I see them they parade one every day. They go and put people and picture them and snap Fatima my pride or Fatima my bride, something. I don't ever understand what thing that they bought. They say that they love to have him name Fatima my bride or Fatima my pride. Why should it be about you? Do you have to do it? You're the first lady. Empower people, let them do it. Our, what you call the thing? The inauguration. Who that then encourage it?
Nigerian actors and actresses.
Nigerian actors and actresses. We independence. Who that then encourage it?
Same.
Nigerian actors and actresses and waiting. But after that, how much collaboration where you don't create for able for upscale? Yet still, the few people where they do something, you are competing with them or try for kill them. They own small gain where they don't make because of petty politics. You don't want to take away from people. Zainab Sharif, she was doing her what? Is it housemate or big sister? One of the two, right? I can't distinguish the name between the AYV one and the Zainab Sharif. But what they do? They hijack the thing now, push them away because of politics. What are you developing? So I just want for plug that in when it comes to this thing about developing young people, talent, and all that. Over to you, T-Boy.
Well, I think you just don't say the right thing them. You just don't touch the right plug them. And what I feel to say we need for now look at now how will the youth development be as active as possible going forward? Because let me want to say something. Because what's in with this guy for Lucas right now, a few things. One, what in the youths they need? How can we utilize them properly? And what's in be able for make them come out of the streets and engage themselves positively? Have we done our research? Have we do a survey on what they want, how they want to do things? What would be the kind of scale of involvement they want to get into? Whether some of them might not be interested in farming. Some of them might not be interested in car wash. Some of them might not be interested in any form of other thing, but they might be interested in something. So let's ask. Let's do a survey around the youths. When I then get to the ASO, a few months ago, or almost 18 months ago, if I can remember, almost 2 years, we did a project in Freetown about decolonization of peace and conflicts. Well, question of many parts of that. So basically, this project was how to deal with the situation of conflicts in Sierra Leone and how you solve them, conflict resolution, by using the actual people themselves. So my role on that particular project was to make sure that I teach young people how to utilize digital media to be able to capture and tell a story. And guess what? 2 days workshop that was paid for by Open University in London. After that 2 days workshop, they did a project on their own for like a minute. They actually produced a minute or two video at the end of the 2 days workshop. Just by the use of mobile phone documentary filmmaking, And it was active. And there was a whole industry that was struggling to use cameras because they cannot afford it. The whole media house was struggling because they don't have the equipment to capture their stories or their activities or to broadcast their stories or their activities. Immediately after that 2 days workshop, their problems were solved automatically because they have the tools in their pocket.
On the go, in
on
real
the go. And not just that, they had branches all over the country, and they begin communicate by holding on Zoom meetings, WhatsApp group meetings, because they didn't realize some of these things were happening anyway. They were finding it very difficult to accept, oh yeah, it will cost expensive. No, it's not. Yes, it is expensive, but at the same time, try to be creative so that you can do things that are different. And they have a final production. Can you believe we have people who were connected in London, all the way from India, and it was broadcasted at the new City Hall on a live screen projector, interactive. So that gives them a different platform of how they begin to utilize their gadgets, the way they get with their own personal devices. But if we're not been bringing kind of sort of introduction package for me to be able to understand, say, you have all the tools in your pocket and you can make good use of it if only you listen and learn, they're not be forever able for established because you're not getting money for buy camera. They're not getting money for buy studio equipment. They're not getting money for buy microphones. So it was going to be practically impossible because the Ministry of Youth is not ready to help them. Nobody not ready for so they can't invest 10,000 pound now or 10 million or 20 million or 30 million. So they were basically students struggling. But it works, and it works out easy for them. They can now capture their story, they can put it together and form their own documentaries, and they have their platform to share it. And they are creating more youth to be part of that scheme because then they recycle them. We don't go off secondary school until you want to go college now, they let you go, but then still they use it as mentor for the camp once in a while if you have time, and engage with the youths then within the camp before joining the new scheme. So that is how things can be done to develop the youth, to engage them, to make them feel like they are part of community and society, and they will be very useful. That's all.
Well, thank you so much. I think say we go wrap them up now. Okay, Femi one for add something.
I beg make I just add this thing. Guys, necessity. Necessity is the mother of invention. Yeah, I think say we get for make we big one they understand that. Some of them something they not learn that in a school. If you give somebody something and he or she wants to turn it to something else, and then get the drive for do that, and they will find a way. So all we need for do now for encourage them and open the door more. These kids or these young people will kick the door down and get to where they want to go if they get the encouragement, and if they get the if they get the playing field, because that's government's responsibility. Nigeria, okay, might not go Nigeria first of all. Afrobeats, Juma T-Boy is the biggest music globally at the moment.
Correct.
It don't surpass reggae. It don't surpass disco. It don't surpass all the other Afro music, them hip hop, the all. Afrobeat is the biggest. They tune into with my radio station them around the world, and you hear Afrobeats. You go party them, we not get black man in there, you hear Afrobeats. You know, and that happened because I'm not saying Nigeria government may get hands in the music development, but they created the platform where allow the musicians them for able for sell them products to the world. We don't have that in Sierra Leone. In Sierra Leone, for the last 20 years, we've made a few superstars in music. I could name a few: the Caymans, the Emersons, the Daddy Sage, and so on. Yeah, and they've gone, a lot of them have traveled out of the country, they've made money, they've gone back to the country, some of them are living abroad now. But how will say a handful, sometimes 5, 10, sometimes 15, 20, in a country will get 7 million people? That's disgraceful. That is disgraceful. If we know so we get this industry where it gets the ability for engage so many young people them and for possible puts them on a platform where they can reach area them, why can't we do that? Why are we government not able for look at NTSO? And as I say, if the first lady is coming from an entertainment industry, shame on her. I didn't necessarily want this administration in, but when they come in, I remember I tell Una say, you know, at least sometime the youth them go get something, because at least Fatima comes from our industry. Because I know right now, if T-Boy in WEF become president of Sierra Leone, our industry will be blessed. I know the same as Juma and me, because basically this is what we do. We partners then go encourage the country for move in that direction. We all had hopes that Fatima me for able help for push the entertainment industry, especially when it come. A lot of us were not very happy with our inauguration with social Nigeria artists and camp, but at least, you know, she showed that, but, you know, carry that on. You know, why couldn't she link our filmmakers in Sierra Leone with their Nollywood counterparts? So we will begin make film them, we will begin feature on them, film them, then feature on we on them, and expose we youth them to, you know, the next tier. You know, I just think that these guys don't have the will, they not get the push or the drive for effects change that we country. You know, they're happy to let things just be the way they are.
Well, thank you so much, Femi, for highlighting them points then day, and we hope say subsequent governments them go make sure say they not fail the young people in Sierra Leone, because you need them, they need you. If you don't complain say thief boku at the country, and because people not get things for do, and definitely then get for results. I'm not making excuses, but these are the realities where we get for deal with. Give people the opportunity. Not mean say thief no go there. Thief go steal the boy, go be minimal. I know we're afraid, are they on top Okada, somebody they go jog me phone or me bag na me hand. I'm not afraid say, why I go na house na net, I get for bill me house like a prison, because I'm afraid say somebody go come and come broke the house na net for go inside for go thief. You know? So what do they talk about? Young people and youth development and creating opportunities for people. Now something we all need. Because we always say, oh, Sierra Leone is a youthful population. But is the population skilled enough for able to do things for themselves as well as for contribute to nation building? Not so for just take them for go parade or for go clean you banner or poster, then they WhatsApp, then they sing, hey, this is our next president, this is our next councillor. That shows say you popular. No. What are you doing to make, you know, to make a difference in their lives there? We don't see, for example, all the political parties where they get a young youth man them. Where they make now they bounce pan the office self. They begin sing and they attack them so now they canaya. We've seen it all, both SLPP and APC. So what are you going to do differently for the young people for make sure say they contribute to their own personal development, then family, then community, and the nation at large? That's what we need. So far, if we are going to rate President Bio's administration within these 5 years on, you know, then scorecard for youth development is 0. 0. Now that goes without saying, because even the things they promised they were going to do, they have not been able to achieve. Not even 1% of that, they're not achievable. So then scorecard on youth development until we see the government scorecard will go analyze, now 0 so far. Let's go to the next point. Sibo, over to you.
You want to touch on the next scorecard, or let's go to the next program or next agenda?
Let's go to let's do the next scorecard because the 5 years now the run so right now. So let's do labor and social security.
Well, why make an only kick out labor social security? Get some kind of connection with youth development, and also maybe social security is more or less the same area, gray area, because we don't have a workforce.
It go beyond just
and the limited workforce will get the labor sector haven't got the rights to labor laws in Sierra Leone. And the labor law salon is still down to 0, wherein it was only reviewed within the past 8 years, if I will say, and then change the labor law for make people them begin get substantial salary for a month, 500,000. It was basically 20 leons, so right up till 5-6 years ago. So you're not being right for take nobody gonna court. You're not being right for take nobody gonna labor.
It wasn't 20, it was 5,000 leons up to 2002. The minimum wage in Sierra Leone was 5,000 leons.
My mother.
Then President Kabaka pushed on to 21,000 leons.
Okay, when we say 20,000 leons, now they don't get a review about 8 years ago, like I say, and to that amount there. So by then, you not get nobody for take go na labor law for tribunal saying they underpay you. But when they make the changes, at first I thought this is going to be difficult for small scale businesses. Like we can get small scale businesses, they will not get
500,000 plus.
So when it becomes 500,000, it was a struggle for some of us. And if we look at them and say, okay, we'll get for cut down the scale of we staff because we're not able to afford for pay them 5,000 if we're not earning that much. So what we did, we actually create small kind of room for them. We possibly go rise up to 500 when I've been the niche, as in we give you basic, and then we add up to some of you benefits them, and then we begin put bonuses for any project we want to do. So we calculate all that by the end of the month.
And provide transportation for the month.
Yes, you get even possibly $1 million plus. This was like 8 years ago. And now we realize, what in 500,000 they actually do a staff in Sierra Leone? Nothing. So it doesn't really make sense to run a business of 500,000 euros paying your staff. With some time, you need to make 1 million for the month or for the week, for example. So it was a struggle. So the labor law as alone has to be reviewed again, and possibly again and again, because it means if the labor force not get regulation where it protects the laborers them or the people already into the labor industry where they work now, be their banks, offices, or NSI, it means they're just working for nothing. Nobody is there to defend them. Nobody is there to challenge that, okay, their salary is low. Can you imagine bankers are taking home 500,000, some 700,000. The maximum they take home is $1 million. And that now you work overtime. You're there at 7 in the morning. Some thinking they need to come on a bank till 8 o'clock, and they are not paid anything.
Sometimes 11 o'clock net.
Yeah, and then they pay them from after 5 o'clock till to the time when they left the office. So
overtime pay
for that hours. But the labor law is so poor that it protects nobody within that industry. It protects nobody. So what difference does it really make or make you get a labor in a labor ministry? Well, the social welfare law they exist because I remember about 10 years ago, a social welfare officer stopped we in the middle of Congo Cross, say, then they invite we go to a police station. And then my brother asked him if na party then get it, they want vex. That's not the social welfare for you. If labor law no exists, what in social welfare they do in a salon? What do they do? I remember 30, 40 years ago, yes, you will get some complaint of people that say, oh, it don't carry man go social welfare. Can you imagine? That's the most amazing thing about Sierra Leone. Everything that used to work 50 years ago does not work right now. Why?
And that's 50 years ago. They can't go social welfare. You're afraid.
You didn't even scared self saying in the whole you complain self now social welfare.
And that time, social welfare was sitting under the local council, the
Can you imagine?
council. Now they can't go.
When they say they can't go social welfare, you they afraid say you go beg say. Now they tell you they can get all the family case them for settle that problem. They sometimes you need to pull shop money self now in the can't go social welfare. Sometimes you need to pay school fee for beginning, they can't go social welfare. Sometimes you need to buy books like where school keep open so now they tell all them parents they check their man and anyway. But what amazes me is the fact that 50 years ago, all these things were working.
You don't go for 50 years ago.
I go say 50 years ago because what you like I say, no, Juma, you know why they say 50 years ago? Because I want to make comparison to the time then where technology was zero.
Right.
The basic book then they guys open the page, turn on, put on a ledger. Yeah. So things have improved. Those mechanism has changed. And we know they evolve with the change, we they decrease with the change.
Yeah.
And that is the sad thing about Sierra Leone. Anything we don't work 40 years ago, it does not even work right now. It not even gets any room for survive. Not saying work. Who's that the social welfare in labor office in a salon? Who knows?
But wait, I can go first. Somebody in a social welfare. Where the Ministry of Social Welfare, the minister and the first themselves, the first television. So the minister and the first themselves, I can go
rest my case.
Talk case, me over to you. Why are you smiling?
I smile because you aren't killing people with laugh.
It's true.
Yeah, as I said earlier on, guys, it's creating the environment. So the whole labor law with them puts minimum wage. Really and truly, they just put it to punish the private the private sector, because as T-Boy say, most of we people we get some kind of work, we get employment, are employed by small scale businesses. Or you within a house, you get driver, you get security or watchman, you get cook. And so imagine when you get all intended, then they all can see government see for period almost 500,000.
Now it's 800,000.
Oh, 800,000. You can't afford for keep all the intended. So what you end up do, you let them people and they go. So your business or your household suffers, and then people and they themselves suffer.
They become unemployed.
They become unemployed. So that small and to motivate them it gets from you, now they don't get that no more. And as you say, T-Boy, most of these employers, them the benefits they give to some of them people, and they sometimes pass that minimum wage day. But because governments don't put law and you get to abide by the law, because if you not do so, sometimes you go end up na Pademba Road or on a police. So you cut your losses and say, okay, well, I can't do this, and your business close. So as I said before, I talk about the music thing. As I said, with government, the responsibility are for create that avenue day, that platform day, we go see the small trader grow. Because governments are the biggest employer, but government can't do this thing on their own.
You don't get blackouts. They're not slapping. They're not slapping.
I don't go. Can you still hear me?
Okay. You can hear me, we can't see you.
You can't see me. Well, over to you guys. I will try.
So whilst family is sorting himself out, I think a good point to make when it comes to this what you call a minimum wage. However, me think say every Sierra Leonean deserve a living wage.
Money that is scheme or Juma that is scheme again.
Not a minimum wage no more, but a living wage. Because the reason why I make they say a living wage, right now, let's say if it is 800,000 leons, okay? That is the minimum wage. I don't know when they implement that.
Is that official or?
Yes, that's the official announcement. I don't know when they take off it, whether I don't start or if
okay,
start.
They just announced it. That will be the minimum wage.
Right. So from 500,000, it been go to 650. Now it don't go 800,000. It's fine, but is 800,000 a living wage in Sierra Leone, a country wherein the one bag rest now 650,000 leos. So to Femi's point, before I talk about, still that 800,000 is not enough. I agree with Femi. Say the people area for pay the brunt, we go suffer now small businesses, and when that we get a lot in Sierra. We have a lot of informal businesses, small businesses, when then they pushing the economy, now the backbone of the country economy. But waiting government they do for support them people here in turn in terms of incentive for make sure say they're able for stay, then businesses stay afloat, then continue. Because like Femi stated, if they have to close their businesses, then all the staff they then be employed, they become unemployed. Then we go back to zero. So government they give any incentive to say anybody will get up to 5, employees them, if they get a tax break of this, or government will subsidize them on that, or you will get some duty free if you they import certain things. So it's a balancing act. Also for just pass law to people. We want the minimum wage to increase to that living wage. For say, if you get a family of 4 basic, waiting at the basic way they need, a family of 4, they get 1 breadwinner, for example, how will they survive? Is 800,000 leons enough? If you don't buy 1 bag rice, and we keep emphasizing 1 bag rice, but people don't understand the impact of this. Every Sierra Leonean, well, majority of Sierra Leonean with staple food now eating rice. Some people they eat rice for breakfast if you're lucky, eat them for lunch, and eat them for dinner. Some people now rest no more they eat. Now morning, eat time and evening time they go to sleep. Or sometimes they get gari with them go soak them, put per mind. Them under all man. Or some man, if they be at the angry in the morning and afternoon, eat in one bowl rest, na net, he go to sleep. And this I talk about picking them for family. So if you don't get 1 bag rest, 1 bag rest go get about what? 178 cups, thereabouts. Inside
you sell yes by cup bar.
Well, the easy make I tell you this because they put.
I know 178 cup for 1 bag rest. We know if not 50 kilo or 35 kilo.
They pull zakat. So they pull zakat, they mention the rest and all that thing and so they're about 178 cups. So a family of 4, almost cup rest then get for eat for this. So now check whether 1 bag rest they last them for the month. If they're able for eat 2 meals a day. Okay, so if rest don't be 600,000, then your salary is 800. Then you are left with what? 150,000 leons. For what? For transportation, for pay you house rent, if pikin sick, lunch if then they go school, for buy exercise book, for this, for that, everything. You have 150,000 leons left. Is that minimum wage enough? Not till we say better. No.
Juma,
yes, go ahead.
With the minimum wage, it comes with government subsidies. Say, for example, you want to create employment within the youthful population when are just maybe school leavers from universities. You want to give them some kind of incentive. So basically, you allow small-scale organizations or businesses for create employment for their young people. So it depends on their capacity or their career paths. So if you're not able to give them the 800,000, government goes, well, okay, you pay 400,000 or you pay 500,000, we subsidize the extra for you. Or we go give them particular students here, so we interns them, for example, for maybe their 1st year and 2nd year. If you feel to say they're very good at what they're doing, you can employ them on a part-time basis while they go into their final year. So at least then they gain some work experience in the field of their career paths before they actually qualify. So even if, for example, they're able to get a full-time job somewhere, they can come together and form a business of their own or of their own
consortium.
Maybe 2 or 3 or 4 of them can come together. Okay, between we 4, look together, we rent an office space, and they will begin push the business small. Because I highlighted this some time ago where we talk about the scorecard on health. What's wrong if people then become health practitioners and open their own surgery? What's wrong for lawyers and come together and open their own chamber? What's make engineers and know for come together and open their own construction farm. Wetin make carpenter and able for come together and open their own carpentry workshop. So these are all small-scale businesses that government can encourage, either by giving them loans from banks, so they can be able to set up properly, and then they manage them. So if that happens, it means all the accountants, they don't go to accounting or college, go get jobs because they get for come manage and do the books of their small-scale businesses that also really exist. They can open up their own accounting firm. But I don't know how these people think, whether it's deliberate or they're just wicked or it's just evil mindset or they just don't care. Because if we will not get all the degrees, they will not sit on an office of authority, we don't go to minister, in addition to that, we they think in any kind of way of developing the youth or create employment in our country, we get 0% of employment from any other institution apart from government entities. That is why everybody wants to go into politics. That is why everybody wants to be members of parliament. That is why everybody wants to be councillors. That is why everybody thinks the only way for survival in Sierra Leone is the political channels, because that is where you can go and embezzle and steal and abuse government fund and nobody asks you no question. So they rather accept that than they actually create proper jobs for people who are actually studying and then get the capacity to deliver in so many different ways. But then just need to give them the opportunity for do so. I don't know whether that is deliberate.
Yes, thank you, Timo. Femi, over to you.
Yeah, so sorry guys, my camera just went to sleep. Guys, you know, oh yeah, encouragement, you know, providing the platform, as I said before, building an industry. I think it's 90 body talk about so just now. The football world, yeah, where we watch football, where Manchester United got beaten by Liverpool 7-0 the other day. Not to then 22 players the normal within a field make that match day. They played it. But the reason why we will watch them because there's an industry we build around football. Yeah, you get cameraman them, you get photographer them, you get the person where they prepare the pitch, you get the person where they was the kits, you get the person where they produce the kits, you get the person where they produce football boots. There is so many things just where they around that industry day. Imagine say we government actually decide say we're going to support this industry. We talk earlier on about the film industry. Yeah. Imagine all the jobs that we go create, also the actor the normal. You create technical roles for people them. You go create fabric roles for people the way they design costumes them. You go create carpentry work for people who they design the sets them. You know, there is so many things. You get transportation, logistics, where you get for move from yonder to yonder. You go, I can go on and on and on. All we need is people with vision. We need people with vision and people then with the zeal for move forward. This 800,000, Juma, you're right. It's not a living wage. It's not a living wage. We need a living wage, and really and truly, not for just tax the private sector then dandy. Governments na they then get for begin, na then get for provide more jobs for people them, and not punish the one the way they provide the few jobs them, because that's what they're doing with this thing. Yeah. You know, encourage factories them for open. Encourage the mobile companies then for bring better internet scan at the country. Somebody tell me yesterday, say I will be lucky to have 5 meg download in Sierra Leone. And see nobody know they create 5 meg download. Imagine, how is a business where they deal in technology going to survive in this day and age? How are our kids going to be able to survive and study and learn them on the internet if we can't provide more than 5 megabytes per second? You know, really and truly, I'm disappointed in our innovations man. When are we Minister of Education? He's in charge of educating the children of Sierra Leone. He comes from a tech industry. You would think that as Tiboy say, with all in degrees them, he go able for utilize them for push certain things and go before. We can't be stuck in the 70s.
Well, thank you so much, Femi. Me no have for labor much on the Mr. Innovation, man, because me no say waiting in what achieve for himself, he don't achieve that. He don't get that nice CV say, I served as Minister of Education, maybe the youngest in the country. And also now he don't use the same way for apply for improve government policies and create the enabling environment. You don't use them for write book. Me, I always been think say, now after you don't left office, you go sit down for write book. But in write book, within the same way in our office, using government resources for doing research and using government policy papers, things where people don't develop, and in right time say radical inclusion. So you see, it's a personal development for the Minister of Basic Education, and then the people wait for benefits, no benefits. So that's I don't want to waste my time much on that. But Femi, you don't highlight everything. If it's just one sector, government, you don't need for do everything. Just develop one sector and develop them very well. Let Sierra Leone be known for one thing. We keep referencing Nigeria because it's the biggest entertainment, producers in Africa and possibly, now the globe as well. Okay. When Nigeria, before the Nigeria Nollywood movie industry, our stereotype about Nigeria was what? Negative, right? Thief man them, 419,
yeah.
All kinds of stereotype. But now what you see the infrastructural development in the country, you see people progressing. It show you things that way you not ever feel say exist in Africa. You understand? And now people want to engage with Nigeria. Are we saying that corruption is not in Nigeria? That is not what we're saying. Or people are not the way unemployed. They are unemployed. Are there people who are suffering and struggling? Definitely yes. But what we're saying is they are making progress in areas that where people are not be they look better. And we say getting same opportunity. Femi mentioned in the 2000s, where we get, what's the guy's name? They produce all the music video in Asalo. Astrov? Is it Astrov?
Charles Astrov.
Charles Astrov.
Music producer.
Yeah, so Charles Astrov came, he gave opportunity, he trained people, he take chicken change, all kinds of things. The industry boomed, right? But were we able to develop it to the next level and sustain it? Because before P Square, we had what? People, right? We get the Daddy Sarge them and that whole lineup. Before P Square then come. Under we knows, P Square they explode. Femi, over to you.
Juma, I was I was around, I was in entertainment around that time day. And I did tell you this for fact. In something they not go admit them. But I spoke to the elder brother at the time. Sierra Leone was the launch pad for P Square.
And they got 50,000 people, right?
When they came to Sierra Leone, waiting and doing a Salon Stadium, 9 puts them na the platform for outside and don't reach. So that's what I'm saying. Anything is possible if people then encourage certain things. Then we invited them to Sierra Leone. They took on the challenge. And then take them, they hold them, and they move on with them, and their life change after visiting Sierra Leone. Why can't that be for our Sierra Leonean artists?
Because the people the way they look at the people the way they do the thing the way the people them for do, they're not serious.
And anybody now in Nigeria, within the entertainment industry, where in Korea one go down. If you want for resuscitate them, it can alone. I can't.
You know what? It's like we this why we are the biggest. We're one of the biggest. Call on my family. This Nigerian artist. We in Papa get money.
Davido
took a picture of a backdrop at the Shaker Stevens Stadium. He say, my papa, you think say I know they do music? Come watch me where million people they cry for see me na Sierra Leone. Now say it enough, so you making yarn. You get the whole 50,000 capacity of Sierra Leoneans behind his back. Now he telling Papa say he is now a superstar.
And he's right. Even Peace Choir them now it's football and be while them play. Not so musical. Like you stated, Sierra Leone became their launching pad. We make dance SSBN believe now, say, okay, we can do this, and the country believe in them. Most of the artists, Ake Popo, where they go, they don't say Ake Popo
Brook Stadium.
Right. Where you see Mr. Ibu Gonatong, anyone where Gonatong, now they make in your name.
But the sad part about Tandy, not to foresay we haven't given our own artists those opportunities. We have.
Yeah, but
of course we have. I'll give you an example. The likes of Daddy Sarge, Emerson, even K-Man, and we have big household name artists that we don't flop stadium. But the reason make us say we have given them those opportunities. And what in them do with those opportunities after? Very important. Go on, Femi.
T-Boy, I disagree with you. Yes, the private industry, you go say sometimes give them the opportunity, but that isn't, not to forgo stadium, go full up stadium.
Yeah.
That is not the answer, T-Boy, because we can all do that. We don't visit Boku shows
like
that we
say,
don't
what in them do after?
But it's not waiting then do. Waiting the government of Sierra Leone do for enable their artists here, so because they're small scale business people themselves. Yeah. So Emerson, okay, sometimes Emerson are different because he actually name Emerson. But some of them Daddy Sarge no name Daddy Sarge. Yeah, that is his product. That's not the way they do now in business standing. So waiting government supposed to do now for provide the enabling environment for make sure say these people their business can get to the next level. And that's what we're not doing in Sierra Leone.
Right.
So they can't grow. You can't blame them and say waiting and not do with them safe. Because there's the enabling environment not there. Person go ship container of perishable goods can saloon. Then go keep in container na wataki. Take all in products they well. How you think say that person they go come back for can bring next business can a saloon? These are the things.
One container that person there they ship first like can test the market or something a loan they don't take in a bank. Big loan for bring can chicken or bring can yabas. Then keep on the tape because of overtaxation.
And that's a small scale business. And something that small scale business they been employ 20, 30, something 100 people there. But now that 100 people in there, they are jobless now because government allow that person container forget stock or then go overtax that person there to enable pulling. He got the left it in there because points on they pull them because we pull on our taki, we don't pay that much amount of tax. What kind of business you go able to do? We already said that company where they do water they lock because of the same thing. How many businesses that we don't hear in the last 5 years we don't close down and they all the talk saying that because of the way we governments they deal with it. So there is that platform did not exist for make a small business go. So how are we going to get any better?
Right. So let's go back to the Ministry of Employment and Social Security. We don't talk about say government are not creating new jobs. Now, this is one thing where people need to understand. We government not create new jobs. Then they recycle jobs. Then they take job now people they earn and put their own person in there. That's what they're doing. But they are not creating new jobs. So Femi and T-Boy right, the small scale businesses, the private sector we're supposed to create jobs for people in employment. Government they try for suffocate them or let them able for function. Because of overtaxation, get the enabling environment, the operational costs then they go up because they get for use generator instead of 24-hour electricity, all of those things. And people they ask, hey, why not go factory not can open again? Hey, but why paint factory not they open again? They will not function. Why nail factory not they? Why matches factory not? We used to have all these industries
Where
in
Coca-Cola?
Sierra Leone.
Where Coca-Cola?
And I just say why make that and no open because you go say and go do the work. But Coca-Cola will be they close because of they not get the environment for work. Grafting close because they not get the environment for work. And grafting not to just the water they produce. The owner of grafting, bigger other businesses. You get the fishing arm, right? Where they get a cold room and all of those things. Do we know whether all those businesses closed? Now they're operating in Ghana instead of Sierra Leone. And this is a Sierra Leonean own business. They can't function in Sierra Leone. So all them people able to work there, fear job not there again. But the dangerous parts, now the social security part, T-Boy and Femi, and people don't know this. The Ministry of Employment and Labor and Social Security, now the supervising ministry for NACIT. NACIT falls under the Social Security in those ministry. All we money, so bad investments. All the people and them poor people here where they work, where minimum wage and they get what you call a wage, they still get taxed, right? And then they pay to the pension fund, now social security. Government they take that money there. People within our government they use them for their own personal resources, and then they do bad investments them. So now some man the way they reach retirement age. Where they go tell you how much you forget, you left the money give them because the transport where they pay come on you owes. The transport where they pay come out now you owes for can't take that money every month. The transport book pass that. So if when you lend transport to your wife or your neighbor or that culture shop, where you can't take the money from your pension, you need to go pay them back. Because the transport book pass which they can't take. For a lot of people, for the majority. Let me hear you guys.
So, Juma, not blowing the industry horn, but if any business worldwide wants to succeed, they therefore embrace the media. The media has so much to give to any industry we want go. And if we look at the media na salon, you tell me how than it possible for make any industry grow. You tell me. Our media people, I'm not gonna say they're not professional, but they depend on government. So they write what government wants instead of the truth. So really and truly, all them questions we ask Juma, all them questions we ask, they fall in deaf ears.
Right. Tibo, back to you.
We're almost wasting our time.
Right. Thanks, Femi. Over to you on that one. Then I get a comment now, so I will read follow we more quick.
When it comes to social welfare, we talk about and the
social security,
and the agency we're responsible with an asset, right? They don't do bad investments them over the years. Again, who said they get the investment advice from? Because I remember during these 5 years of President Mada being government, now the people who have been by that new ferry, they see the number, eh?
Yeah.
What happens to that ferry? We didn't see it anymore. It only appears for once and then it disappears.
Right. That ferry been get banjul pana.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what you want to say? We can't get banjul pana.
Yeah, right. The banjul right there. So the ferry don't go back to banjul. Let me go rent some for cash showcase.
Yeah. So now see us talking about the Juma because that's not one of the investments of NACIT.
Suppose for
NACIT puts together a couple of buildings there within Godrich. Again, they're not being utilized. They only use when they use them building for that's something ministers them or head of various different parastatals there that didn't go then girlfriend. Nothing in the go to the concubine there. Nothing in the utilize for the weekend. So nothing really happens there. The buildings are just there, meant to be rented by maybe middle class Sierra Leoneans, but you cannot afford a building like that for rentals because it's thousands of
It wasn't
dollars.
for rental. It was initially for purchase, $250,000.
Well, can you imagine? Well, more people in the working salon they afford $250,000 maybe in 10 years with a salary maybe of $2 million.
So man, in one old family, from where they're born till they die, if you put all till they get together, they not even reach 100,000. They talk about one person for 10 years.
Juma.
Yes.
So NASIT, the money NASIT they invest, isn't that pension money?
Yeah. Correct. I make a mention now. Okay. So that the poor people in pension, and then they're supposed to invest.
So technically, that money they owe now people we don't work, now they sweat, and then blood, sweat, and tears.
Correct.
Now go up in smoke so.
Correct.
Now then bring ferry come out, Gambia can show we then say and go back.
Yeah.
Wasted money. Now then build the hostel we they're not able for sale and neither rent up to now. Most of these houses aren't the empty, boy.
They are. So they just using it like we say, where they need free space.
Short time.
Then some thinking the way you get people from international visitors, then they can use them back as well. And to be honest, when you have used those buildings on 2 occasions on film productions and musical videos, they are really, really equipped. They are all furnished. But very few people can actually afford that.
But that's the problem, T-Boy. So there's no point in we can shine this year so and can show now this glass here so we shine. It needs to be practical. We get 7 million people and most of these people are unemployed, underemployed, lack of housing. Why would not build? Why would not use their money then they make factory them? Yeah. Right. Why would not make local what can call them local houses them? So that people are able for actually go rent. Because right now all man they fetch for bill. The reason why we get all this problem with land tax alone, because all man they fetch for bill, not all man for bill. Government supposed for create or for fend land and say okay we can put up apartments in there so we're gonna be affordable for people and for car rent. Most people in the go rent are then dangerous waterside place them. Pambody or they make cement block now water areas them where they cause more problem because there's no proper regulation. Right. Because no other place not the way affordable. So anybody will say at the go rent, so where you go look outside in the go rent, now problem here.
The same company we go build the housing, their houses then a salon, then call it Reggie Manuel. It's a Ghanaian company. Okay. Reggie Manuel estates then a Ghana. They get different locations. They're all occupied. Either people they don't buy them or then they rent them. Because I lived, when I go Ghana at one point, I live now one of their estates then they. So when they say Reggie Manuel Estate, now they, if they ask you side, they say now Reggie Manuel Estate area. And the community full of nice houses, 3 bedrooms, people then did it. It's organized, gated communities, everything. It's organized. Yanda now, those then did it for furniture and for misuse. Yes, Femi.
So in Ghana, Nigeria, and other countries, Tibo Juma, then gets lots of problems the way we self get. But waiting and gets way better past we, then don't create an environment where they're able for work and make money. And at that we not get. How are you going to sell a house for $200,000? Where, as you say, most of your family not able for and than they in almost here.
In a lifetime.
That's the answer there. So we can't compete with even with neighbor them. Because we not get standing. Even Gambia with them say we'll be better pass. Now don't surpass you by far.
All right, now you get the Taft group when I Gambian company wade into housing and then they can build house then a salon as well. Or according to it, and they say, right? And then they don't bring can and don't showcase it and they can build house. Taft
so we they go backwards because of lack of visions from we leaders.
Correct. Yep. Sad. So, interesting comment from, the chat group has been very interesting, but I picked this one up from Stephen Nyale because he gets a different perspective, and I will discuss them a little bit. And then they will lead me to the agriculture side. They say the problem we have in Sierra Leone / Africa, most of the people, let me say, wants to be in offices on social media and explain. All man, they wait on government. How many of us have gardens or are supporting our communities, villages to grow basic stuff? None. My sister is a living witness. She started small and today she have 2 supermarkets. What's your comment on this? Who wants to go first?
Well, I at least I watched Steven in comments, and I think he shoots himself not the foot because he talk about agriculture and then he end up with supermarkets. So basically, I don't know exactly what he did guy for highlights. I don't know whether I want for highlights, say, Insista start off with, I mean, they expect say Insista start off with 1 farm, now you don't get multiple farms. But 1 supermarket in another is the same business that we're talking about. Now, like we get 1 box full of man shop with them, they call first, we get basic provisions them, and then you don't go to 2. But that has nothing to do with agriculture. So the essence of introducing agriculture, whilst we sit here and talk on social media, again, does not depict his statement. But for make you understand, say, I am into agriculture, but I will not call myself an agriculturist. I have a farm of palm kernel where me self be part of where us. Where that farm, they don't grow and they produce palm kernel. But guess what? Again, if you're not in Sierra Leone, you cannot utilize it properly because the people that are responsible to look after it or to maintain it or to use it as a source of earnings are not doing it. So, and doing that in the way this palm kernel they grow, with the plant planting, with the plant pineapple, with the plant banana. And all these items were exported to maybe neighboring towns like Kenema, Kono, and Panguma. When I did them, they do Luma every other Saturday, and even Tongofield. But when you look at agriculture, like I said earlier on, agriculture for production, for like everybody feed themselves, not a small scale. Because no matter what you do as an agriculturist, you can forget something where you sell and some way they left home for
just quickly, it mentioned say now the Insista in supermarkets, Sahia Foods, they can get plantain chips, banana chips, breadfruit chips, sweet potato chips, cassava chips, yams chips, and raw organic honey in sachets, right? So it's a little check on social media because not small. So what did they try for say? Yeah, go ahead. I'll come to the small side a little bit later. Well, maybe we help Stephen. But I just want to read that in continuation with Femi. Let T-Boy finish, then I'll allow Femi for coming.
Well, it could say it highlights the amount of items that we insist is selling in supermarket. They could check them on social media. Also, I say for me, could check them.
Social media. Usa will sit down, they explain. Usa
okay, I just want the reason make I ask. Usa is say we for check them social media, right? Yeah. So now let's talk about somebody who lives in Sierra Leone. How are you able to get access for check in system product in our social media when I get the data itself? So what do you think that person will prefer? For buy data and check the product of your system and business online, or utilize that money there for feeding self? So if we want to go over the board of what you would expect, say, technology has improved in Sierra Leone, we should be able to cater for it. Yeah, but the outsource of Insista in business is only to us in the diaspora, and not to we they buy if the market in Africa. Except if you want to make we send money for people and say, go to Sahia store, go buy 5 biscuits, go buy 3 plantain chips. But again, I would like to see the product then, because if they are packaged well, then you need to find a way to sell it in Sierra Leone than actually using the social media platform to sell it. Because social media platform is not going to sell the goods and services of your sister that lives in Sierra Leone, where the majority of the people that they access are not in Sierra Leone.
Right. So Laye, Femi, then I'll come in a little bit. Femi, over to you.
So yeah, so Stephen, eh?
Yeah, Stephen Nyali.
So Stephen, we you know, kudos to you and your sister. You know, it's good when you hear of somebody we start with little and produce something we're able for live off and sustain himself and family. So which is good. You know, the word supermarket, I think we'll get for begin take how they use them. When you travel out of Sierra Leone, now you actually know how backward Salon they. You know, search for sea. And they talk about where you come to the west. Where you travel within Africa, where you go see supermarket. Now you know see all the supermarkets in a salon, na corner shop. You know, I've had the opportunity to travel to a few African countries, and where you see supermarkets, you know, see, yes, you don't kind of supermarket. You still not see nothing at the west, but it is rows and rows and rows of shops. You know, the one shop sometimes where they sell groceries, it as big as sometimes all the supermarkets in our salon put together. Just one green no more. We're not in a one green area. And these are country them where we they look down on as well. Where would they say, we better pass than country than they? You know, really and truly, it's good that your sister has, as I say, don't achieve and don't do dandy for himself. But it isn't good for our government for make Stephen able to talk about one person. That's the problem we have. We should have thousands of them people in there. We forget thousands of Stevens and they say the same thing. We have a lot of people doing good work with the youth in Sierra Leone. But again, most of the organization and people also aren't being supported by government. So it is almost impossible to grow beyond a certain point. You know, if Stephen and sister get sometimes more opportunity, more support from government, sometimes a different topic Stephen for the talk show. Sometimes sister for don't become a multimillionaire and we need to talk about Leon's turn. Because she's got the entrepreneurship mind with a bit of support from government, she could have been, you know, far bigger than she is. What I try for say is we need that idea there for go to many more youth them in Sierra Leone. Not to just 1, 2, 3. We all have these good stories. But now one. We need it to be in numbers, Juma.
Right. Thank you so much, T-Boy and Femi. And I'm glad the way, you know, na highlight anything. And thank you so much, Stephen, you know, because this now which we want, you know, the various perspective and the program. And Mr. go join Femi for say kudos to his sister for work hard. And if you don't listen to we throughout the program, we advocacy talk now how government will create the enabling environment so small businesses and, you know, aspiring entrepreneurs like your sister go able for thrive, survive, and grow. So burden no go dey on government. All waiting government need for do and for create the enabling environment for them businesses and they support them for make let them not suffer. I'm sure you the reference your sister, but if you talk to your sister with the prevailing circumstance in the country, the economy, the forex, and all of that, it bet your sister so much that God forbid, if it continue in this way, maybe your sister's business will not survive. Just like how Grafton Spring Water started with a small business, they were like a big, one of the big businesses there where Sierra Leone pride himself to, right? Where even organizations, they give out a lot of charity. Where people want events, so then they go, where they make events, so then they go for sponsorship, not to Grafton, for example. Then they go to Grafton for sponsor them as part of their corporate social responsibility. But Grafton closed because of waiting they happen at the country. Your sister's business is doing well, according to you, is she's growing. Again, we call them small business because not necessarily say the shop not big from a pan body shop to one shop front we get 2 domot. One, na waiting na the revenue where the business gets. 2, the number of people that we employ. Now that one day they rate business as well, say a small business. You get a bracket, and then they affected by the tax bracket as well. Because one can put your sister upon trouble. You say your sister get big supermarket, but in business license where you get now for a sole proprietorship or small business tax bracket today. So you got to be careful. Big not to buy shop, but they talk about actually the revenue where they generate and how many people they employ. So now that one day now they talk about in that scale, they say a small scale business, not a big business yet. But we want to see you sister in business and so many other small businesses them like the one that we get cigarette box. And they talk about shop self. Then they get cigarette box. Then they pull markets to Victoria Park. The one the where they sell rest by bag na Fisher Street. The one that we get material shop. When a small business until they just get them and then family no more than they employ. So themselves now then they will because they're not able to employ outsiders because they're not able to pay them salary. So we want to see them businesses then they grow. We want to talk more Sahia foods. Not to just one. We want to talk about boku one. How many other, I use the word in brackets, as you say, supermarkets that we don't close within these 5 years? St. Mary's closed, right? So many others don't close. Some supermarket don't transform their business from supermarket to building materials to something else because of so many challenges, red tapes, hurdles that we then therefore climb. We know they say all man get for Sidon, but it is government's responsibility to provide the enabling environment for people for able to thrive, for able to succeed, so that we no go live in abject poverty. People they no go there all man stress. We tell her do self vex. They go to sit down provoke only because they too belful. But now you need go sit down joke self with people. Growing up, what do they look out for? You don't come out school, you don't do your homework, you don't go lesson, you don't eat. The next day they remember and avoid it. Now for cancer, don't keep coming and begin provoke, pull joke, tell story, lie story them, all to get the story mastered in that area. But that is not happening right now. The country tense because of the reality where everybody they face in the country. So Stephen, we will let more feedback on your sister in business, and we wish them all the best. And one thing where I believe that this government can kill is the local content vibe we been on there. And they don't go. When I last year you were told they talk about local content?
Well, you see, some of the reason of killing local content is basic. And I feel say that basic reason they down to, you might say possibly, you know what I'm saying, but it's down to the demography of people who are traders in Sierra Leone and the demography of people who are not traders in Sierra Leone. And we know the demography already. And we know who are the traders, who are the business-minded people in Sierra Leone.
So you therefore say it's because of politics as well?
It's politics. It's just down to the fact that politics has played a great role in killing everything in Sierra Leone for the past 30 or 40 years. Because if we put politics aside, we can live together amicably. We can work together without no problem. We can develop Sierra Leone without even thinking of anything. If we just take political platforms away from what we do. Because killing local content is all down to political gains. Meaning, you will not be empowered and develop your political party. For example, we all know for say, the Timniman and Salona and the traders there. The APC supporters and the businessmen. And then they do all kind of deal, all kind buying and selling, all kind import and export, all kind trading and whatever you might call it. We know for sure, say, the Southeasterners, they're not eliminated, not to business-minded people. They make you get 70% of the business people in the Southeast are not the Mendes, there are people from other different tribes, Timini, Loko, Limba, Creole, and the rest. So for that particular reason, the local content die. And where I say local content die, you telling me how many contractors and BD salon will be the build houses, then we still the build house. Because you remember 10 years ago, there were lots of contractors. How many houses they were on build within the past 5 years, we don't erected go up? Okay, let's say it's corruption, but which is extremely bad. We don't want that to happen. Because when you prey on corruption, again, you try for legitimize the fact, say, well, okay, yeah, it's justifiable. It isn't. Yeah. But when you have an environment that open doors, and then what thing we for don't do now as citizens of Sierra Leone for all governments accountable at that particular point in time, which we did. But we can't do it alone. So it has to be something that is consistent. So we keep on doing it over and over and over until people realize, well, okay, let's have an open field platform for everybody to come and invest. How many investors have actually gone to Sierra Leone within the past 10 years? Local investors, as in Sierra Leoneans, investing in Sierra Leone. Not even 10% within the past 5 years. That I will say for sure. Because we know some of the people who get businesses alone, maybe they do fair trade businesses, as in nothing to do with politics, just trade.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? They're not getting nothing to do with political parties, and they support ABC and other SLPP. They were just business-minded people. Okay, what can I bring to Sierra Leone to invest? You can get possibly 50 shipping agents that we've been in the country. Where we don't make now for shipness alone, 2 weeks you product the reach. 2 weeks. Yeah. 2 weeks. Because what you do, ships and they go to Freetown like on a regular basis. So even the shipping company realize, say, oh, that's a new pipeline that has opened. Let's make our tracks there on a regular basis.
If they get in their mind, the way they call you for market, say we get container, we get you the ship to Sierra Leone if we now want for ship.
Exactly. So basically, the business grow. But how much of that we don't get within the past couple of years? So that is the way they kill local content. How many builders them they? Even the people they broke stones for builders cannot do that anymore. Because for the fact that business in the flow, many people were investing, and most of the houses built within those areas are owned by people who live in the diaspora. Why? Because they get businesses they only need take to salon, where they don't buy and sell, then money they get, then they take for builders. Then they come back, they can put the money back and buy more products, come back, cancel a salon, take the profits, build half part of their house. Now, some of those for building and hosting for the past couple of years, say some of them don't get massive big mansion than now today. These are business people who not get nothing for do with politics, not get nothing for do with corrupt practices, that they hard labor and then business skills when they use for ship containers. Some they even do job loss, pick stuff, then are gone inside Europe, pack in a container, go make second hand. But guess what? That second hand give many people opportunities to have TVs in their houses. It gives many people opportunities for ride bicycle when I've been privileged as alone. It gives many people opportunities for even use flush toilets where they now run down communities that like a bay. Even give people opportunities then for me they able to get satellite in their houses they went up on body. And it creates an environment where people feel comfortable because some of those use items were very useful in Sierra Leone. Even introduce people and for begin use the gym, build gyms in their houses. Because they get step ladder, then now they come on use containers, then way they count goods and services in a salon, we then go able for afford for buy. So then get them on in thing and then step in and they host them as private entities there. These not of people how they make money. Oh. These are basic Sierra Leoneans. Basic Sierra Leoneans begin to live a slightly decent life. Every Sierra Leonean now they hope for gets 1 bedroom flats. Even the one where they work in a bank, they need a bedroom and a living room. So they're able for entertain themselves, even with the small money when they work, they're able for try for live a decent life. So I will not say life was perfect. It wasn't okay. But at some point, business was flowing with people that way they do genuine business, apart from the corrupt practice of the politicians, maybe they involved in politics, maybe they thief political money anyway, put in their own pockets for their own good. But there were still genuine businessmen in Sierra Leone, maybe they invest. We come out all over the world, from America, Australia, Canada, England. England was even the backyard for those businesses because it grew in numbers.
See, boy, just quickly though, we mentioned that, like, when and this come back to a Femi's point, when we get the boom in the mining sector, all the local trucks, the trucks them are owned by what? Not to foreigners, but Sierra Leoneans.
Yeah.
Some man start with 1, he end up get 5. Some man end up take loan here and where, then get 10 trucks because then trucks they hired.
I remember where Bolori come take over the shipping management of Wataki. Now the first attempt that way then starts for begin kill local content, and it was a disaster for Bolori. They nearly terminated their contract because what they do when they take over the management structure of Wataki, they also take over the transportation sector of the mines. We have been in Marampa mines, we do bauxite and iron ore. So guess what? They actually took drivers and trucks from Ghana.
Yeah, true.
They import Ghanaian drivers.
Yeah.
Can't drive us alone.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine that? So basically, it was a disaster. And guess what happened? They protest against them. You can't do that. So basically, they may go back and withdraw that deal. Because it means people no longer take loan in a bank, don't set up consortium, like 5 or 6 people possibly go take loan in a bank, then buy 2 trucks. One they take go, one they take can wait, the other one can, some they do 2 days, some they do 3 days. And those areas were developed within a year or 2. Those areas were hot cities in Sierra Leone. The Makeni, the Putloko, the Ferengbaya, and you see, no look at them say now because of the mining no more being attracts people in from another area deal. Because all other entities as NGOs were also focusing in that particular area because the issues were increasing.
Right.
The needs of those societies were growing. Because the population will grow, but they not get better healthcare facilities. So NGOs are going there to create more healthcare facilities. The population they grow, they don't have enough schools. So what's in the happen is NGOs and they go there for build more schools. The population will grow, but they not get communities that will be able to do things. So NGOs are going into those communities because the population is growing. So they bring in more facilities for the people already. So not just the mining number the benefits, everything else was benefiting from that mining field. Right. So that's not the disadvantage that we possibly will get within the past 5 years. There was not an environment that is conducive for people to operate properly without thinking otherwise. Many businesses closes down because of increase in tax. Yes, we not say government they make tax, now they make the money and all that stuff. But what see you get for do for minimize taxation for increased investment? Why don't we think like that? Some of we just run with offices the number outstanding. We can't even employ up to 5 or 6.
Yeah, just paying for the office. Right?
Because nothing happens. But you have to maintain that structure. You have to maintain the business just to keep it going. With the hope that things might change tomorrow. How can you run a business with hopefuls? You can't. You can't, because at the end of the day, you run a business for profit. If you not profit, not loss. But if you know profit, you know loss, you're just there.
You're not even breaking people.
They even use up your own personal resources for pay for business. They even make 1 million for the whole year. So it is a struggle. So I really applaud Stephen and sister. But guess what? You're rather unfortunate to unable to enter the social platform of the particular store. Because what I want to do, I just look at the cost of the goods and services and where those goods and services were coming from. It's basically from the UK, from America, or some other parts of China. And now think about the shipments we get from all those areas for shipment stuff that they go sell. How much you go sell one? And when you choose for sell one, how many people are going to be able to afford to buy one? So it's not just to have 2 stores in Freetown or in Sierra Leone. Are you actually running those stores on profit margin? Or you're actually running it because you just have fun to do business? Because we all know how business start like Nasa alone. If the supermarket they went like a cent makes where they cater for almost the Hoity-toities in Sierra Leone cannot afford, they can shut down. I want to see how many businesses then can really exist in Sierra Leone. Something, I don't know, but something you need to go through the rigorous taxation way other people need to go through as a business in Sierra Leone. Maybe that's why. But even if you do, then I want to see exactly what's in a profit margin, although you're not going to tell me that. But again, we have to consider the realistic cost of running a business in Sierra Leone as it is right now. Right. It is a struggle, Juma. So when you look at all what we talk about, so social security is not going to make any difference because all the money they make from the taxation they pay hasn't been utilized properly. So we are back in square one, where you don't old or you don't turn 60, 65, you don't retire. How the government will look after your pension, your basic necessities, they buy for you one bag rice.
You talk about one bag rice. I said the money, some people in pension fund, the pension money, we don't calculate in pension. The money they trust for paid transport for CAM, down I call a Walpole Street or BN Central Police Station yonder for go collect whatever check you get for go na bank for go collect the money. The transport boku pass with they go collect. So imagine, because this has been tested. Somebody be the way don't left with you call a left with now slaying with prepare. We come for can collect the money. A week afraid for go back na house. So imagine if that money they have for make life better. This will talk about teachers, some na middle level managers, na the civil service. They don't have that much to collect as pension funds. So the little way if the people are they in charge, they misuse their money then and feel say they get forget away with her. And at this side, I always they remember what T-boy they say. That if somebody don't serve Sierra Leone as minister or any capacity, where then sack you no mean say if crime the way we don't commit during your tenure, where they don't sack you mean say that they don't go away. Because you've done things to the country, we get for hurt the country, we get for affect people and lives them. Because if you then a Ministry of Labor, Employment and Social Security, then you know the supervising ministry for NASIT, and then the NASIT boss then sit on the people pension funds, then shape them, then government change or then sack you decide for going to one European country, go sit on there with your family, then people able to get their money. They should hunt you and your family to pay that back. Yeah. Because these now people blood, sweat, and tears where you don't misuse, mismanage, and then that should not go unpunished. Because it is sad. If minimum wage now 800,000, how much you get for make for you actually get? The 800,000 is not even a living wage right now. So imagine when they go down calculate the pension, say okay, you will get I don't know how much percentage of your money you will get every month. Imagine how much you will get for able for upkeep yourself in your old age or you and your family. So it's a sad one. And again, the issue of local content, these things should not be politicized. Because if the private sector, the small scale businesses that they operate, it's less pressure on government. People are going to go after them affairs, and government will continue for doing and they do, and less tension at the country. But when you stifle everyone, you suffocate everybody, you not allow people to breathe, you think say they punish them using it as a political weapon, then you get more pressure, more tension, and people will begin poke hole on the things that were not even necessary. And they will question you. And if you don't like to be questioned, then you begin to retaliate, then you're committing other human rights abuses. People will think, oh, you just they make excuses, you just talk. That's not what it is. This is the reality. So you have to have that political will and the mindset for make a difference. Helping your community and your people grow, your citizens grow, it's a plus for you. After 5 years, you're doing a scorecard. Let people able to say, yes, he mark this, correct tick. Let them not say, you say they provide 2 million jobs. Where are the jobs? the unemployment rate don't increase. Sierra Leone has gone back to that situation wherein the country now is the second poorest country in the world. Second poorest in the world. Next to bottom. Now this Salon Day. So when we they talk like how Femi say we like for compare ourselves with other countries, please let's stop that as an excuse for government for continue for punish we. But the only thing why make people in government like that is to make sure they attract more funds where they go pocket for them and their family. Because when they write, Sierra Leone lives in abject poverty, the war affected us, blah, 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 blah. We are 50 years. All the negative things then put them down as the problem, as the project, and then begin justify how to solve that. But when the money comes, they pocket it. Put it in their pockets, write lie reports. The way only accountable now become problem. They say COVID, now the country get the best solution for COVID. Say today they perfect by definition first. Is it a Prado? Is it a Jeep? Is it a SUV? Is it a Hilux? So we're not even able to define who's kind of motorcar and buy it, let alone know the number of motorcar they will buy. 30 they would still affect. Oh, it's brand new. No, it's second hand. It's brand new second hand. So we don't arrive at that definition and it. So we're not even able to know that, let alone know how much money we then spend for buy them motorcar and they will don't go flip donor money. Why? Because they say Salon, poor, we're living in abject poverty, 90% of the population is living under $1 a day, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, Tibo, round up this for me. If you allow jump into agriculture quick, when I use favorite area, then
let round them up with Stephen in last comments. We will catch up on the next talk program. I've just checked this link and it's working. We must get out of our comfort zones in Africa and take risk. Enjoy. Well, I want like Stephen enough to say he only started this adventure, 2 years ago or 2 years ago. This adventure has been started by us 20 years ago. Now, yesterday, you begin for go salon and invest in civil.
But you know if Stephen is salon?
If you are doing it, I don't say Stephen there. I sabi Stephen good go and me. I'm a small brother. So I know what I'm talking about. I'm not just saying this. I'm saying it because he know me. And for you make a statement like that to me publicly or to what you do publicly, it's not just an insult, but it's disrespectful because you know for sure. No. You know for sure the amount of stuff we don't do in a salon. And for you say we go salon and invest coming from you, we already know what thing we don't do. It's a shame. But what make you no more say, to invest in Africa is not a big deal. As long as you have an environment that is conducive and workable, then yes, people can invest in Africa. In Sierra Leone, if you not get a working environment where they make you feel comfortable for work as an investor, you're not able for work. Because like we always say, the percentage cut of voting, the administrative structures, and they ask you for in Sierra Leone if you want to go invest, it deter you from investing in Sierra Leone because you need to go invest 100,000 and then the person will go meet for put your paperwork together for making you the license for operate. They ask you for 50,000 of your $100,000 that you have to invest. So that environment is not conducive. And I think for make we able for get investors for Kana Salon for Kana invest, we get for able for adjust and encourage people and for come and do more and create that environment the way taxation will be not small, but something where you be able to afford based on the scale of your business. And then you be able to create employment, then for give some form of incentive if you're not a businessman where they create employment. Then for able to encourage you if you're not a businessman where they import consumable goods where the country need. Then for able to give some incentives if you're not a businessman where they import them where the government go able to utilize, for example, food distribution, logistics distribution when it comes to school equipment or school stuff that we able for distribute to schools. If we're able to give some amount of incentives for as long as you they bring and see them way will be useful to the community or to that particular country. Now that they make some of them countries, they are so free to say get magic, now magic, then they grow. Because they have an environment that encourages their citizens to invest. Then they encourage you for go bring somebody for go invest. Look what in Gambia they do. Gambia, they encourage people for can invest, but when they come, then they make sure say then create employment for one of them Gambian brothers, then where they understudy what you do. So even if you're not there, the business still they continue, the business still they run. We have to be able to do things, but when we go with investors and go to salon, we want for dupe them, we want for lock them, we want for run their businesses down within 1 week, and we go to for live a lavish lifestyle. We until we no go for afford after 6 months, we don't dupe that person there. So we get for begin think. What is the environment that we need for business in Sierra Leone, and how we be able to create more jobs and employment for people that we really need them? Not for just go open something where they employ 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people, but something where they create more job opportunities. Again, if you have a chain of supermarkets, it helps. Because that chain of supermarkets, they forget a minimum of 5 staff on the floor, a minimum of 5 cleaners, a minimum of security helpers, then really make sure say people are comfortable when they get there. While they see how Tesco's, Iceland, or other small-scale supermarket and they operate in the UK or in other parts of the world, they encourage you to come. They encourage you to be part of their business. They do promotions. Again, if the businesses then continue for do promotions and advertising, things that they do, the advertising industry will make money. So everybody gets something out of that something. But if we all sit down and say, okay, I mean the manager, I mean the accountant, I mean the cleaner, I mean back the sell, na the till, who is that going to benefit? Is it a community or just you as an individual? Because you don't have a breakdown of responsibility. Because if you break them down, you're able to employ at least 10 people. And if you make your goods and services accessible and affordable, you're able to sell maybe 10 products a day instead of you sell 1 because of the price high. You're able to make 10,000 profits per 5 items instead of you make 5,000 profits per 1 grain item, and you take the whole day or 2 days for selling. So we have to think whether we want to do business for real, whether we want to do business for fun, or whether we want to do business for kill the industry, for let people enough for say, oh, you can't do business now, so we can, you know, go for make profits after 5 years, the business they go. That is what I will say to wrap up this one. If you left to me one no more.
All right. Well, thank you so much, T-Boy. So let's go to your favorite topic, agriculture. We, the master farmer. I don't know if Femi get garden.
Femi born agriculture was now they actually put the policy of agriculture.
I know that make a provoke me, but
it's an above farmer. That in a fact.
Me get worried. In a the harvest.
in the consuming side of the agriculture.
Yeah, the consuming side of agriculture. Now the bomber harvesting like. But so let's look at the achievements in the area of agriculture. They trumpeted, they showcased, they told us what needs to happen. That Sierra Leoneans should not go to bed hungry. You know, we are able to Tomabom rice project. We see the tractors, say mechanization, you know, industrial farming, all of these kind of things. So T-Boy, your take, then let's hear from me. I mean, I bread and butter as I be sell, so I'm not the expert in this area.
No, again, when it comes to agriculture, I was looking at a different angle of agriculture. I remember, I mean, was it 15 years ago when I went with Afford to Sierra Leone for the first time? Yeah, about 15 years ago. So I went to Sierra Leone on an Afford mission. And that mission didn't have me for go work with various different communities in terms of business, or put together business entities. And this skip where I've been goes Afford, now Kono then send me, unfortunately. Then send me Kono.
I am fortunate.
Because I want to go to somewhere different, not my hometown.
They say charity begins.
I realized going to my hometown is not going to be of any difference. It's my hometown. I know almost everybody. Yes, I might be influential, but I think it would have been nice for me to go to maybe Tabala or maybe Pujong or maybe Tonkolili, somewhere that I haven't been before. That was when I now go to all those areas. I was longing to go to some of those areas because I haven't been to those areas before. But maybe by my name, they say, go Kono because you're not Kono man. But it was okay. So my focus is in agriculture. And at that period of time, where I can't free tongue, I realized, say, they sell cashew nuts in the streets. And we all know what's the price of cashew in London. Small packets of cashew will cost you like a £2.50. And then they sell cashew in the street, I think, was it 200 or 2,000? I don't remember again, or 1,000 for packets. I'm not too sure what the price was anyway. But I was very much concerned about the packaging. And when I look at the packaging, it has no value. And we all know, say, cashew is a natural nut that helps. It's healthy to eat it, better than peanuts. So I approached the people that will sell cashew, then they all have the arm tap and then water plastic bag, them all bundles. They will rush people in that vehicle for sale. And that's how I realized this is cashew and it's good. So I approached them on a normal day, stop 1 or 2 of them, say, how do you produce this? They say, oh, no, well, how do you package it? Oh, well, we can put it in a plastic because now there's no more one for do. Okay. I say, you believe, say, if you package this cashew properly and you get an outlet for sell this cashew, you go able to make more money than what you make right now? But it takes one to believe one. Yeah? When I say it takes one to believe one, now the fact say, my dad taught me something out of a normal discussion about 30 years ago or more. And what he teach me, I see him 15 years ago, I go salon. And you know, Bimbi, now coconut, you know, then jelly coconut, so people in the sell now, so. And in your invention, I for actually get a jelly stall now Lumley Beach. Where you go na Lumley Beach, you get like then kiosk where they do jelly. So where you go, then do the jelly for you properly, cut them and put straw inside. And then find the way how you put the jelly where you don't cut, crepe them from the shell, and then you put in a container for you. If you want for take and go in a container with a straw. Just like I already buy slush. From there, ice cream, store them. And I saw similar stuff like that 15 years after. So to me, agriculture is not just about producing stuff, but also about packaging it. Because packaging only makes your products get price. If you get the right product and you know package them well, you know they mean nothing because at the end of the day, you not get the right packaging. So to me, agriculture, yes, you don't plant yes, you don't plant your banana, you don't plant your plantain, you don't plant your grapes, you don't plant your cashew, you don't harvest. How do you package it now to make money out of it? Because that 50p or 5 leons or 10 leons or 1,000 leons really spend for packaging, it increased the price of your product because it now comes in a very decent container or decent package. So that is what I was focusing on. So if we get a government who want to invest in agriculture, what were some of the other areas of agriculture that they took into consideration? Was packaging one of it? I don't know. But if packaging was not part of the project, then it is an incomplete project. Because when you don't plant years, you don't harvest them, how you they sell them? Now, by which container you they sell them? Which device should they use for sell them? Say, for example, you create a packaging company in Sierra Leone where they package rice. So basically, you're not going to go buy rice back again at China. You're not going to go buy empties anymore. When they begin to do water packaging at salon, what happened? Nigerians capitalize on that. So what they do? They begin to supply salon the empty containers. And they were monopolizing that particular trade because I don't get it. So we struggle. So when Nigerians don't import empty packages for water packaging at salon, we know they sell water. Because the empties are not there. And how they begin make money? They begin stamp them on the empty packages for personalized people in water day. So basically, the water products became a trade. It became a big business in Sierra Leone. And then people begin look now, oh, that new mawa I buy yesterday, that water is not fine. Oh, that mineral water from Grafty I buy, none of the best because the packaging don't begin sell the products properly. So when it comes to agriculture, and not just the look at the product itself, but how do you package the products? Again, we dey go salon, we dey buy plantain, na plastic, no package, no get expiry dates, they not tell you which kind of plantain this be, whether na mangoa, or whether na manawa, whether na this, we don't know what plant, it's just a plantain. Okay, this person they sell cashew, we don't know whether this cashew gets salt, whether this cashew not get salt, whether this cashew na roast cashew, we don't know. You go see I'm brown for make you determine say this is roast. You go see I'm white for make you determine say this is natural. It not get flavor. Some they will forget salt, some they will forget sugar. So we don't get to know all these things because we not care about them. But we want to talk about agriculture. Yes, you can do agriculture, but what do you do to produce your agricultural packaging? How do you sell it out? How do you package it for consumption? Because for any form of packaging where you create, you've already created employment in that particular area. You create employment for the graphic designers, you create employment for the one who produce this stuff, you create employment for the printers, you create employment for the one where they export the raw materials them for can produce them particular stuff they also where you use for packaging only. Packaging only. And if you package your stuff right, it will be used for exports, because those are some of the exporting criteria then where you get for make you get your product in exports. So you get forget expiry dates, you get forget production dates, you get forget labeling of the contents of what in there into that particular packaging in there. And when you do that, people the way they do food standards back don't get employment, because you bring in food standards authority the way they can verify your product and make sure say all the ingredients where they are correct. So that is a way of creating employment. So when we talk about agriculture, it's just the picture of agriculture, but when you break them down to the level of what agriculture really stands for, we don't even think about that. They say halfway. We just think no, say, okay, go buy the tractors and bring and can look, we begin plant, yes. And after that, what happens? Oh, go buy the tractors and can begin make granules. And after that, what happens? So do we have all those mechanisms in place when we say we use agriculture as one of the main pillar or main agenda for we manifesto for campaign for the next election? What are some of the criteria of agriculture that you've put in place? Not to just go plant the product. What will happen? The finished product, what should you do to it? Is also important. But if you not get that at the back of your mind, then your agricultural project is a wasteful project. Because it means you don't go cost all you get in a farm, you not get that for packager, you not get storage for putter. And if you get the right storage, it can be the right storage we go put away, the guests not go cold. And if the guests cold, we won't know what's happen to another sojima. If they get asking like a muko where they make the guests fashion by himself. Again, that because you have an environment that is not conducive for that particular product. So we get to think about all the issues that are so really surrounding agriculture. So now not just say them, oh, the president will forget into agriculture for make it change the lives of Sierra Leoneans, but how? What are the measures? What sort of agricultural product or packaging or whatever you don't put in place for make sure say agriculture thrive? It's not just about saying it, but there are procedures from PEP to pay rape, from the seeds to how you nurse, how you germinate, how you look after them, where you don't cultivate them, what you do to them, how you package them, how you store them, and how you take them to the market. If you follow that chain, you create serious employment for so many people, because each and every chain of that particular production, they need a professional to be utilized.
All right.
So that is what I look at when I talk about agriculture, not to just
this is not the deep end, not the T-boy Kerugoso. Like Femi, and then I will come to this. I like this Tomabo one because this one, we've seen pictures, we've seen farm around it, but I'll talk about Leoyeri Femi. Femi, over to you.
Okay, so I want to start from the land. I talked earlier on see Oma Bilos. If I get land, be it government land. Oh, let's begin. I get government land. Government give me this land and me decide say in agriculture I want to do this land. I want left the land because something the land poil. I want left farm for a while for make it grow, for make allow plants them for go, trees them for go, whatever one go there. But I left the land. Government they can't claim after almost here. Say, man, you know develop this land so you can't pull an eye. So you see where they don't understand the thing the way they talk. Then they write under the manifesto. It's nice for see on paper. But the reality is they haven't done their homework. Because as Juma say, rice is our staple diet. If we plant rice properly, we able for feed we save. That means to say we go import less rice. That means to say that money will they take go give Indian man, Chinese man for make that rice take come. That money will be spent in Sierra Leone. Go employ more Sierra Leoneans them. Go give more people in zeal for take up farming, for them make themselves go plant and see the fruits of the yield. But Juma, T-boy, when I say common agricultural home, I've been blessed. Agriculture something I make me the man who I be today. Because he pay me school fee. You know, he gave me a good life, a good start of life. Now I'm able to fend for myself because I got a start. Because my father worked in agriculture. Agriculture can do the same for a million other Sierra Leoneans them in different areas them. Tibo touch on the packaging. But you get logistics as well. As you say, if you don't farm yaso, you need for carry your products go to market. That means to say there's a whole industry of transportation we for carry that need go na industry. Whether mining company they mean they work na salon. Waiting and go to them build railway line. Not also for carry them products go all the way na the water side so that they go ship them out of the country. So as a businessman, yeah, because you aim now for make business. Points not there you they can farm, they grow all them crops here. So if the crops are going to rot, you need for care that crop to go to market, make it able for sale and give you profits. Because as a businessman, the bottom line is essential. If you're not making profit, you do work at a loss, your business is going to close. Now, governments are the only organization we're able for run at a loss over a certain period of time. Because government, the revenue not necessarily depending on that business day. Government, the revenue is me and you with taxation. It's the money where they come on and we grown na salon, we then able for sale. Now they the 90 abu pan. So they can afford to run at a loss for a while. But me, you, and any business at this world, Coca-Cola, where all man sabi, if they left for make profit and they lock that factory, because it's not viable enough. That is the true reality. But I like society will come out with packaging, because that's where we have a problem in selling our local products, Juma. And we talk about agriculture now, but in everything we do, you name Charles Ostroff Gisto. Charles came to Sierra Leone now with Manu. So some of us are sabi name, not really sabi the person. Now with man, Frenchman, he can a salon, he can help with industry, with musical industry for grow to a certain level. But because he wasn't given the right support, in business end up run at a loss. Then he gets all kind of bad name because all the artists away he made them out of his own money, out of his own blood and tears. Yes, sometimes their talent help, but they all turn around and get a bad name, but not to get the bad name. Now we government and get the bad name because they did not provide the environment where Charles for able for become profitable, so that money they go pass on to the people away in it again. If you set up a farm, T-boy, government supposed to give some kind of subsidy there so that you're able to run the farm. America, most of the millionaires are farmers, but yet they still get government subsidy for running the farm. Even in the UK, the one where they sell milk. Yeah, the milk farmers them. The kind of subsidy where then they get, you no go believe. And that is what a responsible government does. We know they say government will fix all the problem them want. But we know we bread and butter issues. Yeah, we know say farming is a problem. Now, wait and call that pepper tongue. They know they grow pepper day.
Then they come and they grow again.
So you understand that's a problem.
Pujong.
Yeah, that's a problem. Pujong actually mean pepper tongue. They know they grow pepper day. It's cheaper. Or government will allow them for make sure say we able for import them. We have so much young people them. That means to say, and because of the state of the economy, yeah, we labor costs are relatively low. Why can't we encourage serious people and for car invest, build factories them now we country and use we labor for produce products that we then able sell abroad? That's what China did. China, they realize they get almost young people there. We get strength, we get energy, we get vision. Yeah, then say, okay, we're going to compete with the world. We're going to be the producers. Whatever you want, you can't, we will produce them for you. And that's what China did because of their low labor costs. Why can't we do the same? Peugeot was being not manufactured, was being coupled up in Nigeria at some point. Because of the low labor costs. Why can't we government and incidents in India? Why can't we say we get such great arable land? We get rain. Look the kind of rain we for the salon right now. Yeah? We weren't even allowed to get water aid. Now recently we can give you water aid. Because then say we're literally almost in a rainforest. We get so much rain. That means to say we get the land, we go able for grow nearly anything we want. And now they tell you now, because of the Osua Commons, we have great soil in Sierra Leone, but we're not utilizing it well.
All right, thank you so much, Tiboy and Femi. And, you know, it's sad. We don't have to look too far or go too far. Guinea, next door neighbor. Next door neighbor na Guinea. Where you go, where they see Tiboy, you go na market. They see rice, they see cassava, all things, no so?
All right, yeah.
Grown in Guinea. Where you go, Guinea mango season. Mango against you. Where they say I'm in abundance. They had a big problem in Guinea as well as in Mali with mango. Mango, they grow, the bats, then they eat them, then say they go to waste. That's when they started their mango juice factory.
Yep. Even mango, pineapple juice factory, all
the operates
at that period of time. Yep.
You know, so we can do the same. You don't have to do every product. You can just do one that you're known for and you will develop and well. Rest not for the dear to a point wherein person in 1 month salary is not able to buy a 50-kilo bag of rice. Where family for survival. It should not be happening in Sierra Leone. So again, coming to the president in words say, oh, then they not tongue, then they all are angry. Oh, me na my own garden. You're not the president. You have a garden because the states offer you. What have you offered to your citizens for let them go farm? Nothing. We be say all ministers then forget farms, right? How many of those farms? We can also say this time bloated government, right? They have the largest cabinet so far. If all the ministers and they alone being get farmed, let's say just the minister where then the thief with country money or subsidize from the country money. Let's say now they no more get farm. All the ministers them, because them past 40. Then if they all employ 20 people in them farm. Now, beaucoup people in them don't employ, no so?
Yep.
They have the farms, they don't have it. They don't. When they go applying, the poor farmers and they go get their harvest and can't give them for tell them thank you, burn coal for them, calm, all of that. Then sing and dance, blah blah blah. Then total all the thing and then kind of return. So this Tomabo rice project are the highlighter because it's not to be new thing. And the president
asked if it be that same Tomabo rice project was it
1978
or 78?
Yeah, since 78. So
I go say na Femi and Papa put that project together then.
Correct. 78 where Tomabo rice development project we don't start.
Honestly speaking, na Papa put that project together.
Well,
I will say that with authority.
Low left that, right? So if it don't pass, this president come and say they can revive that. Okay? And I want to follow just about 5 things that we then point out, say, waiting that Tomabo rice project go be. Since 2019 with a launch them, okay? Say the investors that will come.
You get your documents from here.
Just a snippet of something. So the investor they will come say they will come bring different rice breeds and have narrowed down on the breed that may have a quick return.
Was those investors in the Vietnam one there?
No, not to the Vietnam one. The Vietnam one and later we come to that one day. So they will also say that they count different rice breed and then they go test and pilot for see which one we go grow quick, right? Wait not the maximum time for rest.
3 months, maximum 4.
3, maximum 4, right? Before don't harvest. So that's one. And then say the Tomabo rice project will be a mechanized farming with heavy duty tillers. Yes. Its first phase will employ nearly 2,000 Sierra Leoneans. The aim is to make sure the people of Sierra Leone are well fed once the project starts. Several models have been examined for its overall implementation. 5, it may adopt the possibility of exportation added to our GDP base. So everything we don't talk about now was captured, right? Saying that this thing we can't do. Any of that don't materialize. We don't achieve anything. Wanna tell me? Tomabo specifically, rice.
Let me go first on it.
Yes, Femi you start because then say you sabi Bores business.
I know sabi Bores so, but as I say, Juma, it's I not care for talk about agriculture. When we've been small, some of us go sabi one area na lonely of Beach Road we need agriculture compound.
Yeah.
So I lived in there. I lived in agriculture compound for years. Recently, when I go back na salon, I go past an agriculture compound, and it isn't an agriculture compound no more. They don't build all day. At the back of we other also been the front police station alumni. There was a swamp there. They many plants resting there. Literally, as we us done so the fence way they bear we us, we pass the mango tick them, then swamp. All that need not exist again. So now make an like for talk about agriculture because we have seen the misuse of we country in wealth.
For your information quickly, the area where they describe for the benefit of viewers them now behind Freetown supermarket. Also Freetown supermarket they now behind there. And they right now are waiting. Now Waska. Now they truck and they park. Forget transportation and things. So that place don't turn to Waska. Now that they describe so they can go vehicle and for us. Continue no more so people understand who say you they talk about because me no way end up being green when I just farming them they do that. Carry on, son.
So, agriculture has been neglected over the years, and this government particularly come and say then this is one of their flagship program. And as you say, Juma, we see all the promises, we see everything on paper, but the reality is it's not there. I have a friend, we come on at this side of the wall, we go buy farm, now Lunga and Tiboy. And then they plant rice. Talking to them on a one-to-one basis, the struggle where then they go through, Juma.
No.
The struggle where then they go through. But then the tower. Then the tower. Then the tower. Then no, Alungi.
Yeah.
Alungi.
Alungi is part of Potloko district. So
it is.
Correct.
So, but Alungi in particular. Now they farm it because 1 year while land at home, then see no cost it can't see we farm. But the struggles where they go through because they don't have government support in any which way. That's the problem. If they lean towards government, if you're not in party, if you're not in farm, they will help you. If you're not, elect safe now agriculture, you want to put sample. When at the flagship program, they will make sure that you run at a loss and eventually you will move on because you can't keep pouring money down the drain. This rice business, with staple food, if only President be okay able for give away the promise in this race. So God in this day, he go win the next election. And SLPP go win the next one and the next one. But it's never gonna happen because they haven't done their homework right.
Yeah, because for me, if it's just that 1,000 almost 100 people they been create jobs for, even let's say now the southeast, no more than people learn. Let's say create jobs for all the people in the southeast. Let's say that's what she wants to achieve. Which you don't get down and they
hope.
Now the purchasing power, right? So then get money for come buy to the other people that we employ, the Northwesterners. Because the one in the Southeast get money for spend. But now you they impoverish the people in the Southeast, you suffocate the one in the Northwest, and then you left people are in state of condition, then you mock them. That is what is happening. Because if you say quick return, by now, from 2019 to date, the Tomabon Rice Project for the harvest 20 harvests right now, bomber harvests. Who therefore been get the praise? Say under President Bio in administration, me I not go to bed angry. I not angry because I been get dry rest for it.
But Juma, before you harvest, you get for soil the land also.
Correct.
You see anything?
Well, there I see the president with angry and suffering villagers in the middle of the farm and then get the president in banner. From that time, they will see 30 days, nothing. But we don't know whether that be the actual farm or not them people in the farm or not the president in private farm.
And the sad thing, we watch them picture them, the Juma, all the people them are slim, well not even slim, their bones and skin and bone. And then you see the politician around them, they're big and fat. Nice. They're big and fat and all the people them. So you see, no matter south, east, north, west, these people aren't really providing. They're not providing for the people of Sierra Leone. The basics, bread and butter or rice, anywhere you are looking, they should be providing dandy. Really and truly, a country like Sierra Leone, with we best ammunition we'll get, we low population, we're not supposed to be hungry. We government them for able for feed all 7 million of we, because of the amount of mineral resources, the amount of arable land, the amount of the coasts, the rich fisheries coasts that we get, the amount of bauxite and I've not saying minerals. So, the amount of stuff where we get now we country for make we all something for able for put every picking through school. So something university level. Something country like a Libya Benedo. You see, people let me complain about Gaddafi and co. If you study Libya under them people in there, nobody paid a penny. Where you done university, you they get work, yeah. Housing. You they get housing, then you give money for buy house.
Yeah. Then you get a car loan as well.
And that money was coming out of their own resources them when I be oil. We might not get oil, but we get all the other resources them. So why we not able for implement and will we get an even smaller population of people in our salon? We'll for able for give every single family an amount of money for start life off.
You saying that, Femi and Tibo, how many Libyans where you don't ever come across where they do menial jobs in the West?
None. Zero.
Where they do? Either they come for can study,
yeah, then go back
or return.
Yes.
None. We'll say this na a Libyan where me see na England or America where they do a menial job. None, absolutely. So that tells you how the country been there. Libya na a place where na a complete desert, but they grow what they want and what they need. Because then transform and the man make sure say they put proper irrigation system using the oil money for able for grow within Libyans they need, so they not go to import. Sierra Leone, we get everything, like Tibo and Femi stated. What we don't have is the political will and politicians where they claim say then come out na the rural areas where grow up under agriculture and benefit. And we presidents say before he begin do damn on business, he been there into agricultural produce, right? Pabanga farm or whatever the business name. Nothing will not see.
Juma.
Yes, sir.
How come someone into the rice stuff when I talk about when I mention agriculture?
Yeah.
I remember 30 years ago or more in the Kenema district of Sierra Leone. My papa been the head and administrative wing of IDA when integrated development in agriculture. So that was an agricultural NGO. I don't know whether it was owned by Germans or Europeans.
I think Nabi under UN still. It's a
UN, right. But in those days, where I say administrative structures, yeah, for a company like that, say maybe they do agriculture primarily, cut across Kenema, Ujaun, Kainlaun. Those three areas, I know for sure, they had serious farming scale production and then area than they. And what they say, when they talk about production for feed the people, Kenema, when I inside the Kenema town, just the head towards the playing field, there was a swamp where possibly go maybe 5 or 6 miles long. A swamp. The possibly length of a size football pitch, but that long. And that was specifically for rice farming. Juma, you will be pleased waiting up now the main road and you see this vast land of green. What's a vast land of green? What's a green all the way? You don't even foresee the end. And not just done there, it gets a curve as well. But what's here let's get for highlights? Now the fact say this long, 30 years ago, 35 years ago, then kind of structures also been there inside the heart of Kenema town. Let me see experience with my life. And then just after the playing field, then we get one side and called RTI. Or Tiso. Tiso was where now been a gravel ground, we've been very good for planting granite, corn, and a few more other cash crops. So Kenema itself was a seasonal town for agriculture. Inside the township, not a seasonal, the villages them. Inside the township was very seasonal for agriculture. And that project they been cut across to Pujang, to Kailaun. And where I say structures, it was well structured. They had campuses or hostel or low-cost housing for their staffs. Then if you ride bike in Kenema, you are comfortable and like where you get to motorcar. So people that were riding motorbikes in Kenema 35 years ago seems to be like people who have a very steady job, comfortable job. So life at that particular time just on agriculture, me not miss everything and mining self. Where you go Tongo for like a Luma. All things when they do that particular Luma, they agricultural products. Yes, cocoa, cassava, banana, plantain, pepper, jakato, everything.
See, boy, you dey go far.
No, that means to make her go far. Now, because things like this work, we're working effectively when technology not even know that much improve for make we able for even cultivate in a higher scale.
Me simple test for people, not where people can able for relate with right away. Okay, Lompa na Watalo, waiting me the under. All the other have been Banga, right? Palm Kernel Farm.
Palm Kernel.
Now that road day, Palm Kernel Farm, the whole of Watalo, where they call Lompa area, all Tego.
There you go. And inside the Banga end, na swamp take cover.
Right. They not just get the Lompa waiting, but they been get a place where helicopter they land.
Yep, I remember.
They go weekend.
I remember.
For say they go to the Banga farm. This I didn't talk about the Watalo Yafilo. I they talk about the Lompa helipad. That I have seen with my eyes. Not to other person tell me. Femi don't highlight to you beach road by Lumley Beach when a 1 mile, less than 1 mile to the beach, to Lumley Beach, Binge Farm. Ogu Farm. That was the agriculture area, and then they do the nursery, and then they nurse seeds, and then they plant, rice, vegetables, all of that. Regent, Leicester, Gloucester, all the vegetables, they're waiting me day. So, when at the last time, where you travel, go upline, and they return, where you get agricultural produce them, then you motocar, including fall self. Now go back for fall. You know, say fall self people they tie them fall them, then tie the bush animal, bush meat, all that thing and they. When at the last time that bridge where they argue for, some are saying a Berry Bridge, some are saying at the Calimo do past it with man cut the saying a Berry Bridge now fund. Not so yana, at least everybody where they go upline must stop for buy or where they return, they must stop for buy something where they count for can't give people. Yes.
Last time I remember I say I stopped now Berry Bridge. Even the Kokumba where I want by itself not been there in good order.
Thank you.
I did not even pay for it because it was just not good for even like for eat and day. I'm not going to
what used to happen then, T-Boy and Femi? When you stop there, you are not just buying, but they buy, then the people they sell and they give you booty.
They give you back.
Then they give you say go with talent or go. When you buy two, they give you two.
Yeah. You dey buy pawpaw, where they look for this pawpaw. If you left now, so for the next day, you dey fuel. You dey say take and go. So then they cut and say for you, okay, la peel this for you once, so let you go and eat.
Then they give you for taste. Then they give you orange. They say, okay, taste. If you're not sweet, no buy.
So man, they can give you one plastic bag. Say take a number for free. Can buy me.
Yes. Yes, Femi.
Juma,
yes.
Aside in the last administration, Buambilwa Airport. Outside that airport, same Buambila. Mama. That area in the 70s and in the 80s, my uncle, and in the 90s, actually, he still owned the farm. Big hectares of land. He been the grow pineapple. They used to export the pineapple kind of this side of the world. They used to supply Marks and Spencer pineapple from Sierra Leone in the 70s and 80s.
Organic.
Of course. Yeah.
So recently, my uncle wanted me and a couple of other cousins for take over this land. I make everybody laugh me say, me not to agriculture is because I walk the land and I said I couldn't. But the main reason, Juma, now because now a lot of investment. And to be honest, I can't see how would they pull that money back. Because there's nothing in Sierra Leone where say then governments go able allow me for make a develop that property day into a business where I go able for sell the products them or the markets where I go able get a return for pay staff and for carry on for toil the land. Hectares and hectares and hectares. Me I work at a time, man, I never work again. But I don't call that new worker. Where Tibo came go na in village. This Tibo in farm we tell na in Palm Canel then Juma. I dey watch I know they see the end of the farm. But again, not the same problem. T-boy, they can't put a lot of money in that place because they not see how they're going to pull the money back because governments not provide the enabling environments for make a business sector and then they go.
And Femi, there is grants. Government they attract so much funds for grant for support farmers there like this for growth.
Yeah.
But what happens? The government people as they can all the right farming projects. Now then they collect all the grants, Now then they collect them. The fertilizer where they come, then they take them, put them and go sell them in Guinea or Liberia. Can you imagine? The fertilizer where they come, we not to them money. This now donors then they fund the way to call them. But before that, what do they do? China don't do well. They give it 3 ton rest or 6 ton rest. Then they say so. They make picture. They put on a newspaper. Then call on development. You promise with tomato rice, but now China they give ton rest or 6 ton. So they're glad they say they can't feed the people. We vice president, what he been promised with? No, remember? No.
What's he promised? I don't remember.
During campaign, during the campaign, the vice president promised we say, where they win.
Oh, now where they win? This one?
No, that last one, 2018.
Okay.
Where they win 2018, they bring 2 shipwrecks come na salon. 2 shipwrecks. Then they bring an a salon. You don't ever hear about that again?
No.
Okay. So
yes, no land yet. It's still there on the way.
So these are the kind of things where they say deception. You think say they fool the people, but you fool yourself. Because you don't need for promise. You know before deliver tomato rice. You go Vietnam, a whole battalion go there. The first lady go there, presidents go there, Minister of Agriculture, Boku Minister of Finance, big people, and then go say. They say they don't go get connection with Vietnam. The Vietnamese they can't show we how for plant rest. Now we go no say development they come. How many years gone? 2 years or almost 3 years gone.
But Juma,
yeah.
And most of the something the Vietnamese and come, they're not able to sit down. You know why? Because we gone and they don't gone are two different gone. No, seriously, not two different gone. Because the kind of guys when they plant under something not suitable for we on gone.
No, but they say them folks can't show we.
But they show where they're not sabi, but we have qualified people in Sierra Leone.
Right.
And they talk from a personal perspective. We get qualified people in Sierra Leone who know how to do the NTSO. But yet, we government say look elsewhere because they don't know. They don't know the they don't know the benefit, not the benefit, they don't know the resource we then get. They don't understand the land we then get. They don't understand the knowledge that the people that we then get. They not understand. I think see we will just underline and that with it.
They don't understand or they refuse to understand. There's a difference.
Well, they don't care. They don't understand. That's one, and they don't care. That's two. Because really and truly, they couldn't do their homework. You know, arts for fin. You are an agriculturist in Wikomo Salon. In this day and age, na arts for fun. We get one on university in America, where in the 60s, then go open a branch na salon for study agriculture. Because then decide say they can't take 1, 2, 3 picking and get them scholarship for go study agriculture in America. They came and they opened a whole university in a salon. You know it's a university named T-Boy?
Yeah, that university.
Thank you. It's sad to say we government same with all the degrees that we didn't get, they're not able to implement their knowledge and the way they claim say they don't go get in making our country better.
Yeah, but you know, like I mentioned Kenema farming, for example, there was a photographer that was employed from Putloko, who was the personal photographer for Asangbe Shekanu, is he? Yes.
Yeah.
Asangbe Shekanu. He was a personal photographer for Asangbe Shekanu. And he showed me evidence of that. That is why my photography skills starts to kind of emerge. And guess what? That guy was employed from Putloko for Kenema, for can work as a photographer, for document them from there.
Just for document the farm.
Just for document the farm.
But you see?
Just for document the farm.
He not get nothing for do agriculture, right? All he work now for take pictures of the farm, how they grow for nothing to something, how they progress.
That was just his job.
His job
to document the farm, taking pictures of the nursery, commodity, develop, uproot, for go replant, the beginning stages of how the crop and they grow, right up to the finished product. That was just what he was paid for. Grab in the morning, then they take and go in Kenema, take and go Blama, take and go Pujon, take and go Kailan, just to document everything that was happening. So again, Nemeka say when we talk about agriculture, we're really serious about agriculture, because when we don't have so many things in place, all what things don't happen at Tomabom. Do you have any documents of that? Apart from the
first, the only picture we are available now, the only and the back with that, you know, miserable looking people. We told you
we defend. I remember a couple of years ago, me and my sister we tried to put together a small farming NGO for women. Yep, and then building the websites. We were looking for pictures of Sierra Leonean farmers. Can't find none. None.
Can not be valued that power them employ from Putloko.
Thank you. You can't find none. Because what do you make us say so? We got to go look at pictures of different farmers in West Africa or in Africa, because we never find farmers in Sierra Leone. We get pictures because we cannot document these stuffs. We don't take them seriously. We think it's just a joke. That's how sad it is.
No, go far. The last 5 years, somebody when I avid follower of the platform, Celia Stoba, right? Celia left everything that she was doing in the UK and go start agriculture with women and all that in it, like a community. She had to leave because, like how Femi say, it's not easy, and she didn't get the support that she wanted. Or it will be need for able for help that community there and that woman and they for grow. They're not able. You can't sustain it. You see, the one you know.
This something you say. Na person we come out na the right community. You know for say one thing na some kind community with something not inclusive. This na in your community we belong.
Na your community left with you. They do not.
In your community we belong.
They say, you know what? I've worked my life. Let me go back and give back to my community. Now, but enable for succeed. You get for pack up and come back and say, you know what? I've tried my best, but it's not moving. And this is taking personal money for go. Government, they roadblocks from roadblocks.
Plantain sellers in Kono, they had women of plantain, we then call themselves Plantain Sellers Association. Juma, they will boastfully tell you, say, then they get trucks of plantains, perish na the bush, because they're able for transport and from the bush to storage in Koidu town. Can you imagine that? So basically, they were struggling. Then they struggled. And then I used this same journey, go, I think it was somewhere around Cambia or so. This now on a defeat project with IFAD. Again, an agricultural project where you just go overseas for see whether we can put together some amount of documentaries of what happened. Some of these agencies sometimes, I don't know how they operate. Anything which is Salon Man lead, no problem, because they're able to do the right thing. Yeah. But when we go to various different communities then within the provincial towns, we begin to realize, okay, some of the farmers are coming together to form a consortium wherein they do farming in groups.
Yeah, cooperatives. Yeah.
Cooperatives, yes. And that was working. If they work for them, so when they don't do the harvesting, they all can put in a one pot. Then they find one market. They build a small storage where they can put them product, then they find one market. So when they find that one market, they able to sustain their life. Then they go open a cooperative bank was there. So now that cooperative bank, they give them loan, maybe 2 million, 3 million. Or maybe they do something else wise, then they wait for them, produce them for ready for cultivation. So from there, stuff they do business with now, then you take for pay them, picking and school feed them, buy other stuff the way they need, and still continue with their farming. When time come for harvest, then come back and put on one pot. They find the market. It was working for them until it just collapsed.
Well, the last government built those areas where they call that ABC projects for them and for them communities.
Yeah, doesn't exist no more.
And this is the problem. That's why people don't understand with this government. When they come, everything where the other governments been do, where they say workable, they undo all the things them, thinking they're punishing people. Forgetting say that they create problem for people that will be in a stable community, they manage their own life. It's sad. Carry on, Femi.
All right. I mean, I'll read. Tibo, you go through the message them on YouTube as well.
Yes, I did.
Peter made a good point. He say most of the people them we sabi bodenti also live in the diaspora. But I want to disagree with Peter a little bit. Yes, a lot of people that we know Denti also live in the diaspora, but there's quite a lot of numbers that way they live in a saloon. But because they not get political connection or they not get interest in politics, they get sidelined. So we they find out say all the institutions also been get we've been a thrive, if I can put on that way there, back in the 70s, 80s, and sometimes really early 90s. Then people have all done something and not all, some of them don't die off. And we've just lost that knowledge and experience there. And we lose them by the day because of our political connections. So then go rather go give them brother or then cousin or then sister a man or then famble or then paddy then supporter we not get a clue than give the person we understand what needs to be done. And that's the reality. Yes, a lot of them they abroad, but there's still a good number in Sierra Leone, but because they haven't got connection, if I can use that word today, to certain people, they don't get they get left to waste. And not to the you know they do them people and they do with country. Because you go now go import people them from whose country?
Vietnam.
For can look we gone where they no one they sabi. But yet if you like we sabi we gone, when I look them by the eye because they're not linked towards owner. That's a true reality.
We present Minister of Agriculture with nine background.
Now you have for act because now you will live with her.
Now you are the ask.
Now Juma man, so Juma tell me.
Now look at it. Now you the ask because now you will live with her. You don't know what name background. Now agriculture. You know saying background also agriculture. What name background? What?
Healthcare.
Now healthcare in agriculture. No, but Juma,
this is a new man. Healthcare and agriculture.
You see what he Femi say for respond to.
Sorry to my viewers. I've been so rude with me laughter. I apologize. That's out of order. Tell you, Femi, boy.
You see what if Femi be this guy for highlights to Peter in statements? It's true. Mm-hmm. And the reason maker they say it's true that because you have master farmers in Sierra Leone. No joke. And we they ignore the knowledge of we master farmers they work in a salon. And let me tell you why they ignore the knowledge. Because again, the master farmers in Sierra Leone are not the so-called educated farmers we get degree in agriculture or whatever you might think it is. But you also get the one that we get the degree in agriculture, we know we soil samples, we climate, we region them way productive, because they are not just there sitting down. Yeah, they are still, well, not maybe active as much as we might think they do. But the unfortunate thing are the fact say they haven't been able to practice properly or pass on their trade also to the younger generation of farmers. So that is a huge bank of knowledge that we haven't utilized.
But not even go faster the way Sabi. Femi, Tiba, not even faster the one that Sabi there, right? How about the one that we actually they live in the community, the way they farm?
Now they say
under in agriculture.
Now they say.
Then they every day.
Easy.
They live this now, then survival ground, and the other else are experts. All you need to do is to upskill these people, give them what they need to be able to do what they know how to do best. Those people are not interested in office jobs.
Village, I don't know how they get round the year roots. We been get round the year orange, round the year pawpaw, round the year mango. I don't know how they were doing it, but what I say round the year, as this they harvest, so we don't reach for make them harvest time, the other one don't make it rape. I mean, they wonder how.
When are seasonal fruits them, right?
It's a seasonal thing them all, but they wonder how. And then you go see that with granny. The time when they say pepper not in at the tongue, and the time in this be pull fresh pepper. fresh pepper. And you begin wonder, because in getting your way how in the farm. Me granny be getting your farm, me grandpa getting your farm. Even we want to go holiday, we get to your farm. So we not just to go holiday, but anytime we go holiday, we dey farm and harvest before commodity.
For a few months, then they won't have it.
Exactly. So basically, there were people in Sierra Leone who get the expertise for me to able to do this thing, just upscale them, like what you say, just upgrade the level of what you able for give them for me to able for utilize them properly. Some people just need the basic seeds. They don't have it.
Wetin people have been glad for when you dey school, Femi, before you come in. Where holiday reach, big holiday, who say all man they run for? Go not to upline. Upline because they harvest, no? Or they eat berry and you wait.
They eat all thing fresh.
All thing.
All
Yes.
thing fresh. Even fish where you go struggle for saying all in a market, you're gonna fishing, you're gonna outside, go fish, you guy cook fish, you eat.
Freshwater fish.
Freshwater fish. On top the bargain. Go on, Femi.
So I worked with this guy a couple of years ago, and he comes from Uganda. I mean, he tell me say Christmas in the go holiday, in the go home. So I ask us what they go do. He say in the go look after him business. I sales business he depend. He say in a farmer. He say most of the money where they work not to him farm he go. He say because in 2 years time he's going back home. He say when he go home he doesn't stay in the city. He goes to the farm. He tills the ground. He check in staff them. And he's making, he said they make more money there than he makes in the UK. You know, how many of us in Sierra Leone, or how many Sierra Leoneans them, where we come out na some village them, we come on a place them, we get big farm then they. How many of us actually go back na salon and go work na them farm then they, or go support them farm then they for go?
Yeah, we work there.
Which did you do there?
Lumley Beach.
and that's the reality. You understand? If T-boy, if you come out na some area where sometimes throughout centuries your people work in the land and then they go, you don't get the opportunity for come up. But I'm not saying you should go be a farmer. But how many of our diasporans, brothers and sisters actually they contribute for development of the the area them. Juma, you call that lady just on you say it go back now in community. She tried to grow it. Again, I say it's because the administration not they allow, or the government not they allow certain things and for be. Would they complain say thief bokuna salon? This country as you they left you do not open safe. Or something and can deliver something and left from country do not. Yes, now some mega than native them. But most of the time you they come, you they see them. You go left in your balcony, you they see them. You mistake do that in a salon. You know why?
Woman go open farm na salon. The lady come out Italy.
Yeah,
she was crying on Facebook, asking people what's waiting for do with the posse where case. She said because they don't thief all the first in there. This last one now.
I know how that's so Juma.
Waiting for do this posse, like kill him or wait. She said because I go call police. The police then say they're not seen no, but I for catch the thief man with the things then force.
I get one me man in they do poultry farming. Juma, one day nine and call and tell and say the fall and get sick. And so all the fall, then all the fall and don't die. Instead of go, then he ask for the fallen and say they don't go to it then. Because they fall, they'll die. Meeting in one place empty, no, nothing, no day again. All to non go. But yet he possibly look after him farm. A few weeks later, himself don't go open new small thing, he get boku fall them. The point I'm trying to make is
he don't fall and die, but he don't fall and not die.
Yeah, because it take the person you fall go yonder. But the point is, we're very poor, and then they cause petty crimes. Yeah, with a thief thing that we will not for thief because of the level of poverty, because we can't. I'm not trying to defend then kind of thing and the thief but if government not able for provide as you say a living wage for people are going to resort to petty criminality. So this person, although he been a work na one farm when the men fall and the owner they take the fall, it's if in coming in business, Carol inform them go put in a young small for could begin sell them and left that person the own business forgotten. And God knows how many other people them we been working on that place we been take care of. Because again, our governments aren't responsible for make people able to get to live in wage. Especially in this day and age where we they see the economy of Sierra Leone they tumble so. But then what do we expect? The bank governor run away. The bank governor run away in a salon. What? How the average farmer go able to survive in a country like Salon?
So sad. Anyway, well, thank you so much. We'll reach Naya. So I'm also gonna go rate President's bill in scorecard na the agricultural sector.
Interesting.
No, the master farmer. They mean I bring them butter and sell.
But no, I think again, like I say, I don't know much of in apart from the tomabo rice we talk about, and then we may see first time now in plantation they say they harvest cucumber and they're angry.
A plantation or garden?
Garden. I haven't seen that.
Separate it to T-boy. We say plantation.
No, because we first in a plantation will be the calling thing in there.
Well, plantation day, T-boy family day, I beg you say common agriculture. Separate it to garden.
I go say to me, I will not. Again, I see a video we come out a couple of weeks ago where they show all the tractors and where the people in the complaint say they haven't been paid for how many months, so they want their money now.
Yeah.
But those tractors haven't been utilized. They just pack them up more than sit down.
New one there, right?
Yeah, brand new ones. They're not doing nothing.
Yeah.
Just sit down. And again, I know somebody will be the farm as well, where them we don't get tractors, but then take them back now. This is not supposed to be the farm doing the Anescoma government and get tractors the way be the use. When they come back now, then take them back now. So basically, he stopped the farming, and the farming way they do now for women in the community. The one we want for puts together now uplifting women in agriculture. But guess what? I was asked and told categorically whether I like it or not. I should support every government agenda. Otherwise, they're not going to give me a license to run as an NGO.
So a non-governmental organization must support every government agenda for let get a license for operate.
And correction, guys. Not a government agenda. Na party agenda. Yeah, because if not government agenda, we understand. Yeah, it's the government of Sierra Leone. But not so that then they ask you for. Then they ask you for support them party agenda. And that's where we have a problem. Doesn't matter be it's red or green or whichever color. Because if you're selling or if you're flying the Sierra Leone flag, we will support. But if you're flying a party flag, then we get a problem with Dandy. Right. Because Dandy, they marginalize the people that we know they support your party. And that is wrong. That means to say country like Sierra Leone, half of the population you don't reject. And something that half of the population they are something that they sometimes the knowledge might they for breakthrough certain things them. But because you're so petty-minded, that because they don't see things from your point of view, you know you they strangle them, say you crush them business. How is our country going to grow?
So T-boy, so that agriculture project the way Abiabu Panay make you great tell me why make the thing stall. So now you interesting. Because all we do about say this will go land and sabi agriculture business.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna give up on that. Because again, it's about empowering women within the rural communities in Freetown. That's not for specifically cash crop farming. We will begin involve basic stuff that we go for harvest within a month.
So how many women then they don't deprive? So and how many households? How many picking them for don't go school?
Can you imagine?
For don't benefit on the free, from this free education if that farming project they be on the ground. But anyway,
as we speak right now, me late sister gets a huge acre of farm na Songo. It's not active. The only reason making it active, my nephew they don't spend over thousands of pounds for manage a farm that does not produce nothing at the end of every production year.
So the same thing.
Exactly. So why would you want to put money into something that doesn't give you back nothing in return? So what they want for do? They want for sell them. I'm like, no, you can't. Just hold on to that legacy because that was what your mom always wanted to. But it's bad because they not invest so much money into that farm and nothing comes back at the end of every production year. It's a waste of resources.
You saying that? What's happening with that pineapple farming place, that EPZ na Newton?
I don't have a clue.
Can you know so we get that place where they say they farm pineapple, they make juice, Sierra juice or whatever.
Sierra juice we don't close. How many years ago?
Okay.
Sierra juice not even take 1 year where they open.
Okay.
Because you nothing close Sierra juice. Shankadas, they can't compete with Sierra juice, then put them out of business. Then complain say Sierra juice too sweet, they reduce the taste. Then complain say Sierra juice get problem until they went out of business. Again, an environment that is not conducive for competition. Sierra juice was our own. Shankadas, maybe they do them, Mega Cola, then other half drink them, was an imported fact. So what happens? They put them out of business. By criticizing what these guys were doing, that were bringing in products of a Sierra Leonean business, maybe they try to do things then differently. Then criticize Sierra Juice, it go out of business. Because I was one of their customers. I mean, they buy Sierra Juice because it was natural. Whether they put it in but it was natural. I mean, they buy. Then pineapple juice was good. Their orange juice was good. I was buying their products. And that make us stop for drink Mega Cola. And the other one then, because I will drink Mega Cola as well. And the reason make I will drink them because if they substitute for me for water, we will not be able to work out the soft drink then because the pints then they're not get cover.
Yeah.
So when Sierra Juice came, bingo, natural juice made from Sierra Leone. And obviously they even exist for 1 year. They put them out of business. Sad.
Una Tiboy don't pray for una, don't pull Sarah for una deprive them of Sierra Juice. Anyway, I mean,
again, that's local content. What happens?
Of course.
Gone out of business for what? Yeah. International import and what?
Well, you know, almost you sure if Sierra Juice be able for the donate like how Shakanas they donate to the Adabio Foundation.
Thank you. View Foundation we donate to.
But you know, say they send letter say if you donate Naya, you will get opportunity for the president and this and that. They send letter then to them. So they say I just not be able to perform like how Shakandas they perform. So I mean then can say in the rate the government 2% for pronouncing Tomabum correctly. So now I say they rate them on agriculture. When I still not give me a tweeting now, waiting they rate them by percentage. Low put how
for somebody who know a little bit about agriculture, not impressed, so I will not rate. Because
no, you have to rate. You don't have a choice right now.
Well, how will I rate when the minister himself has no knowledge of agriculture? Not even.
You should don't say healthcare in agriculture. So,
okay, I give them 1% for just the concept. So 1%. They have something. Yeah, 1.
All right, Femi.
Can I give a minus?
It's up to you, as long as you rate them.
I give minus 100%.
What?
Minus 100%. I come on an agriculture home. I have seen agriculture in Sierra Leone go down the drain over the years. I see no road path towards making it any better. As T-Boy say, You know, we bought tractors, we gave them to certain farmers them because they're not aligned in the same political line as you. You go pull them back now the hand. You go give something the next person you go give something not get no experience at all in the thing. Then something waiting go happen that tractor there, it goes to do well. But it's not just about giving the tractors. There's many other things them for do for make the industry grow. We don't talk about transportation. We talk about waiting till talk about packaging. We not even produce the rest bag, proper rest bag at all. In correct numbers them. So you get a lot of rest with the poil na the farm them because they're able for bag the rest them for sending go. So there's many problems with all this here. So I will ask you now, Tibo especially, almost any sell cashew nut in this country. Because Tibo talk about cashew nut. Almost any sell cashew nut in this Western world. They produce cashew nut.
I do cashew nut all the time. The minimum for cashew nut is about £2.50.
Exactly. We they produce cashew nut in Sierra Leone. Why can't we take advantage of of something we're so expensive on this side of the world? We get such a rich coast. Them waiting they call them big fish. Them they longer with bastic. Barracuda.
Barracuda. Femi, talking about cashew. About 5 years ago or 4, almost 4 to 5 years ago, I went to Cambia. And I visited a cashew farm with miles and acres long, unable even work inside the farm. They have a production plant that were producing cashew. And guess what? Every element of cashew from start to finish is a natural product. The leaf, the bark, the oil, the nut itself.
So why can't we have a factory?
Thank you.
Yeah, where they can produce all the thing them we cashew they do and able for sell them abroad and create employment for lots of people them. You know, let me say I give them -100. There's so much opportunity in Sierra Leone. If only these people then care enough for open the eye and see.
Epuna. So Amazon, they sell cashew, okay? Cashew nuts. So Amazon then price £4 pack of one is $29.95. £1 pack of one is $12.95. £2 pack of one is $17.95. So now so then they sell them. So it did it. Then get you another the container, not harvest lightly salted, $23, raw whole, cashew, $21, and so on and so forth.
How many palm? Thank you, Juma. How many palm kernels do we have with just the waste? Tesco's now is selling palm oil.
Yeah.
Tesco's they sell palm oil and not a cheap one in the sell them.
Forget palm oil.
We get palm kernels, then they waste. Because we're not able for package them and send them to market.
So that's where my own skill on packaging comes.
Yes, but you say 1%. That make me say I give them -100%. Because guess what, Juma? These things it's not science. Now, easy tiaso then tiaso. I'm not saying it's easy to resolve, but it's easy to see the problem. And if you get the zeal, you get the guts, you get the willingness for go pursue the so you can able make it work. It's just a shame.
If we say let's package this product and even sell it to Sierra Leoneans in the diaspora, you will still make money. Because with Benny cake in our salon is natural, Benny. You not get no fertilizer, no other kind of extra cement or whatever in the put manner. But see, some seeds in this country now £1 for pack. With Benny cake now, it's not to 500 Leones for pack. It's bigger, it's natural, and it's everything. Cassava cake, coconut cake, all these ones can be packaged properly. But we're not ready yet.
All right.
Because I think it would be nice for government institutions, sometimes maybe the agricultural company itself or Minister of Agriculture, or puts together a production plant where they produce packaging products for all them businesses they within us alone where they do agriculture.
They are not interested Ted.
Well, like I said, I don't know whether na weekend na which they not sabi or they don't know or they just don't care. It has to be one of those.
Anyway, let's move on. Ambulem, like class way. So we carry we go down. We don't on this segment. We will continue for review the president in 5-year scorecard until election day. So Lodi carry on. Let's go quickly and try for Rob Mott on the NGC SLPP. Is it an alliance, or is it back to your roots, or return of the prodigal son? Let's open the conversation. Over to you guys. Who wants to go first?
I know.
Femi wants to go first. Over to you, Femi.
I will go first because I was let down by Candy. But the question where I get really, I'm not gonna answer your question, Juma. I did ask you a question. Is it Candy that has gone back to SLPP or NGC? I mean, I don't understand because the last thing I heard was Candy don't quit NGC. NGC not do nothing for them. Naming is spending money in NGC and da 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 da. So in don't move on from NGC in the go in your way. So I don't understand now within the say there's a union between NGC and SLPP. So for me, something at the return of the prodigal son, if you want to call him that, it's him going back to where he thinks he belongs rather than but sometimes, what do I know? I'm not a registered member of the NGC, so sometimes the NGC party don't, decide, say they will follow him into the SLPP. I don't really know. All I know, say, I feel very let down. He promised us that he was fighting the administration because he wanted a better Sierra Leone, and he wants to see change. Change was the word we followed him for, and it feels like he stabbed a lot of people in the back by the move that he made.
Okay, so before me answer your question, I want for you to input a lot before me come in. So his move, right? What do you think that means for Sierra Leone's the political space, particularly for the one that we always done the talk, say, SLPP and APC not good for Sierra Leone?
He was the one we coined the words Alusain and Alasan. He said they're two not the same people them, and they're not better, they're not good for salon, like in the gun we can't see, we heard it all. So really, so for me, all the other parties that we don't come over the years, they've always started off by something you call them disgruntled people them, or people that really look for opportunity for making name for themselves. And when they do that, they end up going back to one of the other two parties, and that's for me is a shame. We they see people like Alpha Khan, one day he's the lead figure on one party, then the next day he's another lead figure on the other party we been criticized against. It makes no sense. If you're a Liberal Democrat or you're conservative or you're Labour, you stand for something. When the Liberal Democrats stand for something, they neglect that fan base because they follow that particular thing and they jumped into bed with the Conservatives, then see what's happening. They nearly got wiped out of the whole election. They nearly went out of existence, because outside them in team up, they're not there again. And the same thing with Conservative. If you go to America, and the same thing. The Republicans then get certain things them where no matter what, that's what they vote for. And the Democrats will never stand for the insanity. Would they hear him? Would they talk about abortion? Would they talk about gun control? There's certain lines them where very few Republicans them go side on the Democratic side, or very few Democrats then go side on the Republican side. It's usually there's a massive line. But in Africa or in Sierra Leone, you don't see that. You see them politicians actually jump from left to right every single day. So they don't stand for anything. And that's the problem. Kande, we thought, stood for something. Yeah? We thought that in time, we'll possibly, if we don't get that third party, we can challenge APC and SLPP. We knew that it was never going to be today. Yeah? But sometimes because of an eagerness for whole power, for become president of Sierra Leone, he don't realize sometimes the NGC thing or the third party thing would have been a bridge too far. So sometimes the shortcut way now for come back and join them party also. It's for me it's a sad thing that he's done what he did, and I think it's a bad thing for Sierra Leone.
Okay, so let's go to T-Boy quick. T-Boy, what we have seen with the NGC and Dr. Kande Yumkela specifically is not new in the body politic in our country. Say people join a party or people form an alliance with another political party or they cross carpet. It's not new, right? But why do you think Sierra Leoneans are like more, I don't say up in arms, but seem like very angry. Majority people are very upset and angry for this move. Why do you think that is?
Kande to me is Femi's closest friend, but I think is the.
See what? Take him back.
All right, for the record, are you his closest friend?
I remember Femi be the cause we say we're useless.
Let make us start. You know, I'll hold my hand up. Yeah, he talked a good talk. Yeah, and he got me and a bunch of others. Them we think say this is a breath of fresh air. This is something different to which we don't see before. But then it is also going to do the same thing them what they criticize all the other for do. As you just don't say cross carpet. You know, I can name all of them, and for me, I don't really care if you go from red to green or green to red. You know, if you don't stand for that which you've been faithful, then you're not serious. But guess what? That's politics, I guess, and that's why maybe some of we know to politicians. You know, because especially in African politics, it's all about making money. You know, you go to school right now, you go ask almost primary school picking them or early secondary school picking them, waiting on one be. If they're not saying they want to be footballer, they will tell you they want to be politician. Because that's where the money is. They want to be president because that's where the money is. Our current president was unemployed, living off taxpayers' money up to a few years ago, and now he's possibly one of the richest people in Sierra Leone, if not the richest person in Sierra Leone, in the space of 4 years.
Right. Yes, all right. You don't defend yourself or don't clarify and don't put your hand up, so go easy on him, okay? He thought at the time, okay? So T-Boy, continue. Why do you think people are so upset right now?
Personally, I think Kande is the biggest political stunt Sierra Leone ever gets. And I will tell you why. The first time I saw him, I was amazed. What a wonderful orator. What a wonderful speaker.
Nadi Berry.
Yes.
So I want to clarify for Study Berry.
Knows Berry, ne?
Yeah, Pakabai Berry.
Thank you. That was the first time I saw him in person speaking. I chased him back after the day and I said, I need to have a personal one-to-one interview with you, sir, before you leave. and he gave us the interview. Superb. I was so pleased.
You get the interview?
Hey?
You have it?
Well, unfortunately, I gave him 5 copies, but I have a copy in Sierra Leone. Yes, I do.
Okay. Well, I will wish Sabin gets our next week club player.
But what I have is living testimony of his words, his statements, all his tours in the UK, and some in Sierra Leone.
Up a little bit, but you did break.
I know Sierra Leone, you done the clear one. I make you can talk aloud.
Yeah.
You expect you. So basically, all I was trying to say is, this man amazed me when I saw him for the first time. And the most 2 individuals that really amazed me as possibly one of the best orators in Sierra Leone politics. For me, they laugh, and you know, saying that too, is Kande Yumkela and Alpha Khan.
And they also don't disappoint you?
Oh, massively. But I'm not gonna blame Alpha Khan that much, because he showed me in school color immediately after, so that's not a problem. But with Kande, it's about the flip-flopping in politics, somebody with a mindset of his caliber.
No, but it's a problem, T-Boy.
No,
you know why not problem?
Yeah, I agree.
You know why not problem? It means that these guys will do everything and anything to stay in power.
No, I agree. It's not a problem.
Alpha Khan was right at the top of APC.
Of course, I agree.
And as APC lost, so he switched and moved to the party. Will Kanka win? It just shows say these guys, all they're interested is in themselves.
Again, like I say, Alpha Khan gave us a clear picture of who he was.
So Alpha Khan go and come back in APC because he wants to be at the top, and that is wrong for our country. They're not providing a space for make we get people and 2 people and for come on board. We get the same old politician them. They jump from ship to ship. They carry and rubbish go from place to place and keep the country as it is and not moving forward.
Femi, I beg not cut me, you know. I not say Kande na Iman.
All right, Femi, allow making point because
if you cut me again, maybe make palaver now. Serious one, because I go for Kande, you go vex.
Kyle.
It's a Juma, I see the witness.
Yes.
All right, now the flow. Allow me that flow. I'll give you 10 minutes of flowing. Let me self flow, please. Because Kande disappoints me a lot. If Kande formed KKY as a political party, I would have been one of his first 3 members to register. That's how much confidence I had in him. And before that, I was working on various platforms where Kande was actually writing articles as a media person and as a magazine designer. I have the privilege to look at all those documents that he was writing, and we were publishing those documents. And that even annoys me even more. Because everything I saw on those documents, when I went to his own village, outside the platform of the basic...
No, go here now, let's ask you.
No. I don't like you. Because that annoy me most. When I get to see his renewable energy projects in his hometown, I was disappointed. It was a death trap for ordinary kids roaming around the streets of that particular environment. It's not safe. And again, he uses that same platform to campaign to become a member of parliament. And again, Usa Hassan are the biggest stunt in Sierra Leone politics. He started off as a flag bearer candidate, didn't work. He went and became the flag bearer for NGC. It didn't work. He went and became a member of parliament. It didn't work. And he demoted himself for come from an alliance with a party that didn't just abuse him, they abused his family. They shut the gates of the party office in front of him and other members of this current government that are serving in ministerial positions right now and in other forms of authorities in their capacity as members in this political party. I think it's a shame. For make Kande resign and tell in party members then say he don't serve Don as the flag bearer for NGC, somebody else should take it from there. This is not possible way I see people then lay their life for in the UK. This is not possible way I see people that make enemies for in the UK. This is not possible way I see galvanized a huge amount of Sierra Leoneans in Sierra Leone that were experts, that were lawyers, university students under the flagship of KKY. The movement is one of the biggest movements that I've ever seen in Sierra Leone that was not political then. So this man gets all the credentials for actually play a very pivotal role in the politics of Sierra Leone. It was like the beginning of a new Sierra Leone in politics. Somebody who can influence younger generation, because that was what he had in his own power. Young people. And not just young people, but young Sierra Leone professionals, young graduates. And there was a keynote speakers in all the conferences then where the Law Association not make Salone in several locations. And this is the person that is boastfully saying, wait man, then they pay me because of a sabi talk. This is not the person where they boast for say, me sabi talk, then they make I don't fly all over the world. And you cannot apply that in your own country. Or believe, say, you cannot forcefully be before you effect change. We saw Candace's video or audio message where it talk say, Parliament not to say where you sit down, you know for talk. This parliament will get who really talk bet who that wanna make it can all we. But we really talk because now that made them put we now so now for talk. Only for realize 3 years later say you are in accordance with the government initiative in everything that they do, you became a secret advisor to government. Oh, I think that was not even shocking. They always shock all manner and the fact say, you tell you young party people, for say, the $100 when they put nine money, you they pay $1,000 rent. Now the party office. Failing to realize you did not have campaign money. And then people also put them $100, including Femi. You put no begin like was saying, no put you put. But Juma, you know what is sad? Now for make you don't lead professionals in their capacity. They put their trust in you. They believe in you. They supported you die-heartedly. They made enemies for you. Under Kande in rain, there are strong members of KKY that were marginalized. Now the SLPP, because they choose to support Kande Yunkela. How do you look at those people today in their faces and smile to them? Because of Kande, personal family members of mine have been marginalized in SLPP. When are they not been the backbone of SLPP now this country for the past 20 years? Now they stand up for like SLPP TINAP for make it be a political party in this country. They all turn their backs against Madabio for support Kande. And then you turn around today and talk to hell with you all. I have a dream, an inclusive dream to make Salone better. We una no been get now, me no been get them. That's why I decided to come and form an alliance for Change Salone. Really? 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 For true? I want to see what in can they go bring at the table for Change Salone. We will not don't see already. We don't see. Because if you haven't done it, when you have all the power at UNIDO for bringing renewable energy projects in Sierra Leone, you choose to take it elsewhere. You boastfully say that you can go Keke and Okada in Nigeria, and you refuse to bring it to Sierra Leone. I want to see what you want from bringing a Salone we get for being new. For change already what's in the happen as Salone. Because to be honest, gone are the days where you tell people about politics we will not see again with black and white. We can now see politics in our eyes, in our hands, in our minds, and we live with it now. So the Mr. Sweet Talk, not for some of we anymore. The orator we will always believe in. Now you are convincing people of your dreams that we already know. So I don't know how you're going to execute that dream of yours. Let's say even worse, you happen to be in governance. What change would you make? Because you were in governance with this same current president that we have now in Sierra Leone that is a caretaker. How many years ago, Juma?
1996, so 23 years or something.
So he left for the UN. Why? Because he was not in agreement with what was happening in this current government that he was serving back in the days, right?
Yeah.
What has changed? What has changed? Is it because of self or is it because of country? So I don't know what's in Dr. I am ashamed to even give him the title of calling him doctor. That is just his title.
Call him by his title. Give Caesar to.
I don't even know what amount of changes we will bring to this current administration. We get huge record of so many things in a way you cannot repeat. How are you going to effect change? How can you rub shoulders with people who have not just abused your integrity, abused you personally, marginalized you? People have followed you, believe in you, trust in you. You just abandon them. Because the same people that you abandon are Sierra Leoneans. They used to share the same ideology like you do. You actually saw your ideology in them. You convinced them to believe in your ideology. You preached to them because you were like a preacher when I saw you in London, when I saw you in Reading, and when I attended your first meeting, and I have the opportunity to ask you, why didn't you form your own political party instead of fighting for the flag bearership for the SLPP? Again, it reminds me of one of our own knowledgeable senior statesman again. You don't own a political party. It is an institution owned by people, not individuals. Your parents might have been the founding members. That does not give you an automatic right to own it. So the first time I realized that this is a mistake, now the same way I hear the word say, now we papa them from this party. Now we papa them make this party stand. So we have the right to this political party. No, you don't. Your father's ideology can never be the same as yours. Your father's thoughtfulness of becoming an initial or founding member of the political party was not based on what you were even taught in school. It was based on something totally different. And if you use that same ideology or inherit something where you papa don't build, it is wrong. Because the fundamentals of the ideologies of your parents sometimes does not fit into your own agenda. My dad was a politician. He died a member of parliament, but I did not get involved in politics because I choose not to. It was after his passing away, I realized politics is essential in our lives because I saw the way things were done when he was a politician. I saw the way he did things. And I realized if you want to effect change, you either have to be involved in politics, either into it as a political party member, or you are surrounded by people, or you are within the midst of where decisions were made. Not necessarily you have to be part of that political party, which is what we are doing now, holding government accountable of their actions, of their bad practices, and everything that is happening within politics. And Kande is no different. It hasn't made any difference for us to look at him to say, he was a one-time statesman that everybody love and cherish, but not anymore. Because I will not want to use you as an example for a Sierra Leonean who will be a Sierra Leonean that we should follow their path. Because we are all against politicians jumping and changing their tops from red to green, green to red. It doesn't work. Even though they kill yourself for form a third force in Sierra Leone, but you guys are making it impossible for that third force to emerge. So you don't make with the belief say the only thing waiting at Salon for exist now either red or green. No alternative. Una have been the credible alternative the way before don't make that change day. But you just killed it off overnight. Just for what? I don't even know. Because even if, let's say for selfish reasons.
Greed.
Well, greed self-femi is even not a greed. You sabi when they say this now gluttonous, you want for eat till you choke, even though in order your possession, but you go fenam by all means necessary you for eat. But if you choke you all know the person that we are dealing with. We know the person who did. One thing when me like the president Jesus Mother be for, you know they forgive. They forgive you at all. They say draw your enemy close, so you know how to deal with them when you're ready to deal with them. A very interesting way me can say that word there, because I'm watching the series right now that is political, wherein you have cells inside cells. They're all working for one agenda, but every individual have their agenda. That is what we find in today in Sierra Leone politics. Because it's not just with the Madabio and KKY thing, it's also with the APC as well.
Yeah, low limit Air Force.
Honestly speaking, true. So basically, all I'm saying, with the question where you ask, my take is, sorry, Juma, I can't even go to bed and sleep and think of the fact, say, Dr. Kande Kole Yunkela, they form an alliance with SLPP just because he want to effect change in Sierra Leone. I'm waiting.
I thought now Femi go be upset. And I innocently threw that question to T-Boy. I didn't know how much anger or how frustrated and upset he is about this Kande Yunkela stunt. I wasn't expecting this at all. I thought I was just going to talk on the surface and leave it, but let we begin to calm. Femi, that was say, Femi, calm down, drink water, all is not lost, it's going to be okay, come and join the APC, and be a comrade, kind of thing, so that we have a space for you. So that's what I was expecting. I didn't know T-Boy is this upset. Why they laugh, T-Boy?
I mean, I don't affect you, no can start fit a big please.
Okay, so let me tell you guys, I am not surprised. Okay, that's why all this they happen.
Tell Femi say big they are no fit, not a better uncle fit.
Yeah, I don't agree.
All right, but Juma, before you analyze, Anshin T-Boy is Anshin you as well. I am not upset anymore. I'm not upset anymore. My user word. I don't think I wasn't even upset. I was disappointed. You understand? When you upset, it's different. I so disappointed that I'm not able for vex. Yeah, sometimes you go see a shock. Because it's
you're traumatized by that.
I know things I don't able to understand exactly what's happening because it's totally not what he stood for. Yeah. So I guess I am not upset. I am disappointed. I don't think that's not the way he go able for do or say we go change the way I feel right now. I don't even think the time will heal this. It's it's something we're not for vex. Let's just move on. We left farm to instate and condition as NGC.
Right. September 16, 2015. To date now, 8 years, right? Yeah, about 8 years ago, I wrote an article about Kande Yunkela. September 16. At that time, he was not a member of the SLPP. He was just KKY movement. And this was the caption with a question mark. Okay? That says SLPP chairman revealed. Former United Nations chief, Dr. Kandayum Kela, a political fraudster. That was my title then, September 16, 2015. Then at the time they were began time for write, for do things, analyze, but I don't have that anymore, unfortunately. Hopefully, I'll develop that. I bring that up because I look at science and how person they operate. That's why they deal with you. Accomplished Sierra Leonean at the international scene. We all respected him. We all boasted with his achievement as a Sierra Leonean. He made the Times or whatever, what you call 100 most influential people in the world, right? At the time, he faced everything, all the credentials that we're looking for. It reminded me of the new era of Sierra Leone after the NPRC, when we had the big UN names, the late President Kaba, the Dr. James Jonas of this world, the return of Dr. John Carifa Smart, and all the big names will come out, the technocrat politicians that came to serve in 1996 under the late President Tijan Kaba's government. That was new. We saw all these people, they came in. We all admired them. But KKY, something was telling me that something is not right. I never believed in him from day one. So the reason why I wrote that article in 2015, and I've been telling people, I'm like, the first blunder he made was after he resigned from the UN to form the third force. Straight off, bam. But he started with the KKY movement. Now everything go bad for him. At the time,
Juma, the KKY movement was okay.
I tell you why it was bad for him.
Okay.
Because they had disgruntled people from the 2012 elections that did not like President Bio now within the SLPP, but these are people that all they know is SLPP, right? They know Sabi other political party, but they were willing to move. And you have people remnant from the PMDC that did not want to go back to the SLPP because they're not fit and go fit in anymore. And PMDC was not growing, so they wanted somewhere else to go. All them people, and they followed the KKY movement, right? And you had new breed of people who became interested in the political process that wanted to align, but did not think they would be aligning with the SLPP or APC. They followed the KKY movement. They supported his fundraising things and blah, 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 blah. Usai KKY get wrong for me was when he decided to register himself as an SLPP member to different groups. He registered in Bo, he registered in Freetown, he registered in America, he registered in London. And you can only have one membership card for an institution. You cannot have multiple membership categories. Now one, but in get registration a different side. That's where I was like, this guy is too desperate to become a president. Red flag one. Red flag two. We overheard the rumor about an alliance. This alliance was to be a group of people, including Chief Sam Sumana, Charles Magai, KKY, and other smaller political parties, with the agreement and understanding that Charles Magai will head the alliance. So that is where this thing about an alliance came up initially. All of a sudden,
not just with other political parties, with also other flag bearers within SLPP at that point in time.
Other flag bearers as well, yeah. Exactly. Boom. A court come out under them, then go register NGC. Right? So they started something. He did something completely different because not to him being get forbid the flag bearer. So what it is they tell me, his sole aim after resigning or after retiring or after leaving UNIDO, all in aim are to go be president na salon, no more, no less. He got humiliated in the SLPP, blah, blah, blah. All sorts of things happen. Okay. Fast forward, you form the alliance. Governments change. There are other things I will not speak to because then they go be private conversations and I'll let it be that way for good reason. But 2018, run off, right?
Yep.
The other side reached out to him for obvious reason I will not mention, but that did not materialize. That means the APC reached out to him to say, back us, blah, 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 blah. So I will say, in as much as Kandeyun Kelabi don't left the SLPP, but in heart's not been left SLPP yet. Because it has been still there. That is why if the other side been say join we, you not join because you see you don't go form your alliance then and they don't perform so badly. KKY criticized the SLPP, the APC, way in the opposition, right? He talks about every bad thing they've done, the reason why we for kick them come out. And people were sold and followed his narrative. Power change. He became what? A member of parliament. What did he say? Initially, he started with criticizing and calling them what? Jontacracy. Right, Jontacracy, right? Alusain and Alassane, right? So people begin look, okay, if you now Alassane, possibly not the Beshi. That was within the first few months. Then things started deteriorating in Sierra Leone. What happened? People expected KKY to do what? To speak up.
To be the voice.
To be the voice, right? Because at that time, the biggest opposition was being trampled on, stifled. They were scared. They have COI and all sorts of things. So they were like not to them before be the good voice, really. They wouldn't have been the good messengers. Because if them if talk no more, they was able to accept na motia na corrupt. They will accept na motia na don't wreck the country. Because that was the narrative sold. KKY had an opportunity. What did he do? He went mute.
Kept quiet.
Zod kept quiet. Waiting KKY tell me. His excuse was, oh, then just kind of government let give them time force. I don't criticize a government during the term. I will judge them after the term end. That's what he started telling us, right? Now that one day started, and it's on record that he said that where people they push out, oh, and they just criticize now constructive criticism, and they done. Now we saw the drama with the party, how Dennis Bride they all left, all of those kind of things ended up happening. Then we now see KKY forming an alliance with SLPP. Yes, Femi.
Because you forget one thing.
Go ahead.
Ranka politics.
Rankanomics.
Rankanomics, that's it.
Yes, rankanomics. So John Gassi, rankanomics, and Alusana. But if you remember, they tell una say KKY never criticized this government. KKY only spoke on issues where don't become popular, where don't say this don't go viral, this no way not there for do. Then in they go now, a coin few words, the great orator he is, they make like a for say now invent and talk about that issue. But already the public don't exhaust the issue. And only they talk about safe issues. Safe issues. Anything controversial, the area. Well, let's say granted. He traveled with the president multiple times.
And he even talk say him be always in at the corner with the president they talking agenda.
Exactly.
And that's how we talk down about when Insai am back.
Insai. Where the president they go Senegal, they go. Where they go Glasgow, they go. Where they go here, they go UN. I think say travel to 3 or 4 UN summits with the president. All the summits where the president come.
Was he like a special envoy to the president?
He wasn't. He was just a member of parliament, as far as we know. But the president get right for call and invite anybody we want for invite.
So he was a special envoy to the president then?
Well, I will not say that because it was not an official title.
Well, it doesn't have to be official, behind the scenes, because basically if Insai talks say he attended almost all the international things the way the government, where the president make, then it was a special envoy.
But not knowing to the public. The public,
of course, not into the public. Right. Okay. How if they make them trips then? If they go the president together or if they go separately?
It doesn't matter, but then they go to the same event and they attend meetings.
No. Well, they were not flying together out of the country.
Right. Yes. So in they either go first or go later, that kind of way. So now that's smuggle business.
Wow. So he has been deceiving us all these years.
Exactly. So now maybe they tell people, say, this guy not ever. And he was heavy, even when in a parliament. In criticism was heavy on APC. And KKY is one of the persons where we really always they compare what in this government they do with the past APC government. He no go ever talk straight about what in this government they do. He will talk about this and then include APC inside. For make it look like a for say NGC na decide for go. And he had that opportunity again now. But he decided to bungle it and go back. And the thing where they kill me about this whole thing is where KKY they tell we say, even the wet man and they can't pick me brain for go develop their own things. Salon I don't know it too again. Me na the Messiah. Now me know everything and they can't fix this problem. It is sad for KKY for can talk say in the join alliance with SLPP because he want for build community, national cohesion and unity and peace. Where was KKY when they killed those people at Pademba Road prison? Where was KKY when they killed the youths then at Makeni? Where was KKY for the Tombo killings, the Lonsar killings? KKY then beat them na Tina Cambia or somewhere. They even almost broke in wrists. They make police statement. There's a video to the effect. The violence where they were also put panel. So why didn't KKY decided then to join President Bio for the sake of national unity, where they kill people in Pademba Road? Do you have anything on record, T-Boy, where KKY talk about the killings in Pademba Road?
Not of anything that I can remember.
Not of anything.
No.
Where was KKY about August 8, 9, and 10 and after?
I don't remember saying anything. No statements.
Nothing. Right? So he went mute. So the lives of those people never mattered when it came to KKY. But you they tell me now, say President Bio is the best person for Sierra Leone. I am pitching tent with him. Una let we join President Bio for push Sierra Leone development go before. For me, that's the most painful thing. When I think about those people that they killed and KKY, they tell we bought, say in the form alliance in the interest of national cohesion. You waited for hundreds of Sierra Leoneans, maybe thousands being killed. You never formed an alliance for national cohesion, but you waited on the eve of elections to form an alliance with the perpetrators of violence in Sierra Leone. That is very unfair to play on the minds of people for use the word peace and national cohesion for the reason why you go. You went because you wanted to go. It's not a bad thing. It's your choice. But just be honest with the people of Sierra Leone. You are not the progressive that people thought you were, or you claim that you are. You are not a progressive. You are a one-man band. You even be so condescending for talk about your party members if not that $100 where they send for you. Now for make them ask you question, which you want for do. You're a politician. They have to ask you, even if they give 5 cents, you are answerable to them because they say put your money so you must stay. Then put their money, they believed in you. Which you say
them believe in you, they trust in you, they have faith in you, they believe in your ideology.
Right. And you did not value any of that. You save now the $100. You see the $100 pass everything that they sacrificed for you. Which you say now just not but that your sisters or family members then they where they don't shun now SLPP today because if they believed in KKY. They stood for KKY. And then people and therefore don't get senior positions today. So you decide for left them people and they then drown. Then now you go back to the same side where you lead people away from. And you're calling it that you went there in the interest of Sierra Leone, in the interest of national cohesion, unity, and peace.
What you know going to do something we're not going to be possible, be something where the public will get access to now. Who that approach you that?
It does not matter.
No, because Juma, you know why? You know why? Let's be honest. In the last election 2018, how many votes did Kande get?
So let's say he got 6, in particular about 6.something%. Let's put it that way. And that's a big chunk of votes, when it comes to elections. Okay. And during the, you see, I'm constrained to say certain things about the runoff because of possibly certain information, privileged information that I am privy to that I will not say in public. I will never say it because it's something of confidence. But he decided to stay in the middle. You see again how undecisive he was? He stayed in the middle.
I don't think he was undecisive. I think that to me is a...
You don't go mute, T-boy.
Now, strategic position where he decide for putting himself to me.
Right. So, during runoff, so okay, let's say it's a strategic position. So why you not continuing at that same level, that same trajectory? If you wanted to leave the SLP, the NGC, there are ways to do it. But what he did now, he tried to play the victim, like everybody else. No understand that everybody else now NGC them fool. Now in no more and the people away believe in your agenda say we are fighting an SLPP cause. Now we no more get sense. All the other hand then are fool now idle as them.
So who said the left Dr. Dennis Brad then now standing thinking of what?
Well, say Dr. Dennis Brad then he don't resign. Dr. Dennis Brad saw this coming and he resigned from the NGC.
So do you think he will never be in the position to work with him?
But recently, after Indongo formed Indongo Alliance, he called Dr. Bright na national TV, na AYV. They call and say, hey, you get talent, we can work that same sweet talk thing. Hey, you know how far we don't go work, can go jog and they pass to you, I go steal the pass for you. While you go they tell me, say, can they una not do well or na ya una for change? How about this agenda? Your agenda is not Sierra Leone. Let's make this clear first. You're not genuine. Your agenda is Dr. Kande Kela. How you expect Dr. Dennis Bright for trust you for even discuss politics and things like that after you betray them this way? Because you said Dr. Now 3-form NGC. And Dr. Dennis Bright was the one that registered NGC. Now I named the party register, but you claimed it as the owner. So it means that you just use them, you misuse them, and you dump them. Because you are going back to a safe space.
What made that space safe?
Well, because, again, we all know what Dr. Kande Yumkela's agenda is. It's to become president of Sierra Leone, right? That is his agenda. Whether it's going to happen.
I not deny sometimes we not to even 2028 or 2032 or whatever it might be. Yeah. But I don't see that happening. Because one, the SLPP political party we don't go so. Then get wolf pack of leadership fights force already where they exist.
No, but he knows that. SSF know that.
No, sometimes no understand. Sometimes just to see. Sometimes if it say
he understand fully what they do.
No, but how you expect can become flag bearer and SLPP?
No, I say he aim now for be president.
Not for be president under SLPP.
No, I say in your aim. I know they say
you go aim that high, but for as long as you think self, you know, ever become a leader in Sierra Leone.
That is the thing.
Juma, even President Julius Madabio, not ever think self in public. He sets up a gang of people and we work with.
President Bio did not become a president. People made him.
Thank you.
To become a president. Even instead of the doubting himself. You get people and they will tell us, say, we'll fight this for you. They build it from ground up. KKY, everything that you and other people build, you burnt it down.
You don't burn and down.
You burn and down.
And like I say, political parties are institutions. Even when the presidents don't hijack the SLPP, he formed another institution within an institution.
Correct.
We make you able to succeed.
Right.
You know, do them as an individual. Because you cannot hold the party to ransom as an individual.
Right.
You need to have people around you that are so strongly believe and backing you all the way through.
Right.
That is why KKY as a movement end up to become NGC.
Right.
Because people then really believe in you and back you and do all kinds of things for you. But the moment you become self, that is why NGC is what it is today.
Exactly. You burn and
I mean, even if they boastfully say, not to everybody don't left NGC, you should be ashamed even to say that.
Right.
Because then people also be needing that for you make them need it.
Yeah.
And if you say not to all man don't left NGC, there are still people where very much more don't decide yet outside for go. You decide for convince them for come. In what capacity?
Mm-hmm.
How? What thing they can represent under? What thing they can do? How they can work with you? And how they can work with people where they don't first cause them a man and cause the all kind to do all kinds to themselves? They come back and work in that same hostile situation, they won't do it.
But Insai not believe in the alliance. They just do this for fetch shame. And like I say, it's more about the self, a drowning man, than, you know, for a political, you know, for saying that in the interest of Sierra Leone. For me, now that scam there, no let people buy into. Because that's a scam. Like we say, it's the biggest political stunt. That's the scam. Me, we promise, where are the scene campaign? He say, una see me, we go talk to some young man them. No, sometimes no be no say camera then inside them the video. Somebody be the video. He say, una see the Okada then na Okada. Say na Mike go Okada factory na Nigeria. That was Dr. Kande Yumkela saying that. Na Mike go Okada factory na Nigeria. You did not bring Okada factory to Sierra Leone. Usa you born. Usa you they visit all the time. You don't even care and go self na Kichom, na your own village, na Samu. You don't care and go there. You don't care go Okada factory. They care and go to Nigeria. We get the opportunity. They tell the youth then say, where him become president na Sierra Leone, they bring the factory Kana Salon. So for like bring a Kana Salon, you have to be president. But for Krango na Nigeria, we not get no ties. Apart from say you been go study there, and then sometime you get family, I know one go that side, the family connections, then they, you know, that kind of thing. You have no reason to take it to Nigeria.
Juma, can they make a shame for yourself I get ties na Samu? Because
remember we'll go Samu, we be the bluff me say, yeah, now come out to you know. T-boy bluff me all. Say I now come out.
Oh God.
So you
now
see
I
this.
see me niece. He bought for me, and I say, Uncle T-boy, I say,
Yeah, I remember.
what's that you guy? He said, Kalago, he left me first, but I left you first. I go tell her do first now, and commodity and can continue. But you see, then make I say something. We live in a very small community. Salona, a small country. We are interconnected at some point. And to me, my admiration for Kande has nothing to do with the fact that the same hometown possibly we come out as in parental wise. But now the fact I saw something in him that I believed in until Ikauda ideology saying our papa get this party so na me right. Now I just changed.
Even that I don't mind.
No,
okay?
Juma.
Wait.
Anybody where they think that na self now because you know
this is why make they say that I don't mind because it will say okay, you know, you want for follow that legacy, but you already left.
Nah, that's not a legacy to follow. Again, you don't follow legacy. You don't follow legacy when you believe in the ideology of that legacy.
Correct.
The ideology of that legacy has never been self. So you can't follow a legacy like that. If your papa starts a one-man business, then I go say yes, now one-man business you declare for do because now the legacy of your father. Because your papa be to do one-man business. But your papa not do one-man business. Your papa form alliance and puts together 30 more people for form a political party. Why do you think you own that political party? Your dad has no monopoly rights to that political party. You cannot say one game sign pen to paper.
Right. Yeah, it's suicide they come off from.
So they say. So to be honest to you, with all the admiration of people and get from as possibly one of the most outspoken Sierra Leoneans who don't know, Alpha Khan. To be honest, they are both of a disgrace. Even kind of make them worse to me because Alpha Khan may be okay, a member of parliament, not member of parliament, and everything. So, but Kande is a political aspirant for political party, and he became a flag bearer for political party, a presidential candidate. Come on.
Yeah.
It means you decided to become a presidential candidate because you have your own ideology of how you want Sierra Leone to be like. Why would you match that ideology with somebody else's ideology that you don't believe in the first place anyway?
Anyway, this they're not going enough follow talk all this. Me, the only thing they say, if KKY form an alliance with a group of people we kill Sierra Leoneans away up till today we not get any investigation for sure how them people and they get killed. Now the prison, this now armless people away then lock inside jail, then shoot at them, then kill them. We don't know the scores of people away then kill. But KKY decided to form an alliance with that group of people. Means say enough value the blood of them people and they will go for nothing. You don't know whether they were NGC members or people that were sometimes in a prison and where them put in jail because they support NGC or get ties with NGC. They end up killing inside that prison day. You don't know if these are people that will be avid followers, they will dance for away everything. It take all that one day, it's away say they go form alliance because you want to bring national cohesion. National cohesion, you know, you bring cohesion within your political party. You left.
Thank you.
You left your own party where you build ground up. Because anybody, waiting they try for do the same way they fight now waiting. Not to follow you snuff for them.
Yeah, but you
go snuff for them.
For go build somebody else in your house.
For go build somebody else in your house. You left that one, you abandon that, they abandon you picking the day, you abandon you uncle, you auntie there inside that party day. You abandon your neighbor, they all we don't fight for you for protect, let them not born you, let them not do nothing to you. You left them.
I go like for approach some of the membership of Kande way in the NGC, we something come back London. Like I read their own opinion on the views.
People are disappointed and devastated. A lot of people. A lot of people. They not even get mind talk. Like what's it called? Namako. She believed in Kande Yumkela.
I mean, na Kande able for convince them for getting into politics in Sierra Leone.
And even go lately now, even feed them say Nyamakogo even stand for party position. She was deputy secretary general or something within the party.
Yeah, she was the deputy secretary general.
And even the plan for go be member of parliament for Ron Naputloko, she had to back out from that and resign from NGC.
Wow.
These are people that you monto, they turn them, you throw it, and they either dance on a stage, they bluff, you think so you don't get glory. There were others before him. Let's watch the space, how it goes.
Well, me, I always say there are certain things they really do on earth. If mortal man no see you, God they see you. If mortal man no know inside your heart, God they see inside your heart. If mortal man no believe in what he they do, God go believe and see what he they do. So to be very honest, I think for summarize the alliance, to me it's no big deal. I think it's just the fact that Kande has just endorsed the ideology of what a typical political prostitute would do in Sierra Leone, where they think self. Because again, I don't see what will make you a presidential flag bearer aspirant for your political party. I don't see what will make you a presidential aspirant for a political party. We have an ideology, a manifesto. We go able for just crash and join force with a manifesto we ever believe it in the first place. I don't see what sort of agenda we will bring come at the table. To me, if I was, they say politics is about numbers, I agree. But sometimes political followers can actually dent your political career as an individual. Because certain people in the way, I will not say don't play ball with, but you shouldn't play ball with them. And as much as President Bio wants to win the next election, it is in his interest to have you as one of his bulldogs. We're going to make the noise one at the platform, the way you go. But I don't know how Kande is going to sell
T-boy,
the ideology of the SLPP we never ever believe in.
T-boy, KKY got what KKY wanted. This not to President Bio, not to any person. You understand, eh? Remember when they go to an Akambia, what he say? He say in all word, no, so?
Yeah.
Yeah, decided from them, they were just playing games with people. When they go see the bond, now that's when the people raise up and ask questions. And he got upset and became defensive. Now I make all the words the way talk after that, now hurtful words to people then. Because in they look like, oh, and they go bargain for now all, and they go negotiate for now also now go get position.
Wow.
Who they go negotiate for? IJ Kaba na SLPP, we don't go back. Brahma Keta na the SLPP, we don't go back Lolonte. Because he was even getting contracts for renovate what you call U building. You understand? Who that else? And Kylie, we all know that
of course, he said we don't go back
SLPP, you understand what I mean? I be running it, but he was there doing things for them.
Mm-hmm.
So who that else? Where they go negotiate for Dr. Bright?
After Bright, yeah.
Where they go lock that man up at them by what Kande Mkela was there?
Nope.
You saw Kande Mkela negotiating or going to stand by him, blah 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 blah.
Nope.
Now FPC people let me they be
I don't know if say Kande is still the NGC said that same day.
Well, so this is the thing.
I don't know, honestly speaking.
You know, and this is unfortunate. And you get upset with the likes of that man, what's his name, the Professor Jimmy Kande, they all believed in Kande Mkela. So these are the biggest political stunts. And like how me be asked, is he a political fraudster? He left to the public for answer the question. I'm not saying it. I just ask a question. So
the way you bunga aid, I say
yeah,
just to you bunga aid.
Yes, yes.
Don't call no agata.
So how we call this the unholy alliance?
No, I will call it the unholy alliance.
It's an unholy alliance.
What makes it unholy? It is holy in the eyes of them. I go say unholy. Okay. Maybe for name or something else, but not unholy alliance.
Why not?
Because I can't say it is unholy because I'm not going to get I defend for you the other one for you.
So that pit where them pits KKY mama and pull a my feeling I ate and to go away and let God sorry for that mommy. You understand? All of those kind of things. So it was just in vain.
Juma, what you say I am upset. I don't put all that into consideration. Mama and I last people who they compromise or anything.
They humiliated her publicly.
But we have a video where they lock the man out of party office.
Yeah. Well, that is something was saying now, but it's not you, mama. With them embarrass, fiti, disrespect publicly. Pull my feeling. Well, I pull my feeling a posse aid and to wear big posse. Do you know what that means?
Well, you see again. So I'm thinking when you lost it all, your value also goes with it. And I don't know how incident in the usually make another for comment on Nana because I wanted that let my may rest in peace because we don't know whose side they right now, how they feel.
I'm sorry for him.
Because to me it's saddened for no say if you can go this far with me, I go say God say for forgive, I will forgive you, but I will not work on the same path as you.
And there are other ways you can. You've been supporting President Bio by not forming an alliance.
Of course.
So why not continue in that trajectory in that way? They why should go form alliance with them back and you use.
I think the alliance is a public endorsement so that he's tired of hiding basically. You know when you don't tire for hide, you don't feel to say you're too big enough to hide behind your shadows. You don't want people to think you're sneaking around because it's campaign period. At the moment, it's not going to be doing nothing. It's not going to be seen campaigning in politics for NGC. It's not going to be seen running around for APC, and it's not going to be seen running around for SLPP either. But there will be times when he will be traveling with convoys. He will be running campaigns, but he wants to run a campaign anyway. The man don't talk, say then they pay him for talk. So you never not paying the campaign for talk?
It's possible, but not all money they eat.
If you don't eat the money where they make people and go to jail, if you don't eat the money where they tell people and say, they can't make something for you in your village, you put and turn out to death cap, whose money they can't pay for it? If they go to your own village, they forget to borrow money.
Exactly. Well, we're not talking about anything they Fintonia.
Whose money go pay for it? If you go tell Edge for buying, if you go tell Edge for buying, you no go to Kasake, whose money they go pay for it? Whose politician you don't see they go tell Edge for buying, you no go to envelope for say.
They say I can't owner for can't tell the chief there I do this, that, but I forget the envelope then I tongue and they call the next step.
You forget the envelope for Bora? That's alone for politics. Oh, all know what's in the essence of politics. Where they go find big people, eh?
The apprentice politicians themselves know that one. They say you know they political, you know that one. Apprentice politicians.
That's not the one tool of politics in Sierra Leone. Bora, no senator there where you go from politics in Sierra Leone if you not go to school and you open the mouth for yourself. Now look yourself. But you go talk to people there. You put them at town hall. Talk, say, forget the envelopes. Really?
Yeah, say the envelope for the Bora them. I forget will count next time.
After.
And the guy then say they waiting. The man don't champion education. Waiting and don't do for the picking the under nothing.
Nothing. To be honest, when you're gonna kick him, you go be ashamed.
No, but I'm not kick him. How about Fintonia?
Well, Fintonia something you go say that's all Fintonia in Mama Komo.
Yes.
Come on. Well, what are well self then say no degree?
Yeah, they say the man forget the Bora money, the one for go tell.
You see, sometimes I don't understand how politicians want to be hailed in their constituencies. Because those are the basic things that you possibly might lobby for your constituency. In 5 years in parliament, what did you do for Cambia district? Outside England parliamentarianship.
Yeah, of Intoni outside. Yeah.
What you don't do for lobby for the people of Cambia?
Say particularly that Samu Kichom area.
Yeah, I really want to know exactly which project it go with today. In 40 million or 50 million in the game for community development fund, what did he do with them? Na Cambia. Seriously, I would like to know some of them things in this. So if you're out there and you're from Candace's constituency in Sierra Leone, please. Because you know why? If you're so concerned about the development of Sierra Leone, you will be able to execute something in your own local community. With small portion. 0. maybe 10% of Sierra Leone. You're not able to attend to their needs. You want to take the needs of Sierra Leoneans, the whole of Sierra Leone. You're not able to put together a project where they sort some of the problem they're waiting at Cambia district alone. Because you represented them for 5 years. If you cannot deal with the situation in Cambia for 5 years, what sort of change are you going to effect in Sierra Leone? What kind of change? How many people did you employ? How many people did you gain employment for? How many people do you recommend for employment purposes in Cambia district? How many communities did you put together? How many cells of meetings did you have with the people of Cambia as a member of parliament? These are basic questions and possibly you might not be able to, or you might not want to come and answer because you still say, if you party member, they already pay £100 or $100 for month contribution, they couldn't ask a question. So, now are we? So you're not going to even care for listening to yourself. And again, how many times have we approached you? Come on our platform, let's discuss, let's have discussions of what you do.
No, let you go down that route.
Juma, you know what? It's necessary sometimes because you know what to do. Make people feel to say we just pick on the man, we don't know we're not scared for reach out to we're not upset because he did not come to our platform. No, that is not an issue. But we're just saying you're an orator, you're a politician, you have time, you have a platform that you can come and express yourself. Okay, we're going to send you another invite now for come. We can talk to you back again at this platform. Look, we can express you. And all what we don't say so, as we disappointed with you, we'll be able to say it back again. And let's see exactly what sort of communications, what sort of discussions we're going to have. Because gone are the days when we still get that polar media practices in Sierra Leone where the media practitioners will not ask you the question that will actually challenge you. Then go just want for sweet talk you. And what's in this? Oh, well, okay. What do you think about this? Let's have a discussion on some of the issues and let you see how you want for change salon in this coalition or this alliance where you don't put together. Because I think you put together this alliance. This alliance was not put together by SLPP. I would totally say so. This is all your handiwork because you want to be seen doing something. You know, going around the streets of Sierra Leone, politics they happen, and then you not get nothing for do for involved in politics. We don't resign from you, or you don't step down from your own political party reform. So you want to be seen doing something. And sometimes
is it possibly true what what we get say this is a exit strategy for Dr. Kadayum Kela that maybe he'll get his other international postings and get out of Sierra Leone? Maybe.
I think if anybody employing for get an international job, he will be ashamed of himself because
that's what the government of Sierra Leone can recommend them for certain positions, okay? Right. Then they can get that. So maybe that's the safe exit strategy. But if you are using that, use it and say, this I wanted out, from the NGC, I want to go back now, my political party. No problem. Do not tell the people of Sierra Leone you're doing this in the interest of Sierra Leone, one nation, what do you call it? Salon force. You are not putting no salon force. When they kill people in Pademba Road, then kill people August 8, 9, and 10, then kill Natombo, then kill Namakeni, you not put salon force at that time. For say anything with the big voice where you get, the big platform where you get, all the way to man them, where they come search your brain, where they can pick your brain for go develop. You not tell them the truth. Where they happen as I say, this government they kill people. Instead, what you can do, you can endorse this government for killing people. Anyway, if we chat, boy, low round up and low left people, let them go sleep, and we'll continue again next week. Over to you.
Just want to remember people, you know, must say before start this program today, Juma big miss a Tibo logo make and shots.
I did. I begged him because I'm extremely exhausted. That's the how they go effect. Because I watch the chat group, I watch the conversation, then we can make we, you know.
Well, anyway, thank you very much for watching us, viewers. Thank you for staying on board, and thank you for all those who don't make their own contribution online. The chat group has been very active on YouTube, and thank you once more for all your contributions. We've seen a lot of huge amounts of new followers from YouTube. Keep it up, that is good. And also the Facebook page, they also grow. If you just joined me today for the first time, like we page, share our programs, get people to like us, and get people to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Again, we get for they do this on a regular basis within the next couple of weeks to come, because again, that election year, we get for see how many people will get for bringing come. We discuss for get people enough for can discuss politics in Sierra Leone, what in this election get for look like, what in their own take on the election, and how the election get for be unfold. We don't know yet, but we will bring come people who will come and talk about this. We want Sierra Leoneans that we possibly not actively involved in politics, so we get views of not just politicians, but also average Sierra Leoneans that we possibly not actively involved in the politics of Sierra Leone, because we have to be able to engage with each other and have a discussion so we know exactly whose side we go and who to the head for. So I go say thank you once more for joining us, and thank you for staying with us. It's a month of bank holidays to come, so get your plans ready. I know tomorrow, well, today is Independence Day, but I don't celebrate independence no more, because since last year I decided not to, because there is nothing to celebrate about Sierra Leone. Now 62 years we don't also. We not even lay the foundation yet for begin build. When you lay the foundation for build, we not even start nothing yet. We feel to say we forefathers, then we don't lay the foundation, but we realize say then just we don't put the foundation block, but they not we don't actually lay the foundation yet. They tell them for lay the foundation, now in Sierra Leone erupted into disaster, and that disaster they will still long continue it for the past 62 years. We yet to see what has changed. Salon 62 years ago is even better than the Salon we have today, because Salon 62 years ago was sane, was stable, had all the facilities that you might possibly have in the UK, in London. So what is the difference of the Sierra Leone 62 years ago and the Salon who gets right now? It's huge. So let's think about this Sierra Leone that we want to see. Look at the Sierra Leone who want for liquid and picking them and picking and leave. Now everybody is very conscious about what happens around them. Africana or cultural evening in the UK today shows how much Sierra Leoneans then they into primary and secondary schools in this country, and the amount of lag they were done so within the past for yesterday no more today is unbelievable true. For say we get huge amount of Sierra Leoneans that we getting picking and now the number in this country, really make them feel very proud. But the picking they want for represent outside and come out. They want for feel to be Sierra Leoneans. Not because they want to celebrate Sierra Leone, but they also believe, say, they are Sierra Leoneans because their parents are from Sierra Leone. That's how proud our kids are becoming. But how then we'll go back to the Sierra Leone with them proud of from the UK if we not have, or if we not get a stable environment for make people for bringing them come up, if we not get a stable environment for make them able for go holiday, if we not get a stable environment for make them feel comfortable for taking them party them for go holiday. So look, think carefully of the Salon we want for liquid picking and go and enjoy. So until next week, I go say bye-bye to Ona and have a great bank holidays in the next couple of weeks in the month of May. Thank you, guys. Over to you.
Well, I'm not getting much for that. I just want to say thank you to all the viewers, them both on YouTube and Facebook, and we appreciate all the conversations here. and we do hope say una go join me again next week on another edition of How They Go Inside the Republic. Me, Jumaba, on behalf of the CRJ Media team, they say tata and good night to una all.
Yes, this na term for all Salon people and then party them. Sierra Leone Media will be bringing you a variety of programs ranging from documentaries to discussions, interviews, news, views, sports, and entertainment. Our programs will contain matters on development, governance, the economy, and issues that are of importance to Sierra Leone. So, no left BNO because we get Bebe program then like salon discussion, meets the ministers, the president's hour and the Gladi program. Look me, I look you. All this they start soon na www.serrajmedia.org. Now who's term these?
Somebody